Hello everyone, Samia here. You're looking at a live look at the White House. It is a cloudy day there in Washington, D.C. We are going to kick things off with a follow-up to this murder out of Orlando last month. The cop who was killed, the suspect, allegedly also responsible for the murder of his ex-girlfriend. He appears in court today. His name is Markeith Lloyd.
Direct the clerk of the court to provide you a copy of the indictments that have been filed against you so that you have a copy of the charging documents as you've requested to the court, and then we will have another session next week where I ask you to enter a plea to the charge. The other thing we're going to do today, and I mentioned this the last time we met, is I'm going to go through this very lengthy inquiry of you about your decision to represent yourself. I'm required to do that at every critical stage of a trial. Arraignment is one of those stages that's critical. And so I need your patience a little bit, and we really do have to converse about that when we get to that point. So first, let me talk to you about the charges that have been filed against you. So on February 17th of this year, the fall term of the grand jury returned 2 indictments that are formal charges. This is what the state of Florida is charging you with, Mr. Lloyd, and I want to summarize them for you. In 2016 CF 15738, you're charged in count 1 with first-degree murder with a firearm, and the victim alleged is Sade Dixon, and it's alleged that murder occurred on December 13th, 2016. In count 2, you're charged, and that, by the way, is a capital offense for which you can be put to death in the state of Florida. In count 2, you're charged with killing an unborn child by injury to the mother, and that's alleged to have occurred also in Orange County, Florida on December 13th, 2016. That is also a capital crime for which you could potentially be put to death in the state of Florida. In count 3, you are charged with attempted first-degree murder with the firearm. That's alleged to have occurred on December 13, 2016, and it's alleged that you shot at Ronald Stewart Jr. That is a life offense. The use of the firearm, were that to be found beyond a reasonable doubt by a jury that you discharged that firearm, would have a mandatory minimum sentence of 25 years to life. In count 4, you're charged with attempted felony murder. It's alleged that on December 13th, 2016, that you attempted to murder Dominique Daniels by use of a firearm. That is a life offense in Florida, and that has a mandatory minimum because of the allegations of the use of a firearm. In count 5, you're charged with attempted felony murder, and it's alleged that on December 16th you attempted to murder Stephanie Dixon Daniels, and in the course of that event you used a firearm. So that is a life offense and also has a mandatory minimum. And in count 6, you're charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. In 2017 CF 826, in count 1, you're charged with first-degree murder with the firearm of a law enforcement officer. In that count, it's alleged that on January 9th, 2017 in Orange County, Florida, you did murder Deborah Clayton, an Orlando police officer, and used a firearm in the commission of that offense. That's also a capital offense for which you could be put to death in the state of Florida. In count 2, you're charged with attempted first-degree murder with the firearm of a law enforcement officer. It's alleged in that count that on January 9th, 2017 in Orange County, Florida, you shot at Joe Carter, a law enforcement officer with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and used a firearm in the commission of that offense. That's a life offense. It has a mandatory minimum because of the allegations of both the law enforcement officer as the victim and use of a firearm. In count 3, you are charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. It's alleged to have occurred on January 9th, 2017. And it's alleged that you threatened to do violence to Antoine Thomas, and in the course of that event used a firearm. That has a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison or a $5,000 fine or both. In count 4, it's alleged that you committed a carjacking with a firearm on January 9th, 2017. That is a first-degree felony punishable by life imprisonment. And in count 5, it's alleged that you were in possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. So, Mr. Lloyd, the maximum penalty for the greatest charges is death, and then you have the other penalties as I've outlined for you. You've indicated to me that you would like to be able to review the charges before you enter a plea, that you've not seen a copy of the indictments. I'm going to order the clerk to provide a copy of these indictments to you, and I'm going to bring you back next week, and we're going to talk at that time about how you wish to plead to those charges. I want to go through with you again what we talked about earlier, Mr. Lloyd, which is that you have the absolute right to be represented by counsel. As you can understand, these are very serious charges. There are a number of them. As you heard, there are 3 attorneys from the state attorney's office who will appear on behalf of the state, who are trained in legal procedure and substantive law. Up to this point in time, you've indicated that you want to represent yourself and defend yourself against these very experienced trial lawyers. And so I want to talk to you about that decision once again. And I want to tell you that a lawyer's legal knowledge and experience could favorably affect you in representing you in this case, could result in obtaining information about your case through the use of discovery devices that will be very limited to you while you are incarcerated and in jail, that a lawyer might uncover potential violations of your constitutional rights, could take effective measures to address them, would ensure compliance with speedy trial provisions and statute of limitation provisions and other procedural rights that you're entitled to. A lawyer could identify and secure favorable evidence to be introduced at trial on your behalf. As I asked you last time we were here, Mr. Lloyd, I asked you if you knew how many peremptory challenges you would get in jury selection. Do you know what that number is now for these kinds of offenses?
Y'all done? You done?
No, I have a lot more to talk about.
I want to talk to you.
At some point in time, if we can't talk to one another, then I may force you to have a lawyer so that questions can be answered. So if you choose to represent yourself, Mr. Lloyd, at some point in time, you have to. I'm talking, I can wait till next week to talk to you about the appointment of counsel, but I want to stress this to you today, Mr. Lloyd. There is a clock that's sort of running now, or we're going to get closer to trial. I'll set the trial next week when we meet. But I want to let you know that this time is ticking off where an investigation could be made into this case. And so you're losing some valuable time. And as I told you last time, you're pretty restricted being incarcerated in what you can do in terms of investigating and preparing for your case, where death is a possible penalty that could be imposed. And so I want you to think about that between now and next week. I'm going to talk to you at that time in length about the advantages of having an attorney and the disadvantages of representing yourself. I highly encourage you to think about having an appointed attorney, Mr. Lloyd. You have the right to represent yourself, but you're going to be significantly limited in representing yourself in these very serious charges, and your very life is at stake. So I want you to think very carefully about that, Mr. Lloyd. And I'm also going to talk to you next week about appointing standby counsel. And if you want to represent yourself, I'm likely to appoint standby counsel who will be available to you if you change your mind. And I'm going to talk to the state a little bit about whether they're seeking death in this case. If they are, I might appoint a mitigation attorney to start to investigate whether there would be mitigation evidence that should be presented to the court if we get to the point where the jury recommends death and the court's got to decide whether to impose that penalty. So if you want to wait till next week, I'll wait. But I'm telling you that there's time that's clicking away, Mr. Lloyd, and you're losing some time that an attorney could start to work on your case. So let me ask you this. You want to wait till next week before we have this full conversation? Okay. So I'm proposing that we meet on March 1st. In the meantime, I'm going to get you a copy of the indictment. I'm going to direct the clerk to provide it to you in the jail cell so that you can formally review the language. And then I'm going to ask you next week to enter a plea, either guilty, not guilty, or no contest. If you enter a not guilty plea, then we're going to talk about appointment of counsel. In fact, no matter what plea you enter, we're going to talk about the appointment of counsel. Do you have any questions about where we are or what we're doing?
I guess y'all in the meeting, but everybody know I had court setting.
All right, well, I'll tell you today when you have court next week, so it doesn't come as a surprise. Is that all right? All right, so we're going to meet next Wednesday, March 1st at 10 o'clock in this courtroom. And at that point in time, I'm going to ask you to enter a plea to the charges and talk to you about the appointment of counsel. In between now and then, Mr. Lloyd, just please give very careful thought to how serious these allegations are, that you're up against trained, experienced trial lawyers. And in many ways, it'd be like you're in a fight with your hands tied behind your back in terms of your experience level with criminal procedure, the evidence code, the rules, and their experience with those areas. So it's going to be very difficult for you to represent yourself. If you insist on it, you have that right. But it's something I discourage anyone from ever doing. So you're not the first person I've said you should think very carefully about how disadvantaged you would be if you don't have a lawyer by your side to help you. All right, Mr. Lloyd? Any questions? All right, I'll see you next Wednesday at 10 a.m. in this courtroom. Okay, thanks. And Madam Clerk, if you would send a copy of the indictment. Anything from the state at this time? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
You available next week at 10? Someone will be here, I presume.
Yes, someone will be here.
All right, thanks, everyone. Clerk, will you file this?
All right. Court's adjourned.
All right, everyone, that's the end of that arraignment hearing that took place in Orlando this morning. We wanted to share that with you in case you missed it. Again, Markeith Lloyd, suspected in killing his girlfriend, and Lieutenant Deborah Clayton. I want to go ahead and give you guys one more quick look at the White House. This is a live look at what Washington, D.C. looks like. Here is a quick look at the Capitol building. And it looks like Skyfox is out in action. I'll let you know where Skyfox is heading to in just a moment. Again, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at live images courtesy of Skyfox. You can see there are some clouds here in the valley. Many of you guys may be interested as to where Skyfox is heading. I'm working to get you guys that information now. Turns out Skyfox is apparently going to a report of a hot air balloon that accidentally landed in a neighborhood near 16th Street and Bell, we're hearing. There is a hot air balloon down, 7th Street and Bell. They're heading to that location now. Initial reports of this hot air balloon that was down were reported from 7th Street and Bell. Skyfox, however, went to 7th and Bell, didn't see anything, so they are backtracking now to 16th Street and Bell. Again, these are live Skyfox aerials from right here in Phoenix, Arizona. Again, for those of you just joining us, we are following along as Skyfox heads to the scene of what we're hearing is a hot air balloon down at 7th Street and Bell. 16th Street and Bell. Somewhere in North Phoenix, we're hearing reports of a hot air balloon down. Skyfox is on its way. We're hoping to find that scene for you as soon as possible. And after we get to that hot air balloon scene, we are going to give you an update on the murder of some teen girls in Indiana. We'll have that for you here on News Now in just a few minutes. Again, we are waiting for Skyfox to spot this hot air balloon that is reportedly down in some neighborhood in North Phoenix. Stand by for hot air balloon coverage here on News Now. Again, those of you just joining us, Skyfox traveling above the valley in the North Phoenix area, hoping to track down this report of a hot air balloon down in a neighborhood. Looks like we have lost our Skyfox aerials for some reason. Stand by, guys. There it is. I know many of you guys tuning in on YouTube asking for the update on the teen girls that were killed in Indiana. We'll play that for you in just a few minutes, but we do want to bring you these live aerials courtesy of Skyfox as Skyfox tries to track down this report of a hot air balloon in North Phoenix. Again, reports of a hot air balloon down in North Phoenix. Skyfox on its way now. Again, for those of you just joining us, we are looking to track down reports of a hot air balloon down in North Phoenix. Skyfox in the air in North Phoenix, searching for this supposed scene. Again, guys, for those of you just joining us, I know those of you who have been tuning in have heard me repeat this a few times now, but for those of you just joining us, you are looking at live aerials courtesy of Skyfox here in Phoenix, Skyfox currently in North Phoenix. We heard reports of a hot air balloon down in North Phoenix. We're hearing various reports. Some are saying 7th Street and Bell, others saying 16th Street and Bell. We do know that the reports came from somewhere in North Phoenix. Skyfox in the area, hoping to track down that location so that we can bring you live aerials from the scene here on News Now. All right, I know many of you guys have been asking for the press conference regarding the teen girls murdered in Indiana. We are going to take you there to that press conference now.
On behalf of Sheriff Tove Lisenby of the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, who is the lead agency in this investigation, Delphi Mayor Shane Evans, I would like to welcome you to Delphi, Indiana, and Carroll County. If you would allow me a little bit of latitude here before we get into the meat and potatoes of the press conference to give a couple of thank yous, I would like to do that now. We volunteer because we care. Again, we volunteer because we care. I saw that on a fire truck here in Delphi, Indiana yesterday. And I believe it's a way of life here in Delphi in the Carroll County community. Because the way this community has wrapped their arms around this investigation and provided not just resources for officers as they're investigating this case, but also their willingness to give us information and anything that we have asked, including this church today for the press conference that Pastor Todd has given us. And of course, we want to thank the Delphi United Methodist Church for this facility today. Again, I would like to thank everyone who's given donations and any general support to this investigation. I would also like to thank in advance the person who's going to call our tip line and give us that tidbit of information that's going to lead to the arrest of the murderers of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. And I would like to thank the media for their patience. I understand there's information that you would like to get to your subscribers, get out into the media. But as you know, we have information that is germane to our investigation that we have to keep close to the vest because this investigation is too important to make any mistakes and give out the wrong information. So again, I thank you for your support and your patience as we go through this case. There are a couple of acknowledgments I must introduce today, a couple of folks, department heads that are here. We have Delphi Mayor Shane Evans, Carroll County Prosecutor Rob Ives, Carroll County Sheriff Tove Lisenby, Delphi Police Chief Steve Mullen, Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter, FBI Assistant Special Agent in Charge Greg Massa, and Captain Dave Burston, Chief Public Information Officer for the Indiana State Police. Obviously, the reason we are here today is to give out information in the double homicide of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. On February 13th, Abigail Williams, 13, and Liberty German, 14, went on a hike at the Delphi Historic Trails. On February 13th, they were reported missing later in the afternoon when they failed to return to a pickup location as a family member returned to pick them up from their hike. After organized searches on February 14th, one of those search parties unfortunately found the bodies of the two teens. Evidence in this case has led investigators to believe this is a double homicide, and that's what we're investigating at this time. Also shown in front of me is an enlarged depiction of a person believed to be the suspect in this case. We are actively looking for this person. We believe this person is our suspect, and we would like any information, regardless of how small or minute you might believe that information to be. It might be the one piece of a very large puzzle that helps us get this person in custody. So please call our tip line, 844-459-5786. And again, I would like, as we go through this press conference, to remind the media there's going to be information that is germane to our investigation that we're not going to release today. But at the end of the press conference, we will have time for question and answers. So as we go through our speakers, I ask you to please hold your questions to the end of the press conference. So at this time, I would like to invite Indiana State Police Superintendent Douglas Carter to the podium.
Words tend to escape during these periods of times, and I've only had a couple of other situations in my lifetime where I'm able to stand before you and say that. Why Libby? Why Abby? Why Delphi? Why Carroll County? Why the region? Why the state? Why even in the nation? I say that because this is a classic example and a clear example that evil lives amongst us. To the family, to the community, the region, the state, as a leader of the Indiana State Police, I say I am so very sorry. Resources. It's unlikely that any of you will ever see, nor will we ever see or experience again, the level of resources that are attached to this investigation. To the media, my gosh, all I can say is to give you my sincere thanks. See, this isn't like TV. There's a perception that this can be solved very quickly. Anything that we do can be solved very quickly, but this is a testament that it can't, and we need you. We've needed you since last week, we need you today, and we need you tomorrow. And likely, we'll need the media all across this nation. So from a simple guy like me to you, I say thank you. To the people dressed funny like me and those that represent the law enforcement profession, please understand we're human beings just like you. I'd stand anywhere in the nation with people standing behind me. And I would suggest to you that every time something like this happens, a little piece of us dies as well. But I also want you to understand how committed we are as a collective one, and we will continue. This has been briefed all the way up to the director of the FBI, Director Comey, and Greg Mass is going to talk a little bit about that. I've had an opportunity to speak to my boss, Governor Eric Holcomb, a couple different times about this situation. And every time I do, I see this look that comes over his face, just like yours and this community's. And that's the unfortunate experience of experiencing evil. We're not stopping. The poster in front of you. Someone knows who this individual is. Someone knows who this individual is. Is it a family member? Is it a neighbor? Is it an acquaintance? Is it an associate? Or maybe that one guy that lives over at that one place that just kind of not right. Maybe it's his jeans. Maybe it's his jacket or his sweatshirt. Maybe it's his shirt tail. Maybe it's his posture. Maybe it's the right hand in his pocket. You see, even with technology, we need human intelligence. In other words, we need you. I'm not suggesting that science, that everything that we can do with science has been done, because we are just getting started. Abby and Libby deserve us. They deserve every single one of us, and not just the people standing up here on the stage that have given so much of their lives to not just this, but to this profession, but each and every one of you. Each and every person listening, watching, or seeing this in some form, we need you. Libby and Abby need you. Please do not rationalize tips away. Rationalize what you think that might not be important away. By thinking he would never do that to another human being. Or think, what I know doesn't matter. Let folks like the people that are standing behind me with such incredible passion and commitment and dedication to this profession make that determination. Tips are anonymous. Some might not want to talk about it because they don't want to get involved, because they know the individual. Again, he may be a family member, probably has a family. No one will ever know. No one will ever know. There's not an agency on the planet better than helping us facilitate this than the FBI. And they're as entrenched in this as anybody. No one will know. As poor as this picture is, somebody knows. And if you're watching, we'll find you. Who's next? I hate to ask you that question, and I'd give my life to not have to. But I know you've asked yourself that very question. We must recognize it. You see, we're all the same. We're all human beings. We must keep our resolve for Libby and Abby, for this community, and frankly, to ensure that good trumps evil. And it will. You're going to hear more in just a minute about what we know. Do not discount the voice that you'll hear. We will stay committed with resolve, very, very rarely exhibited with human behavior until this conclusion. Please be patient. Become our partners and communicate with us as often as you can. And now from a very humble servant, that's the most blessed guy on this planet to represent the profession that I represent, to Abby and Libby. It's my hope and my prayer that you're now experiencing God's promise of eternal peace.
At this time, I would like to invite Greg Massa, Assistant Special Agent in charge for the FBI, to the podium.
Good morning. As the Assistant Special Agent in charge, my role is to supervise and lead the FBI's criminal investigations across the state of Indiana. 9 days ago, we had an agent that was participating in the search for the missing victims. And from that moment until this morning, we have stood shoulder to shoulder with our law enforcement partners here. The FBI plays an important support role in this investigation, this joint investigation. I'm very humbled by the resources that are under my direction have brought, and hopefully the contribution that we are making. On any given day, we have 20 FBI agents that are here providing investigative help, whether that's running down leads, conducting interviews, helping with lead tracking system, providing intelligence analysis support, providing technical assistance. Every night, I update our FBI headquarters to our Deputy Assistant Director, and as the Superintendent mentioned, this has been briefed to the FBI Director on 2 occasions. So whatever resource that the FBI has available, whether it's here in the state of Indiana or nationally, we have brought those resources, and we will continue to do so. We were committed to working around the clock, as we have been over the last 9 days, and will continue to do so until this case is solved. To the members of the community, when I met with our behavioral analysis unit and their expertise and their experience, it is oftentimes even unwitting that a member of the community may have information that is germane to this investigation. And I'd like the community to go back 9 days and go back to the afternoon of February 13th, Monday, February 13th, and just think if you had an interaction with an individual who inexplicably canceled an appointment that you had had together, or an individual called into work sick and canceled an important appointment or a social engagement, and at the time gave what would have been a plausible explanation. My cell phone broke, or I had a flat tire on my car. But in retrospect, that excuse no longer holds water. That may be important. Likely so are behavioral indicators that this individual may have exhibited since the afternoon of May 13th. Did this individual travel unexpectedly? Did they change their appearance? Did they shave their beard, cut their hair, change the color of their hair? The superintendent mentioned the clothes that this individual was wearing in the photo. Did they change the way they dress? Did their behavior change? Did their sleep pattern is different now? Did they start abusing drugs or alcohol whereas they would not have? Have they been anxious, nervous, irritable? Have they followed this case and what the media is putting out with a sense that is not normal? Have they had ongoing discussions regarding their whereabouts on that afternoon or thereafter? Please, if you have that information, call that into the tip line. After this press conference, the FBI will be putting out a series of these indicators on our social media, so it'll be available not only to the citizens of this community, but across the state of Indiana and then nationally as well. We'll also be utilizing digital billboards, and in any way we can spread this message, we will. I'll just finalize my remarks just to say that to my law enforcement partners behind me, to the community at large, 9 days ago the FBI stood shoulder to shoulder with you. We're not going anywhere. We will be here until this case is solved, and I am confident this case will be solved. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to invite Captain Dave Burston, Chief Public Information Officer for the Indiana State Police, to the podium.
Thank you, Tony. We do have some new information for you today. It's in the form of an audio file from the cell phone that Liberty German had with her at the time. We're not going to play everything that we have, but Liberty had the presence of mind to turn on her video camera. Again, we're not going to be able to share everything with you, but we are going to share this audio clip with you momentarily with the hope that somebody will recognize this voice. And I want to be very clear that what you're about to hear is just 4 short words. Excuse me, 3 words. Down the hill. You're going to hear this played 4 times. The audio quality is not superb, but there's enough there that somebody could recognize this person's voice. And as Superintendent Carter said, not to rationalize away. If you hear this today and you think, my God, that sounds like fill in the blank, call us. Make an anonymous tip. Tell us who you think it is. Let us investigate it. If it's not the right person, they'll just be out a little bit of time and they'll be cleared and they can go on and they'll never know that you called. But you may tell us who the right person was. And you could be the person that helps us to solve this horrible crime. Micah, play the clip, please. Could you play it one more time? So that audio clip later today will be available on the Indiana State Police website. You can simply go to our website and add the extension /delphi.htm. There will be information on that website that talks about the reward that is being collected now. Sergeant Slocum will talk more about the amount of money that's been raised towards solving this case. And really, money shouldn't be what drives somebody to help solve this. Just a sense of community and wanting to help and to get this person off the street. The image that you see there of the suspect, that came from Liberty's phone. I think many of you had speculated that before. We weren't prepared to discuss that at the time. We have more video. We're not releasing it. It's germane to our investigation. And it's important that we spread that person's voice far and wide for somebody that will recognize who that is and will call us and tell us. I also want to tell you that there will be a tip line. There's an email tip line. I'll spell it out for you, and it'll be on the website later, but if you want to copy this down, tips can be emailed to cabibbybY@cacoshrf.com. So that is Abby and Libby Tip at cacoshrf.com. Phone number, email, call the Delphi Police, call the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, call the state police. Help us to capture the person responsible for these murders.
Started out, we volunteer because we care. I believe that's a way of life here in Carroll County and the Delphi area. As Captain Burson indicated, we now have monies for a reward. I believe we're in upwards to around $41,000, with $25,000 being donated by the FBI, $10,000 by the Indiana Packers, a local business. The Andersons have donated $5,000. Indiana Lafayette Savings and Loans has donated $1,000. They do that because they care. We need to solve this case. We have every resource that we can think of to prompt people to give us information. We need to get the murderer of Liberty German and Abigail Williams into custody sooner rather than later. That will be the end of our press conference. As far as speakers at this time, we will entertain questions.
Is there any specific information that says the person is local or from far away? No. Could this be a stranger crime? That's a possibility. Could this be somebody that knew that the girls were going to be there at that time? That's a possibility. Nothing is off the table.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The only thing I would add is where the FBI can come involved, and if it does lead interstate or multi-jurisdictionally, we have that capability to stretch it further outside of this immediate community across the state or across state lines.
Let's go one at a time. I'll let you do your follow-up, then I'll come to you. What's your follow? Go ahead and do your follow-up.
How long after Liberty posted to social media did this crime happen? Did the murders happen immediately after, or was there a time for someone to see them on social media and then meet them on that trail?
As a special, we know that there are going to be lots of questions that we specifically cannot answer, because there are things that we do not want to tip our hand to the person that's responsible for this. That kind of information we're keeping close to ourselves. Is it reasonable to think that that's an area, one of two things happen. That was a chance encounter. That's possible. Don't think it's likely, but it's possible. Or that person knew that they were going to be there. That's possible as well. Those are things that we're looking into. Question over here.
On communication with this individual, has there been any evidence of that from the girls with this person?
Similar to what I just said, there's specific pieces of information that we're not discussing. The best example that I can give you is if somebody is a victim of a burglary and then they're murdered, everybody wants to know how they were murdered. If we go into the details and we say they were stabbed twice in the back and they were shot in the head, then everybody hears that. And then we get tips, people tell us that, and the tip is useless. We're keeping information that will only be known by the person or by who that person told. And when that's shared with us, it will set off the alarm bells and we'll know.
Captain, based upon what you have and other investigators have seen of this crime, do you believe this individual has killed before, and what makes you believe he will do it again?
Greg, I'll let Agent Massa address that.
There has been no indication right now that this is part of a serial murder, if that's what your question is. So as of the facts that we have collected at this point in time, we have not tied it to any other known homicides.
Captain, you played 3 words. You have an extensive volume of video and audio. You're not sharing it, and there's been more.
We have other information that we're not sharing, and specific to your question, Raphael, keep in mind that there is a likeliness, the possibility of more than one person. We're not saying that the voice that you heard is the same as this person here. This is all very complicated, very involved, and as much as we would like to tell you everything, more importantly, we want to solve the crime.
Can you clarify those who you just said that is not the voice of the person? Just clarify that statement.
That could be or could not be.
So where's the audio from them? So just so
The audio is also from Liberty's phone. So again, she had the presence of mind to have the phone on and to capture video as well as audio.
Can you talk about how long that video took, even if you can't share it?
No, I can't.
To be clear, is that a loop that you're playing several times?
That is a loop that we played 4 times for purposes for you to hear it.
The cell phones were found with one cell phone. Did the suspect or suspects leave anything that you can talk about at the scene?
No, there's nothing I can speak to about the scene investigation and collection of evidence.
Did that photo come from one of the girls' cell phones in that recording?
Yes, and thank you for asking that, Paris. To clarify, the image that you're looking at here came from Liberty's phone.
Is it longer? Are you holding some that you can see how he walks? Is there any more of this image of this suspect?
There's nothing that we are prepared to release at this time.
Can you, I guess, reconcile, this is believed to be the main suspect, the voice is believed to be a suspect. Can you say you believe that's the voice of that man in that photo?
No, I can't say that because we weren't there. We know that voice was captured from her cell phone. We know this image was captured from her cell phone. Keep in mind, all of you are in the television business. What do you see out of the TV? You see this. You don't see what's over here. You don't see what's over here. So there's lots more that we're looking at.
Captain, how was it determined that he was the main suspect? Can you go into detail on that?
As I indicated before, the reason we believe this is a suspect is based on the totality of the evidence that we've gathered thus far. that has led us to believe this is the person that at least participated in the murders of Liberty German and Abigail Williams.
The picture that you guys have, as we mentioned before, it seems like it was enhanced, and we talked about that a little bit yesterday. And how enhanced is this picture? Did it come from a Snapchat photo that she had saved? Was he in the background corner? I mean, how far away was he from a picture that she might have just snapped on that bridge?
Now, we're not going to release that part of the information, but it did come from her phone, which entails that even though we enhanced it, it's the best we have. That's the image we're giving. And just because you and I do not recognize that photo, there, as indicated earlier, a person that works with what appears to be a male white in that photo might recognize him. Again, a family member might recognize that. Unfortunately, it's the best we have, and that's what we're going to go with at this time. If we decide to go other routes later, we'll let you know.
Just to clarify one point here, do you believe that based on the evidence you guys have, that Libby turned her cell phone on and started recording specifically because this person seemed suspicious or was creeping her out in some way? And if so, what's your reaction to a 14-year-old having the presence of mind to do that?
This young lady's a hero. There's no doubt. To have enough presence of mind to activate the video system on her cell phone to record what we believe is criminal behavior that is about to occur. As far as the first part of your question, that's something we're going to keep close to the vest as part of our investigation. But there's no doubt in our minds that that young lady is a hero.
And along those lines, I know you guys have to keep on it, close to you, but there's a lot of experience up here. Have you guys ever seen anything like some of the details we're seeing with this case? I mean, is this something that you guys have seen parallel with in other areas?
Well, unfortunately, when you're in the law enforcement business, there are crimes that occur in this nature. As far as the time frame and different things, in my experience, are unique to my career, but there are a lot of smart people standing behind me that will probably have a different answer. But again, rest assured, we're using our resources to put the person and or persons that murdered Liberty German and Abigail Williams into our jail here in Carroll County.
The only thing that I want to add to that is all of you have more questions than we can answer here today without compromising the case. I think we all can agree there's one thing we want to do. We want to capture the person or persons responsible for this crime. We wanted to get the audio clip out to you. We wanted to confirm to you where that image came from. We've accomplished those two things here today. We encourage you to play that audio to your audiences frequently over the days to come so that we can develop a tip to that tip line or to the email address that I gave you or to the website information that will be on the State Police website at 10:45. At this time, we're going to conclude the news conference. Thank you all very much for coming here today and to helping to spread the word. Thank you.
All right, that's the end of that press conference. We're going to take you now to a press conference here in Maricopa County. An update on crime here in Arizona. This is the Bill Montgomery press conference. Looks like it hasn't started yet, so we are going to instead take you to live aerials courtesy of Skyfox. A search warrant scene. Live aerials courtesy of Skyfox. I'm going to work to get you guys some information as to what exactly is happening here. Again, Skyfox on the scene of a multi-agency search warrant. Police in El Mirage saying they'll provide an update once they are briefed by detectives. We don't know what authorities are looking for. We just know it is a multi-agency search warrant being executed in El Mirage, Arizona. For those of you not too familiar with the Arizona area, El Mirage is a city in Maricopa County, population of about 32,000, 31,000. Again, a search warrant, a multi-agency search warrant being served. El Mirage, Arizona. El Mirage not too far from Sun City West in Peoria. It is northwest of downtown Phoenix. All right, if we get any additional information as to what exactly is happening here, we'll obviously bring it to you live on News Now. In the meantime, we're going to take you back to Bill Montgomery's press
convicted
conference.
of child prostitution who are eligible for probation up to a term of lifetime probation if they're convicted. The second thing I want to mention related to legislation is HB 2242. I spoke about this last time, and there's a risk that this bill may not make it through this session, and I want to underscore that this particular piece of legislation adds language to Arizona Revised Statutes 13-2910 on cruelty to animals and makes the offense of intentionally or knowingly subjecting a domestic animal to cruel mistreatment as a Class 5 felony. Currently, violations of that statute, if they meet the felony threshold, are only a Class 6 felony. I say only because they can be designated a misdemeanor under Arizona law. And so we've had many circumstances, upwards of a couple of dozen over the last few years, where we've had knowing or intentional cruel mistreatment of animals, deliberate shooting of horses, stomping of a dog's head, the cooking of a dog in a barbecue, and because of the level of felony, they're not being treated with the same degree of seriousness that the public expects the criminal justice system to treat them as. So we as prosecutors are limited with the tools that we have to try to seek what the public expects as a just punishment. I want to underscore, too, that the definitions in this case for cruel mistreatment means, and it's not broadly defined, to torture or otherwise inflict unnecessary serious physical injury on an animal, or to kill an animal in a manner that causes protracted suffering to the animal. Intentionally or knowingly killing a domestic animal without legal privilege or consent of the domestic animal's owner or handler is added to that language in order to address circumstances in which some stakeholders to the process had a concern that if an animal was attacking one of my children or was otherwise acting in a way that required me to kill the animal or to take action that could cause the type of physical pain or suffering that cruel mistreatment defines, that there's not a specific justification statute within Arizona law. So we're agreeable to amend it and make sure that that justification privilege is in there. It's not the intent to create a broader classification of animal cruelty violations or to incorporate anything involving legitimate livestock operations into this statute. It's solely meant, and I'll address the definition of domestic animals, to address mammals which are kept primarily as a pet or companion or that are bred to be a pet or companion. And I'm emphasizing this again because if this measure does not go through, then we're going to remain in a circumstance where we could have additional horrific acts of animal cruelty that are ultimately treated as a misdemeanor with no significant punishment imposed whatsoever. And over the course of the last several years, it's become very clear to me as the elected county attorney that we're not meeting the public's expectation of what they think should be happening in these cases. So again, our tools as prosecutors are limited. So if this does not go through this session, then we were going to have at least another year in which this kind of conduct could occur, and we're going to fall short of what the public's expectation is of what a just punishment should be under these circumstances and what we're able to do as prosecutors. Next, I want to highlight Freedom from Violence Walk. We're a proud supporter of the 3rd annual Freedom from Violence Walk. It's organized by the Damian Gosa Memorial Foundation, a community organization that this office has partnered with in the past to include community grants through our RICO Community Grant Program. The focus is to empower, the Damian Gosa Memorial Foundation's focus is to empower, encourage, motivate, and inspire at-risk youth to rise above their environment.
All right, we're going to continue monitoring that search warrant scene. We're going to put Bill Montgomery in the corner of your screen, guys.
A violent home invasion. He was known as an outstanding local athlete, playing basketball at a Valley High School and going on to pursue his career at the college level before returning home to Phoenix. The 5K walk is on Saturday, March 4th, and will begin and end at South Point Elementary School, and that's near 20th Street and Southern at 9 a.m. Directly following the walk is the Stand Up for Right block party, which will begin at about 11 a.m., depending on stragglers. The goal of the day is to bring the community together and support the dreams and goals of youth while steering them away from violence. I'll be participating in that. Others within this office and certainly throughout the community are going to be participating too, and I wanted to highlight that. That's a good illustration of a local community organization that's making a difference on behalf of youth. The last thing I want to address, particularly before going to your questions, has to deal with the case of State v. Allen Feigenblatt. I'll spell that last name for you. Feigenblat. He was sentenced last Tuesday the 14th to 1 year of unsupervised probation and 160 hours of community restitution for false voter registration, a Class 1 misdemeanor. In September of 2016, Mr. Feigenblatt electronically filed a fraudulent application for a voting card with the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. He falsely claimed that he was currently a citizen of the United States and had been born in New York. The reality was that he was not a U.S. citizen, but he was a legal resident from Israel. By providing false information, he was able to obtain a valid voter's card. He then posted on social media what he had done. We thank him for his assistance in identifying the crime, and we then prosecuted him accordingly. So that's the specific information that I wanted to share. What questions do you have? Okay, thank you.
Bill, can you...
Well, let's talk about what President Trump announced yesterday. I'm wondering if 287G authority is restored, what effect that might have on the immigration detainer decision that was announced by the sheriff with legal guidance provided by your office last week.
Well, if we go back in time and look at what happened with the 287G program, and in particular what was occurring within Maricopa County at that time, when the Department of Justice announced that they were going to file a lawsuit against the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office and Maricopa County, the 287G program was canceled, as well as access to the Secured Communities database. Following that, I had a conversation with then Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, Janet Napolitano, and advised her that by limiting our access to that information, we were no longer able to do two important things. Number one, at that period of time, we had a constitutional provision that permitted courts to deny bail to those who were unlawfully present in the United States, where there was proof evident or presumption great of their unlawful presence and that they had committed a serious offense. So it denied us the ability to perform our responsibility under the state constitution to provide information to the courts. Secondly, it also denied us the ability to provide notification to local consulates or consular representatives as required under the 1963 Vienna Treaty on Consular Relations. As a consequence then of that position we were placed in, ICE put agents inside of the jail to facilitate those checks. So now fast forward to this day. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office is still under supervision of a federal court, still under supervision of a federal court monitor for the circumstances and the alleged conduct that formed the basis of canceling the 287G program several years ago. So I do not believe that the Sheriff's Office is in a position where they could even ask if they wanted to, which is a whole other question, to participate in a 287G program or 287G-like program. I don't think that that would be permitted under the current circumstances. So I don't see anything changing with respect to how the Sheriff's Office currently has an arrangement with ICE to still have those checks done, because still to this day, we have the obligation to provide notice under the Vienna Treaty, and as recently as February 9th, representatives of the Mexican consulate noted that they appreciated the relationship with law enforcement in being made aware when Mexican nationals are in custody so that the Mexican consulate can provide services. So we still need that information. And even though there's no longer a constitutional provision addressing unlawful presence in the United States is still one of many factors listed under statute for a court to consider in making a release decision. So we still need that information too. So that's the entirety of the context and where I think things are at today. I don't believe that the administration's interest in wanting to further 287G relationships is going to allow the Sheriff's Office to change the nature of its relationship with ICE as it pertains to jail operations in that regard.
So things won't change regarding the immigration detainee decision?
See, if I gave you that answer, you would have then asked me several follow-ups, so I tried to provide you the big answer at first. Yes?
What about street enforcement? I know that they also have their 287G ability stripped for them on the street level as well. Do you think that would remain in place too?
Well, I don't think that 287G authority is coming back anytime soon for the Sheriff's Office while it continues under supervision of a federal court and a court monitor. You know, and we would do well to remember too that one of the aspects of the lawsuit that was filed originally by the Department of Justice and then the lawsuit that was filed in a case known as Melendrez addressed part of the operations that were occurring consistent with 287G authority. And ironically enough or not, one of the aspects of that was the utilization of race as a factor among others in immigration enforcement, which the Sheriff's Office had been trained to do by federal agents, and the court found to be part of the problem in ordering the remedies that it did and continues to monitor for. Sorry, so the short answer, so I'll give the long answer and I'll give the short answer. The short answer is I don't see that coming back in the current environment in which the Sheriff's Office is being supervised.
Now, how did you get to the review and the information that you imparted on MCSO for them to make their policy change? How did you get to that review? Is that something they asked you to do? Were you doing this as part of the new administration, reviewing all their procedures and policies?
No, not at all. And Amanda let me know that you had that question. I was trying to think, you know, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Did the client come forward and say, review these policies? And really at that point, I can tell you that there was not a wholesale request to review all office policies and procedures. But these issues come up from time to time. I know everybody's aware that we've also been asked to take a look at the election relationship between the Board of Supervisors and the County Recorder. In the past, I've been asked to take a look at how the Treasurer's Office conducts their duties and responsibilities in conjunction with the Board of Supervisors. This is part of that function of the County Attorney's Office in providing the civil legal advice to county agencies and other elected officials. So in that regard, this is me being an attorney for my client where an issue came up with respect to a local law enforcement official's authority to detain someone under what is called a courtesy hold from Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And it really doesn't matter for purposes of the legal analysis who brought the issue up first, as much as the legal conclusion that we had to come to. When I say that we had to come to, that literally is it. We looked at cases in California, Texas, Illinois. I can't remember if the other case, which state in the Ninth Circuit it came from, but multiple cases, and they all consistently analyzed this from a Fourth Amendment standpoint. that if there is no basis from a criminal perspective to detain someone beyond the point in time when a state court orders release, then it's in violation of the Fourth Amendment. You know, there are some wrinkles to that. If ICE were to present a criminal warrant or something where there had been judicial determination of probable cause, it changes the analysis. We're not there. We were looking at what happens when you have a civil detainer request. And it's pretty consistent in multiple district courts in multiple states that a state law enforcement official doesn't have the authority to hold somebody longer than it takes to process them for release under a state court order. Now, that analysis also concluded that there's no prohibition for notifying ICE that a release may be pending, no prohibition from cooperating with ICE to transfer a detainee either. And that's, in some reporting, that's kind of been lost, that the immigration detainer is initially placed because of the circumstances that we have that I was telling Steve. You've got ICE agents working in the jail who have to do those checks. So if they do a check on somebody and find out that they're not in the country with lawful presence, there's a question, additional investigation needed, that notice is put into the system or provided to the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. That information is accepted. And then when we have an instance in which somebody's going to be released from state custody, because of the information provided by ICE, there then is a communication back to them that, hey, this particular person who you've identified as someone that you want to detain is subject to release under state authority. And so we're processing them. And ICE then has a heads up so that a transfer can be made. All the case law that we reviewed does not prohibit any of that. And that effort at cooperation and communication continues. You know, the other thing that we need to keep in mind too is that there is a mutual public safety mission that federal law enforcement and local law enforcement has, and none of the information provided to the Sheriff's Office, none of the stances or statements from the Sheriff's Office indicates anything other than a willingness to have that sort of cooperation.
The MCSO released last night, we reported that ICE has not picked up anybody that they have made notice of since last Friday.
And I don't have any information on that. All I'd say is that that's an issue then for the Sheriff's Office and ICE to continue to work out. I can tell you that that my office, in conjunction with ICE and MCSO, are working on how to establish the best relationship for affecting communication and assisting with the transfer of people once they leave state custody. But there are a number of issues then for us that we've got to work through, the most boring of which is who takes custody at what point so that liability ends for one agency and it begins for another.
Well, according to the statement that MCSO released last night, ICE had been there a couple times a day picking up people on holds throughout this whole process.
Yeah.
And then come Friday night, that all stopped.
Yeah, and Don, I have to refer you either to ICE or back to MCSO for that. I'm not involved in the actual transfers. I just get to be the one to say that looks good or that doesn't look good.
And can you also explain to me, and maybe I'm just the one that's losing this on this, but what would be a criminal hold?
Well, depending upon the way in which someone unlawfully enters the country, there are criminal immigration violations as opposed to civil immigration violations. And I'm not an expert in this area. What I know is through osmosis and 6 years of being involved in this. But there are criminal immigration violations. So if there was an arrest warrant that was issued for a criminal immigration violation, that would be treated differently than what I'll call simple, in these circumstances, a simple civil immigration hold. A civil request hasn't been reviewed by a judge and has a very different burden that when federal courts have reviewed that circumstance, they've concluded that this doesn't meet Fourth Amendment requirements. So it's the difference between the two, criminal investigations versus a civil request. It's why they, in the past, well still now, they've been referred to as a courtesy hold. It was a courtesy hold to help facilitate the administrative processing and transferring of custody. And in that regard, Why does it need to be done now? Well, we're aware of it now. We're aware of what the case law is. So, I as the county attorney could, in dereliction of duty, not tell this to my client and wait for a lawsuit to work its way through and then have a court order us to do it, and then we get to pay attorney's fees to the plaintiffs. I'm kind of tired of that process. In all the litigation that we've done in areas involving immigration, we've lost a couple. We've been denied review of certiorari by the U.S. Supreme Court and others, and we've won some. Most recently, we won a case against the ACLU in Puente involving identity theft in the employment context. So, we got to a point where we understand where we can make successful legal arguments and where we can't. And where we can't, again, it would be a dereliction of duty on my part not to advise my client and not to take action to protect taxpayers in Maricopa County.
Couldn't you have made this decision 6 months ago, advised your client then not to do this?
I don't think so, Bram. Well, when the issue came up, and it wasn't an issue 6 months ago, I can tell you that.
There was no case law on this then?
Well, there wasn't the status of the case law that we have now, because the one that I specifically referred to out of Dallas County was just issued in January of this year. And that's the one that I said best illustrates our circumstance because the facts are very similar. That case is not controlling. It's in a separate circuit. But it's in the Fifth Circuit. I mean, it's out of Texas. If you got a Texas district court that's going to say that, I don't have to wait for the Ninth Circuit to adopt it. Again, this isn't our first rodeo. We've been down this road several times before, and in the identity theft case that I was just alluding to, we were even successful in getting the Ninth Circuit to overturn a temporary restraining order. So we've got a really good feel for, again, what arguments are going to be successful and what arguments are likely to fail.
So ICE is saying this was a dangerous decision, putting potentially violent offenders or suspects out on the streets. What's your response to ICE?
Well, I'd prefer to point out that was before we had a chance to meet and explain what exactly it was that we were looking at, and that the advice provided doesn't deny or counsel against communicating with ICE or cooperating for the transfer of detainees. So while I can appreciate initial concern, I don't believe that as we move forward that ICE will find an uncooperative partner or will find the county attorney's office advising the sheriff to take any actions that would frustrate that shared mission of public safety. And some of the circumstances that we've seen in other parts of the country in which someone left state custody and then committed a serious offense were cases in which there's no communication between the jail and ICE, and that's not the circumstance that we have here.
People are worried about another Ronnebeck type of case. So maybe you can start by telling us what kind of offenders or suspects are typically released to ICE. They're not murder suspects.
Well, they're individuals who have been ordered released from state custody.
Are they posted bond in most cases?
Maybe, or they've been ordered OR released. Or it could be a circumstance in which they've been sentenced and they've been released for probation, or my office hasn't been able to file charges within a 48-hour window. In other words, they're individuals who have been ordered released from state custody for a whole variety of circumstances. But in a situation where we've got someone who may be charged with murder, very unlikely that they're going to be ordered released from state custody. So that's not a circumstance that I see as one being an imminent threat to the community either. Now, having said that, I mean, we've had circumstances where we've prosecuted someone, had them sentenced, they've been released to ICE custody, ICE has done its job, and then individuals subsequently have been paroled pending further immigration proceedings. So it's a circumstance too, Bram, where I can continue to say, as a local elected law enforcement official, we're charged with doing our job, and then once custody is transferred to the federal government, I have no input into those immigration proceedings. I can't predict what will happen. Now, in the past, I've had local immigration attorneys tell me that, gosh, if you charge people with certain felonies, they're guaranteed deportation. Well, no, they wind up being released into the community. And others tell me, if you'll offer someone a misdemeanor in a circumstance, it will protect them from deportation. And I've seen the federal government pursue deportation there too. So the bigger picture here, I would say, is that the communication between the sheriff's office to notify ICE that someone has been ordered released from state custody continues. Cooperation in the transfer of people that ICE has identified as part of a civil immigration detainer is available. Just the window is tighter. Instead of being able to keep that person for 24 to 48 hours, which federal courts are saying is in violation of the Fourth Amendment, that window is now maybe 5 to 8 hours.
So would any of the, I think, 24 or so people who've been released since Friday night, or 26, any of the 26
You sit corrected.
who've been released, how concerned are you that any one of them presents a danger to the community?
Well, I'm going to rely on the fact that if they've been released from state custody, we've done a review at our state level of what kind of immediate threat they would pose to the citizens of Maricopa County. And we've got our own internal communication system where if there is someone that we have a concern about and may potentially be released if we're unable to file charges, we'll take a look to see what the status of an investigation is or what we can do. And certainly, again, if there are concerns that federal agencies have about a particular individual, we answer the phone. We're talking to people. We want to cooperate. In many ways, we have a much better environment from a standpoint of immigration enforcement to work on now than we had before. So this is not a circumstance now where there are any unintended or intended efforts to try to frustrate that kind of enforcement. I wish we'd had consistent enforcement going back 20 years, let alone the failure of the last 8 not to do so. So I think the short answer to your question then, as we go forward, where there are concerns about individuals, I expect law enforcement to be communicating to address them as best we can, just like we've done before.
So are you comfortable none of these 24 represents any threat to the community?
Oh, I can't say that, Bram. You could have someone who gets picked up on criminal trespass and they run
admittedly, thrown for a loop by this, and your own spokesperson did not know about this. So it just came across as very abrupt. I mean, were there any other mitigating factors as to the timing of your advice to NCSO?
Mitigating factor, I was saying aggravating factor was it was on a Friday afternoon.
Well, yeah, so why did you said you...
Well, again, it was a consequence of coming to a conclusion about the status of our legal research and then the need to communicate it to our client. It was no more complicated or no more complicated than that. Just we got to a point in time where we felt comfortable about understanding the legal environment and what we were going to have to say, and then advising our client at that point in time. I invite you to engage in the thought experiment that what if we had waited until Tuesday to have the meeting with our client? We would have gone through a whole 3-day weekend and potentially added to an entire class of individuals who could have filed suit under the circumstances that we've been detailing. That would have been equally derelict in our responsibility as attorneys for our client. So it was a circumstance where once we felt comfortable with the legal basis for the advice to provided the advice, and that was the time and day in which it happened.
So I guess that leads to the question, if you said you've been working on it for a long time...
I didn't say that.
Oh, how long have you been working on this analysis?
A couple weeks.
Just a couple weeks. So what prompted it in the first place? And can you give us a timeline of the whole...
Yeah, and I don't want to comment on actual pending litigation. I'll just say that issues were raised in the course of potential litigation that we needed to address on behalf of our client.
So there is pending litigation that involves this policy?
I am neither confirming or denying that because I'm not going to talk about pending litigation.
What specifically was your advice? Do you tell them, stop, don't do this? What's that advice look like?
Well, and I'm only going to talk about what my client has talked about because otherwise it's attorney-client privileged. It was that in circumstances in which we have a state court order to release someone from the jail, they have to be released, and you can't hold them on the basis of a civil immigration detainer. And you can communicate with ICE that we've got the state court order and someone's going to be processed for release, and you can cooperate in the transfer of custody of someone once they've been released from state custody. I'd almost say it's black letter law from what we're seeing federal courts conclude when they're analyzing this issue. And the issue's been raised in the context of substantive due process claims and under the Fourth Amendment. And courts have been very clear, too, that this isn't a substantive due process issue, fairness of procedure, other substantive due process and analysis, but rather this is a simple Fourth Amendment review. If you don't have probable cause to detain somebody, you can't do it. And so at that point in time, when you're going to release someone from state custody, if you don't have probable cause to continue to detain them, you can't. Even if it's out of an effort at wanting to be courteous and trying to facilitate the transfer of custody to a federal agency.
Bill, do you think the sudden stoppage by ICE on these pickups as of Friday after the announcement is just a we'll show you kind of thing?
No, I know ICE locally has had issues with resources in the past. The difference being that in the past, a lack of resources helped facilitate a political decision made by the administration at that time. And I would say I think we almost have the opposite of that now, that that the previous resource situation for ICE is hampering efforts by the administration to engage in a fuller enforcement of immigration law, now occurring within the context, too, where local law enforcement agencies aren't able to hold people for extended periods of time. So you got a couple things going on. It could be more difficult. I don't know this for certain. It could be more difficult for ICE to be able to put the shifts of personnel together to be able to actually go out and do the pickups within the shorter time frames, and the fact that local law enforcement agencies can't hold them for longer time frames. And it could very well be just a confluence of those two circumstances. And that's kind of where we're at. Because I think going forward, if ICE is able to make those pickups within 5 to 8 hours of when they're notified of someone's release, then that's going to happen on a recurring basis. It's just a question of if they get short-staffed or unable to get there after that particular time frame, we're not going to be permitted by courts to hold someone for a longer period of time. And we're working to try to avoid that.
Would you like to see all county police departments assigned 287G agreements?
I don't know if that's the best thing now, because there also is the ongoing need for us to have the cooperation by everyone in the community who are victims of crimes and who are witness to crimes. And even if that were to happen, my guidance to law enforcement wouldn't be any different. It still is operative with the remaining provisions of what was known as SB 1070. Investigations into someone's immigration status are secondary to criminal investigations, and interacting with people who are victims of crime or witnesses to crime is the paramount focus for law enforcement in holding offenders accountable. So that's going to be the focus regardless of what happens going forward. I do think, and this is part of the sane approach to federal immigration reform that was published here in Arizona several years ago, that when you get to a point where we do have the sort of wholesale review and addressing all the issues we have with this nation's immigration system, legal and illegal immigration, there's going to have to be some cooperative relationship between local, state, and federal law enforcement. We're never going to have enough federal immigration officers, whether it's Customs and Border Protection or Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, to be able to do the type of day-to-day investigation and interaction with individuals that local law enforcement would otherwise be able to provide. And I don't think we want that kind of an environment either, where there's a federal official on every corner. But should there be a cooperative effort that when law enforcement comes into contact with people who are in the country without lawful authority and provide that information to the federal government? Yeah, I think we can get to that too, and still be able to address concerns of local public safety with that caveat that I gave you earlier.
So given what you just said, how much do these orders from DHS released yesterday, how much does that complicate your job in reaching victims and reaching witnesses when they have said that hundreds of thousands of people in this community could potentially be deported?
Well, the two things that I would mention on that, Bram, is first, I haven't read all the orders. I read part of the first one that came out. that basically, from what I read, restated what the law is and provided guidance that previous limitations to immigration deportation were no longer operative, or whatever that particular language was. But that still talks about the relationship between federal officials and individuals who are in the country without lawful authority. That really existed before, even if the scope of individuals who might be deported was narrowed by a policy decision of the previous administration. The fact that this current administration may broaden that to cover the entire scope of what the law provides for doesn't affect the guidance that I've provided to local law enforcement, nor does it affect what I was mentioning earlier, and I'll restate it again because it's important. When local law enforcement contacts a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime, that initial focus is on the criminal investigation that involves violations of state law. And that's what I'm concerned about as a county attorney. And I know that law enforcement here within Maricopa County, from the sheriff's office today or even before, is first and foremost on public safety and upholding our state laws and protecting the local community. That doesn't change. So in those initial criminal investigations, the focus is on, again, what that state law violation may be, and not on federal immigration law. And so it's my continuing guidance that I'm interested in holding offenders accountable. So if you're dealing with a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime, their immigration status doesn't matter. It's not part of that initial criminal investigation.
But when you have an order that is creating an environment on the other side, the victim side, the witness side, that suggests if you have a contact with law enforcement, and if you have a speeding ticket, a DUI, you might inadvertently put yourself at risk of deportation. So it's not you guys doing anything, it's the environment on that side. And I wonder what you think about that, how that might affect what you do.
Well, I would distinguish the different examples that you just gave into two categories. One are victims of crime and witnesses to crime, and the other are people who are committing crimes. People who are committing crimes is, yeah, so because that's a whole different category. For the group of individuals who are victims of crimes or witnesses to crimes, that law enforcement contact involves a local criminal investigation and does not, by its very nature, involve questions of someone's immigration status. And so the focus for law enforcement, as it has been, and this goes all the way back to when SB 1070 was first passed too, I provided guidance to law enforcement. We had a lot of communications, did a lot of outreach to the Hispanic community, which continues to this day. Even had a phone call this morning with a local Hispanic pastor about what I have consistently said continues. The federal government can say that that they want to have constant contact with individuals, but that's different than what local law enforcement will have. And the question also sort of brings into play what's the real role in our system of federalism between decisions that are made by a federal executive authority and local state law enforcement officials within the executive branch. We have Supreme Court case law that says the federal government cannot co-opt local executive branch officials to carry out federal policy. In the area of immigration enforcement, there has been a cooperative relationship. 287G is one example of that. Being able to notify ICE and facilitate the transfer of the detainee is another example of a cooperative relationship. But the federal government cannot mandate that with every contact there has to be a series of questions asked. That's just not something that would be constitutional either. So, you know, I would say again that, you know, for people who are victims of crime or witnesses to crime, reporting it, cooperating with law enforcement is a local law enforcement criminal investigation concern and does not require or involve questions about immigration status.
But I guess you can understand how, given, again, the environment, the message these orders send.
Oh, sure, sure.
Concerned about talking to you or your investigators.
Yeah, no, and that's why I'm willing to continue that mantra as well and continue to underscore that if you're a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime, your cooperation with local law enforcement is focused on holding offenders accountable and wanting to ensure that we're enforcing state law, and does not then necessarily involve any kind of reporting to ICE under that scenario. Even for the topics that we've been discussing this morning, if we go back to the one category of individuals who are committing crimes, that's a scenario in which, yeah, they probably will come to the attention of the federal government, especially if they're being booked into jail because of the necessity for those citizenship and immigration checks. But again, that's a whole other category of individuals now where someone's committed a crime or they've done something that led to an arrest. I have no problem with that. I don't think anybody does. What I want to underscore, though, in the point that I think you're making with the question is, well, what about those who haven't committed a crime? Should they be concerned about contact with local law enforcement? No, especially if you're a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime. Your cooperation, your participation in the investigation and subsequent prosecution is necessary for us to hold offenders accountable. And the only point I'll make to that, too, is that we do not live in a community where we all look the same unless you're not a citizen. That's not the kind of community we have. In fact, there are very few places in America I think you can go today where you can walk down the street and say citizen, non-citizen. There's just no way to know. So I will not tolerate a circumstance in Maricopa County where there is any group of individuals who think that because they may not have a lawful immigration status, that it's okay for them to be victimized. Conversely, I don't want any criminal to think that they can guess that there's a particular part of our community that may be an immigrant community, lawful or not, and it's okay to victimize them. Because the house that they're robbing may very well be a first-generation American versus someone who's been here since the territory was under Mexican or Spanish control. There's no way to know that, and so I'm not going to tolerate any kind of a distinction along those lines.
With this new approach announced yesterday, do you see an increased risk, in light of what you've been telling us for the last 10 or 15 minutes, of racial or ethnic profiling by law enforcement?
No, I don't think so. I think law enforcement gets short shrift in many instances. Car stops. You often can't tell when you're in a police car behind another car the race of someone, let alone whether or not it's male or female. You don't know that information until you come up to the car. And ironically enough, in many instances, including the sheriff's office now, they're expected to track the race of the person that they're stopping. But even in that circumstance, I don't think there is an enhanced risk per se of racial profiling. And I'll get back to the point I was making earlier too. I dare say there are very few places in this country, if any, where you can look at someone and try to guess their race or ethnicity and then deduce whether or not they're here legally or not.
Well, driving while brown is something that we've been talking about in our country for a long time.
As well as driving while black.
True. But in the case of people from Mexico, do you think who may not be documented? Do you think that there's going to be more cases in which law enforcers overstep in their zeal to follow these new guidelines?
No. And again, these new guidelines address federal agencies. They do not address local law enforcement. And U.S. Supreme Court has made it very clear that federal policies cannot co-opt local executive branch officials to carry out those policies. So, I mean, to the extent that I can help address concerns in that regard, I will say law enforcement here within Maricopa County are professionals. Occasionally do we have people who fall below the expected standard? We do, and we prosecute them. But I do not believe that simply making a policy statement or issuing memoranda from the Department of Homeland Security is going to then automatically result in a change in the professionalism of our local law enforcement.
Bill, changing gears, Alan Smith last week rejected a plea.
Mm-hmm.
Does your office plan to seek the death penalty in that case, and if so, why or why not?
We filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty within the appropriate time frame at the outset of the case, and the failure to resolve the case short of trial means that we continue along that path.
The victim's family has been very outspoken about that.
Mm-hmm.
So you're in accordance with that?
Well, the difficult thing, too, with receiving input from a victim's family in a capital case, and they have a constitutional right to provide information to the prosecutor, and that's always taken into account when reviewing a capital case. And I've been very careful in the past, and I'll say it again today, that the victim's interest in the resolution of a case are always important, but never singularly dispositive. I will never allow a defendant or a defendant's family or associates to believe that if they can affect the victim's attitude towards a case, it will necessarily change a decision about prosecution. I'm never going to put a victim in that circumstance. And so I'm aware of the next of kin's feelings in this particular case. They were taken into account, and with the rejection of a resolution, any discrepancy between how it might have been resolved and how the next of kin feels about the case, it's moot now. We're moving forward with it.
Also, DPS is in the process of doing an internal review regarding a pursuit with their second in charge that ended up in a death. Will you get that case for review kind of similar to what you would get if there was an officer involved shooting?
Not necessarily. We would only get that case in one of two circumstances. If there was a belief that there was something that needed to be noted for our Rule 15 disclosure database, or if there was a belief that there was a potential criminal charge that needed to be reviewed. Otherwise, no.
And do you feel confident? I mean, do you think, since somebody so high up in the organization is under review or under investigation, I guess, do you think that should be farmed out?
It's up to the individual agency on that. Arizona law doesn't require one way or another. And in these circumstances, there's always the opportunity for second guessing, particularly during the pendency of an investigation, and then even more so afterwards. You just have to wait and see at the conclusion of the investigation what kind of information is provided and the conclusion that's reached. Because you could say that, well, if they farmed it out to another agency, that the other agency doesn't have the resources or capacity to do a full investigation, as opposed to saying, well, you've got an agency that understands their own policies and procedures better than anybody else does, so reviewing whether or not there was compliance with those rests best with the agency responsible for it.
Oftentimes, too, in officer-involved shootings, you have a county attorney kind of assigned and walk through whatever agency is investigating. Is that the case in this as well? Because you just said it would get to your office if it was a possible criminal, but internally, what if they don't want to prosecute their own kind of thing? And what if there is potential for criminal conduct?
Well, if there's a request for a criminal review, we would look at it, but our use of force protocol doesn't necessitate in that circumstance having a deputy county attorney called out to the scene. It's a different set of circumstances, so it wouldn't call for that.
I wanted to ask about Tony Flop. He was the boy who died hiking last year. Apparently, police have submitted.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this Maricopa County crime update, take you to the White House. We have tape playback of Donald Trump discussing the budget. Looks like Stephen Mnuchin also there. It's tape playback from the White House. This feed should be starting any minute now. Again, stay with us. This is how it works basically, guys. They send us a feed that is tape playback. The White House tapes it and then plays it back for us, and we get that fed into us in real time. We are going to play it out for you as it's being fed to us from the White House. As you can see, the video currently frozen on its opening shot. Again, this is tape playback from the White House. Donald Trump lunch discussing the budget.
Thank you all very much. This will be somewhat of an informal meeting. I want to congratulate Mick Mulvaney, who's been confirmed, finally. We waited a long time by the Senate, and he's going to be an absolutely great director. Total confidence in Mick, known him for a long time. He loves those budgets. Unfortunately, the budget that we're inheriting, essentially inheriting, is a mess. The finances of our country are a mess. But we're going to clean them up. Things that we've been doing, including negotiating deals that have already been negotiating, so you call it renegotiating on airplanes and lots of other things, military items. We'll end up either getting many more planes free or we're going to save a lot of money, but we've already saved a lot. Billions and billions of dollars has been saved. We have enormous work to do as the national debt doubled over the last 8 years. Our debt has doubled over a short period of time. I want the American people to know that our budget will reflect their priorities. We'll be directing all of our departments and agencies to protect every last American and every last tax dollar. No more wasted money. We're going to be spending the money in a very, very careful manner. Our moral duty to the taxpayer requires us to make our government leaner and more accountable. We must do a lot more with less. And we must stop the improper payments, end the abuses, negotiate better prices, and look for every last dollar of saving. We've already imposed hiring freezes on non-essential government workers, and part of our commitment is to continue to do that for the American taxpayer. We have appointed a cabinet that knows how to manage dollars wisely. I've known many of the folks for a long time. They've been tremendous winners, whether it's Steve or Gary or another Steve right here. And that's why I will direct them to manage the country's dollars and your dollars very wisely. We won't let your money be wasted anymore. We're going to run government smoothly, efficiently, and on behalf of the very hardworking taxpayers, something that the taxpayers haven't seen in a long time. I will be holding everybody accountable for that, and I have no doubt that this group, in particular this group, will do a fantastic job. I want to congratulate Steve Mnuchin as our new Secretary of the Treasury. He's going to be outstanding. Tremendous track record. He has a tremendous track record. I have great confidence in him. So we're going to continue on, and we are going to take this budget, which is, in all fairness, I've only been here for 4 weeks, so I can't take too much of the blame for what's happened. But it is absolutely out of control, and we're going to do things that are going to be tremendous over the years. We have to take care of our military. I have no choice. We have to take care of our military. It needs work. It's very depleted, and we have to take care of a lot of other things. Healthcare is moving along nicely. It's being put into final forms. As you know, before we do the tax, which is actually very well finalized, but we can't submit it until the healthcare, statutorily or otherwise. So we're doing the healthcare, again, moving along very well. Sometime during the month of March, maybe mid to early March, we'll be submitting something that I think people will be very impressed by. And with that, we're going to have a little meeting, and I think the press knows pretty much all of the people at the table, so thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
All right, so that was the Trump lunch meeting discussing the federal budget. Obviously, you saw Stephen Mnuchin there, Trump's son-in-law. Let's go ahead and take you now to the White House daily briefing. Looks like Sean Spicer is running a few minutes late. This daily briefing was scheduled to start at 10:45 Arizona time. As you can see, the time is now 10:54. We'll continue to monitor this. And we are going to continue to play the Maricopa County press conference in the corner. This is the Maricopa County attorney discussing crime in the county here in the greater Phoenix area. We'll play that in the corner while we wait for Sean Spicer.
Other jurisdictions, to include courts within the Ninth Circuit. It's very clear that the Fourth Amendment does not allow a local law enforcement official to detain someone longer than what's necessary to process a state court-ordered release. Within that time frame of processing the release, a local law enforcement official can certainly notify ICE that that release is underway and can cooperate with ICE in transferring custody of that person once they've been released from state custody. But what courts have consistently said, and it made very clear, is that keeping someone in state custody for longer than what it takes to comply with a state court release order is in violation of the Fourth Amendment and can't be done. So those courtesy holds that in times went for as long as 24 or 48 hours are 16 to 64 hours longer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wanted to wait till the president finished up with his remarks on the budget before I came out. As you saw, he's had a really good opportunity to sit down with his team. It's clearly been a busy day here at the White House again, so I'm going to kind of keep it quick and get to your questions. This morning, after receiving his daily intelligence briefing, the president met with Secretary of State Tillerson. As you all know, Secretary Tillerson and Secretary Kelly will travel to Mexico City later today as one of their first foreign trips. It's significant that the president is sending the secretaries to Mexico so early in the administration. It's symbolic of the meaningful relationship that our two nations have. These are important meetings regarding the president's agenda to improve the quality of lives for both people of Mexico and the United States by combating drug traffickers and finding ways to bolster both our economies through a broader relationship that promotes commerce and legal immigration. This is a very encouraging start to a working relationship with an incredible neighbor to the south. At this moment, the president has just wrapped up his discussions on the federal budget with some of the officials and staff who will be instrumental in the work to put this country back on a responsibly fiscal path. Joining the meeting were Reince Priebus, the Chief of Staff, Steve Bannon, Jared Kushner, Gary Cohn, the Director of the National Economic Council, Secretary Steve Mnuchin of the Department of Treasury, Director Mick Mulvaney of the Office of Management and Budget, Russ Vogt of the Office of Management and Budget, and Emma Doyle of the Office of Management and Budget. As the President mentioned last week, we look forward to presenting our tax reform plan and providing much-needed tax reform and relief to the hardworking men and women of our nation. The President's going to restore and respect the American taxpayer by enabling them to keep more of their hard-earned money and by making sure the federal government spends money more responsibly. After the lunch, the President will continue this important discussion with other members of the senior staff. Additionally, the Vice President today is in St. Louis to participate in listening sessions with American workers and employees of the Fabric Cat Equipment and Engineer Dealer, a 100-year-old family-owned and operated business. During his visit, the Vice President will discuss the economic comeback in store for our nation under the President's economic agenda and with small business owners and employees. The President has already made strides towards slashing redundant regulations through his executive actions, and we will work with Congress to enact further pro-growth legislation. Back to the President's schedule. Later this afternoon, the President will participate in his Standing Legislative Affairs Strategy Session. Our Legislative Affairs team is in constant contact with our counterparts on the Hill, keeping an open dialogue on all aspects of the President's agenda. Last week alone, more than 40 different senator and Congress members of Congress visited the White House. On the Supreme Court front, so far, Judge Gorsuch has now met with 58 senators, 36 Republicans, and 22 Democrats, and he has more meetings already on the books for next week when the Senate returns to session. We've been especially encouraged by the reception he's received from several senior Democrats, including Senators Feinstein, Tester, Durbin, and Gillibrand. Also on the confirmation front, multiple unions came out today for Alex Acosta, the President's nominee for Labor Secretary. Both the Labor's International Union of North America and the International Union of Operating Engineers praised his distinguished career and pledged their support for his nomination. The Legislative Affairs team is using the congressional work period to coordinate with key coalitions in Congress. They are meeting with different groups in the House and the Senate, including the staff of the Congressional Black Caucus, House and Senate leadership, and staff throughout various committees. We've used this work period as an opportunity to invite staffers from both sides of the aisle to come to the White House and discuss shared priorities and find common ground on the way forward. And we're not just reaching out to Capitol Hill. We've actively engaged with key leaders and policymakers around the country. It's critical to this administration that we gather input from states and from people throughout the country rather than just leaders here in Washington. Looking ahead to tomorrow, the President will meet with a group of world-class business leaders to discuss specific action he can take to remove barriers to job creation. These leaders, many of whom represent some of the country's largest manufacturers, will begin the day in working groups with the Vice President, cabinet members, and key aides of the President's staff. The working groups will engage in a deep dive conversation on the attendees' specific area of expertise. Topics of discussion include deregulation, tax and trade, training and the workforce of the future, and infrastructure. Vice President Pence will be engaged with each of the groups, And after the groups conclude their discussion, the president's staff will compile the feedback, and the president will sit down with the entire group for a listening session on some of their recommendations. As you can tell by the structure of the meeting, the president is expecting these interactions to lead to real action being taken by the administration. Creating a dynamic and booming economy that works for all Americans continues to be at the top of his domestic policy agenda. As a successful businessman himself, the president knows that if we're going to get the country back to work, we need to hear directly from job creators what is holding them back and, where appropriate, take steps to remove the barriers. In his first month in office, the president has already taken numerous actions to boost job creation, and key economic indicators are showing that it's working. CEO and confidence are up. The stock market continues to reach record highs, and the January numbers were strong. The meetings on Thursday will continue to build on that momentum. And with that, I'm glad to take some questions. Steve Holland.
Steve Holland's not here.
I'm sorry. Jeff Mason gets it then.
Thank you, Sean. Can you give us an update on the administration's plans with regard to transgender bathrooms? And can you confirm in schools, and can you confirm that there has been some disagreement between Secretary DeVos and the Attorney General on this issue?
So I would expect further guidance to come out on that today. The president, as I said yesterday, is a firm believer in states' rights. When you look at the guidance that was issued under the Obama administration, first of all, let's remember, to the best of my knowledge, that was stalled, never fully implemented. And I think there were various reasons for that, several legal reasons and several procedural reasons. And so the Department of Education and the Department of Justice, both who jointly issued that guidance back during the Obama administration, are now working together again under a Trump administration. They've been reviewing the guidance that was signed, the basis by which it was put through, and I think there have been several areas of concern, both legal and procedural, that they have been discussing. And I think where you might be hearing something is more on the timing and the wording of stuff. The conclusions, everybody in the administration is agreed upon. There's no daylight between anybody, between the president, between any of the secretaries. I think there's been some discussion between the timing of the issuance and recommendations, or between the exact wording. But as far as the conclusions go, I've made this clear, and the president's made it clear throughout the campaign, that he is a firm believer in states' rights, and that certain issues like this are not best dealt with at the federal level. John.
Sean, a report out today that some cabinet secretaries are bristling at what they see as the White House micromanaging staffing at the sub-cabinet level. To what degree does the White House think that it should impose its hiring approvals on members of the sub-cabinet? And is some of this at least partially driven by cabinet secretaries wanting to appoint people who might not necessarily be aligned with the president's thinking?
Well, I think when you come to, they're called political appointees for a reason. The idea is that people who come into this government should want to support and enact the president's agenda that he campaigned on with the American people. And I think one of the reasons that you see in recent polls is the president, people, even if they don't agree with the president, they give him high marks for following through on the promises that he's made to the American people and getting things done that he actually said, which is not always the case here in Washington. And I think that we want to make sure that the people who staff a Trump administration are committed to a Trump agenda. And that's, so cabinet secretaries and other administrators and directors have broad discretion. But I think at the end of the day, no matter what position you have, whether it's the lowest or the highest in the White House or in a department or agency, we should be making sure that people who are coming in as appointees of the president support the president's agenda. And I think that's one thing. This isn't about getting a job as a federal employee where you're subject to certain restrictions as to what you can and can't do as a benefit of being a federal employee. These are political appointees. And so I think that there is obviously we are going to ensure that people who are political appointees share the vision and agenda that the president campaigned on and is implementing.
And does the White House believe that it needs to have the final approval of
I don't
those
think this
people,
is any
or can you trust your cabinet secretary?
It's not a question of trust. It's a question of just making sure that we are all on the same page and committed to the same agenda that the president has set forth. This process is probably no different than we've seen in previous administrations. Cabinet secretaries come to the president with recommendations on who they want, and it depends on the position, obviously. But in certain cases, if they're going to fulfill a job that is a key area that the president had very specific goals to enact that he promised the American people. You want to make sure that the person that is fulfilling that job actually is committed to the agenda and the vision that the president set forth and promised the American people. And that's so that's something that we're always going to be making sure is in alignment.
And is this approval process in some way slowing down the
No.
appointment of crucial staffers?
No, not at all. I don't think so. I think when you look across where we are and we track the number of folks that are in the pipeline, we're doing very, very well with getting all of these positions filled. And I think once in a while you might hear of one or two people. But overall, generally speaking, I mentioned during the transition period how many members of the beachhead teams that we had. And I think those members who were appointed through the beachhead process had 120 days. And they were there to allow, basically a 4-month process for secretaries in the White House to make sure that people on a permanent basis could populate those positions, and that's what's happening. But make no mistake, I mean, we were ahead of the curve on the beachhead teams. We were very clear with the landing teams during the transition. This has been a very methodical process that is seen from top to bottom through, and I think we're doing a phenomenal job of staffing the government. Margaret.
Oh, thank you. Which Margaret?
Oh, well, look at lucky me.
But two Margarets?
Well-
I'm going to take mine. I got a Bloomberg question for you.
I don't have a Sean answer for you.
The president in the Roosevelt Room just said to us that, among other things, that the tax plan is nearly finalized, but it can't be submitted until the health care plan statutorily or otherwise is, so we're doing the health care. So what I wanted to clarify was, is the White House doing a health care proposal, or was he talking about Congress and not the White House? Or is there some new
Obviously, yeah, I
plan,
think,
or-
right. So obviously, there's two vehicles, reconciliation vehicles, the FY17, I'm going to give you a Bloomberg answer. The FY17 reconciliation that was never completed because the budget wasn't finalized in the last Congress, and then you got the 2018. I think we want to make sure, look at the opportunities to work with Congress on Obamacare, utilizing the 2017, and then you could utilize the 2018 reconciliation and budget process to do tax reform. That's not, and again, that's not prescriptive. I'm not, but as far as why the president's saying it that way is because we've got that option available to us right now, and I think the president's committed to making sure that the promise that he made to the American people to repeal and replace Obamacare continues to be first and foremost, and then his tax plan. But it's not a we can walk and chew gum kind of thing. We can actually be continuing to work with Congress and the leadership in both houses. Well, I have a
So
feeling
just to do
that's
the Bloomberg timeline, there's a few things that are going to happen then. There's going to be a budget plan that you guys are going to present on March 13th-ish.
ish.
There's going to be a health care, this is where I got lost again, something from him and something from them, and a
Definitely
tax
getting you a
reform
calendar.
plan afterwards? Is that the way it works?
I don't want, look, when we're ready to announce stuff, but I think, again, I think we've got Obamacare, the budget, and tax reform. It's going to be a very busy March and April for us. And we've been continuing to work with Congress to make sure that that's implemented. Noah Bierman.
The president, you were talking about fulfilling his promises. As you know, he promised during the campaign a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the country. There were a lot of people in his party who thought that was a very good proposal. Can you explain his evolution in backing down from that? And can you also say whether he regrets using that rhetoric since it ended up hurting the court case?
Well, again, I go back to the merits of the case and the order that gives him the authority to make that. U.S. Code 1182 is very clear. And the president was very clear in his executive order that these were countries that we didn't have the proper vetting for when it came to ensuring the safety of Americans. That's what the executive order said. The authority is very clear to have him done it, and I think that you're going to continue to see the president take the steps necessary to protect this country. That's why he's talked about, fighting this on both fronts, making sure that we keep evolving through the court system on the existing EO, and then looking towards the next draft of the executive order that will continue to achieve the goal of protecting the American people. So that's where we are. That's what the order says, and so I think we continue to feel confident that that's. But it was crafted in a way that was very clear about the countries and was not focused on anything else but the vetting requirements that we have to make sure that we know who's coming into this country and that they're here not to do us any harm.
But when talking about fulfilling his promises, can you explain why he decided to back down from that one? Because I know you
I don't think
differentiated this
I
from
think
that
he's
promise.
made it very clear, Noah, from the beginning that this was a country focused issue, a safety-focused issue, and that's why he issued. I don't see anything other than that with reference to that. Deborah Saunders.
The Oscars are Sunday night. Will the president be watching? If there's a Meryl Streep kind of moment, how do you think he'll react? And why, if this has happened at other awards ceremonies, why do you think this happens?
What do I think? What happens?
Actresses and actors like Meryl Streep.
I have no idea. It's a free country. I think Hollywood is known for being rather far to the left in its opinions, and I got to be honest with you. I think the president will be hosting the governor's ball that night. Mrs. Trump looks forward to putting on a phenomenal event, and the First Lady's put a lot of time into this event that's going to occur and welcoming our nation's governors to the Capitol, and I'm feeling that that's where the president and the First Lady are going to be focused on Sunday night, and so we'll go from there. Yeah.
Sean, the president's going to have a big audience next Tuesday in the joint address to
Yes.
Congress. Does he have a set of goals in mind for the speech, and do you think we're going to see some specific policy rollouts as part of that speech?
I think that the speech is going to focus, I mentioned this yesterday, I think it's going to talk, remind the American people what he's done already, and make sure that he explains to them, not just because it's a sense of accomplishment that in moving this country forward, but because I think it's important for the American people to know that he was an agent of change. He came here to get things done, and he didn't waste any time. He's committed to keeping his word. And then I think he's going to lay out his vision and talk about things like education and healthcare and infrastructure. The problems that we face as a country, the violence in some of our inner cities, but also some of the solutions that we can act on and some of the partnerships that we can create. It's obviously still a work in progress, but I think it's going to look forward to where he wants to take this country and talk about working with Congress and other leaders throughout the country to get things done. But I think in the drafts that I've seen so far, it is going to be a very strong blueprint of where he wants to take this country. In the past, I think a lot of presidents, or some presidents rather, have gotten into very detailed specifics. I think you're going to see him try to talk about policies in a broad sense of where he wants to take this country and what defining success is, what that goal means. But it's still a work in progress, and hopefully towards the end of the week we might.
Is the tone going to be optimistic?
Absolutely.
Sunny?
Yeah, I think he is. This is an opportunity for him to lay out a very positive vision for the nation, and to really let America know where we can go and how we can get there, and the potential that we have as a nation. Anita.
Just piggybacking on that, and then I have another question. Will he, I know past presidents, including President Obama, immediately hit the road after, I know this isn't a State of the Union, but something like a State of the Union address, to sell policies. And since you're saying it's more of a vision, does he anticipate going
Yeah, I think there'll be some travel. I don't want to, that's evolving right now. There's a lot of things that we're trying to look at, and I think as we look at the speech and some of the objectives and goals and vision that he's sharing, talk to him about potential places to go to highlight that. But I think you're going to see, a fair amount of visits in the next few weeks to highlight some of the places that he wants to take it.
And then the other thing was, I've seen some members of Congress were here last week. There's the legislative meeting today.
Yeah.
It feels as if we haven't seen as many executive actions or executive orders. I know we have the one vetting one coming out this week. Are we in a different phase now that he's sort of done the executive orders that he wants to do, and we're going to legislation?
We have several that are in the pipeline, and part of it is just, these days, are focused with these meetings and getting things done and trying to plan ahead. And so as we see fit and as the implementation process of a lot of these goes through the process, we'll have plenty more. But I should.
Legislative emphasis right
Well,
now.
it's a both, and I think part of this is we work through Congress. Anita, these are big things, right? We're talking about fundamental tax reform, something that hasn't happened in our nation since 1986. The repeal and replacement of Obamacare, which was mammoth, and I think part of this is that those things take time. He's got a joint address on Tuesday. There's a lot of things that are happening, and therefore we need to kind of make sure that we appropriately use the schedule. But I can assure you that if you've missed executive orders, you're going to see a bunch. I just want to make sure you know. Jonathan Carl.
Hey, Sean, I want to ask you about the town halls and
Yeah.
what you're hearing about Obamacare.
The president referred to so-called angry crowds at these town halls. Is he suggesting this is manufactured anger, that this is not real anger and real concern?
Yeah, thanks. I think there's a hybrid there. I think some people are clearly upset, but there is a bit of professional protester manufactured base in there. But there are people that are upset. But I also think that when you look at some of these districts and some of these things, it is not a representation of a member's district or an incident. It is a loud group, small group of people disrupting something in many cases for media attention. No offense. It's just, I think that necessarily, just because they're loud doesn't necessarily mean that there are many. And I think in a lot of cases that's what you're seeing.
Does the president doubt that there's real anger and real
No, I just said
concern
that.
out there beyond just a few loud agitators, that there's real concern that people may lose their
But they won't.
healthcare
But see, I think that's a false narrative. And I don't, the president's been very clear. Look, you have to look at what our healthcare system is right now. In so many counties around our nation, we've gone down to one provider. That's not choice. That's not access. And then they're going in a lot of cases and they're saying, we're not taking Medicaid, we're not taking TRICARE, we're not taking the insurance you used to have, the doctor that you used to have isn't participating anymore. And oh, by the way, states like Arizona, you've got over 100% increase in premiums. 112, I think, was the number there. In many states, it's double digit. And I think that the idea that we have to remember is that the American people got sold the Affordable Care Act. It's neither affordable or accessible. They're losing their coverage and premiums are spiking. And so if people are truly worried about losing their coverage, they should be applauding the president's action for wanting to make sure that we put a system in place that does what they were supposed to have been promised a while back. And I think that's what I think is missing from this dialogue. I've seen some folks that were protesting at some of these things, saying, I'm on Obamacare, I'm going to lose my thing. And when they were asked how old they were, they're, I'm 71, 72. Well, they're not on Obamacare. They're on Medicaid.
So you think they're making it up?
No, I'm not they're making it up. But what I'm getting at is I think that there is a lot of blurring of the facts. And the reality is that some people aren't on Obamacare. They're on an employer-based system. They're on Medicaid. They're receiving their benefits through Medicare because of their age. And so that they're nothing, they have no problems. But I think in other cases, people are not being told that the plan that they're on is unsustainable. That these carriers throughout the country, you just look at them over and over again pulling out of the exchanges. The reality is that they are losing their health care. But they're losing it under Obamacare because the exchanges are collapsing on themselves, carriers are pulling out, premiums are going up, and access is going down. So the president's plan is actually going to do exactly what they were promised 8 years ago and didn't get. So for those who are worried, the answer is help is on the way.
But what is the plan? We haven't seen.
Okay, so first, as the president made clear, we're going to have that out in the next couple of weeks. He's working on it. But the goal, Jonathan, is this got jammed through a Democratic Congress. And then they told us you could read it after we get it passed. So taking our time, getting this right to achieve the goals that we set forth is probably the right thing to do, considering the experience that we had the last time. Hallie.
Sean, two questions for you. The issue of transgender bathrooms wasn't one we heard a lot about from the president during the campaign. He said at one point Caitlyn Jenner could use whichever bathroom she wanted to at Trump Tower. So why is this now a priority for the administration 40 days into office?
It's not a priority. I think there's a case. No, hold on. But let me answer the question. It's not a priority. There is a case pending in the Supreme Court in which we have to decide whether or not to continue to issue guidance to the court. It's dictated by that. The Obama administration had issued joint guidance from the Department of Education and the Department of Justice. We now have to decide whether or not this administration wants to continue that track that they were on. It's plain and simple. If we don't, but there are problems both in the legal and process way in which that guidance was issued. And so it's incumbent upon us to actually follow the law and to recognize that Title IX never talked about this. It was enacted in 1972. There was no discussion of this back then, and to assume certain elements of the law were thought of back then with respect to this would be completely preposterous.
And to be clear, Secretary DeVos is on board with this?
Yes, 100%. Thank you.
President,
Mark.
sorry, second question. Sean, that was actually clear. Second question is on Mexico, the Secretary of State's trip that is tonight, along with Secretary Kelly.
Yeah.
Obviously, there have been tensions, right, between the Mexican president and President Trump. Is this a cleanup job for the Secretary of State?
No, I think that President Peña Nieto and President Trump spoke. Again, the foreign ministers had several contacts with their staff. I would argue that we have a very healthy and robust relationship with the Mexican government and Mexican officials, and I think they would echo that same sentiment. President Peña Nieto has echoed that as well. But I think the relationship with Mexico is phenomenal right now, and I think there's an unbelievable and robust dialogue between our two nations.
President Trump and Canadian Prime Minister.
Hold on, let me go, Margaret, and then I'll get you.
Thank you.
On Syria, General Votel indicated today that the U.S. needs to take a larger share of the burden and perhaps send troops to Syria. Has the President discussed this with his national security team, and when does he intend to?
I'm going to refer you back to DOD on that. I would just argue that I think that you've seen the President talk about safe harbors in Syria with several foreign leaders who have shared his safe havens. Thank you. And that is an area at the top of the President's foreign policy agenda that he's continued to talk to leaders, especially in the Middle East, about trying to make sure that we deal with that issue in that area right now. But I'm not going to get ahead of the DOD on this, and then when they have recommendations, they'll make them forward to us.
Is there an NSC
President?
on it, though?
Huh?
Has he talked? Has the President?
I'm not going
spoken?
to. I will if I have an update, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Again.
President Trump and the Canadian Prime Minister launched the U.S. and Canada Council for Advancement of Women Entrepreneurs.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk a little bit about how the council is growing and transpiring? What's the status?
I think staff is beginning to implement the President's agenda. It occurred, 6-7 days ago, and so it's starting to work through the process, and we'll have further updates as it goes forward. But I know that he continues to be in touch with Prime Minister Trudeau, and our staff continues to work on the back end to make this happen. Zeke.
Thanks, Sean. Two questions for you. One, earlier conversation with John about does the White House not have confidence in its cabinet secretaries if it's looking sort of over their shoulders into whom they're picking? Does the White House does the President not trust his cabinet secretaries and appointees and agency administrators to staff to find people who agree with the President's agenda?
No, not at all. I think there's a big difference. The President named these folks because they're an unbelievably qualified individuals. Part of it, though, is that you're staffing major departments. I think we've got somewhere in the area of 5,000 positions to fill. And when you're filtering through a good number of people, I don't even think the secretaries, at some degree, depending on the department and have a full background on some of these individuals. And so as they get pumped through the pipeline, there are questions. And again, there are areas of that are of key priority to the President that he campaigned on. And I think that when he wants to make sure that certain of those individuals who are going to be overseeing key priorities that he promised the American people have somebody who is not only qualified, but agrees with and shares the President's vision to fix whatever problem that was or fulfill whatever vision that he articulated. But I think that it would almost be malpractice not to do that, to allow people to fill a job, a political appointee job, who don't share the vision and agenda of the President of the United States would almost be ridiculous. I mean, it would be silly on its face to suggest this. I don't think there's any administration in past history that would literally willingly take on somebody who was adamantly opposed or spoke out specifically against what the President was seeking to do and then have them fulfill a job to carry out that mission. It doesn't seem as though it makes any sense. Yeah.
Second thing, real quick, on the we're coming up a week away from the deadline the President ordered for his review of the counter-ISIS strategy. What's the status of that review? The President tweeted over the weekend that he had a meeting with a bunch of generals.
Yeah.
Is that regarding that review?
He is. I think General Dunford and Secretary Mattis have begun providing him updates on that. I know that the new National Security Advisor is getting brought into that process and continuing to update. So we'll have further updates, but the team has been working on it since the President issued the guidance. Yeah.
As far as the second executive order is concerned, what is the White House doing differently in terms of consulting with the various departments to make certain that the second executive order passes constitutional scrutiny?
Well, I think we've done a few things. One is I think we've been very clear about understanding what the court said and trying to tailor that specifically while achieving the same goals of keeping America safe and ensuring that people don't come into this country that seek to do us harm. That's number one. Number two is, we continue that, and that order is basically completed. I think what we're now doing is working with the various agencies and departments to make sure that the implementation of that is done in an extremely smooth way. So we have looked at it from both a process standpoint as well as a legal standpoint, and I think it's achieving the goals. But again, I would also mention that on the merits, we can see, I believe that the first order did just that. It was written in a way, and I think ultimately we will continue to prevail on that, because it is written in a way that is clear and consistent with U.S. code and the authority that the president has to protect the nation. Katie.
No matter what happens as it relates to the second executive order, it's almost likely to face a legal challenge.
Sure.
Are you concerned that the president's prior remarks as it relates to the judiciary is going to allow him to get a fair hearing by the judicial branch as it relates to the second executive
Yeah,
order?
absolutely. I think that, because I think that you've seen it happen in the Massachusetts case. I mean, at the end of the day, you look at the law and what the order does, and I think, again, you may have, in the case of the Ninth Circuit, we continue to disagree with that. I think, the president's pointed out, you don't have to be that high up, in grade school to recognize what the code says, what the authority that is granted to him, and then what the order does. I think the things that they brought out in that order, I mean, in one of the cases they suggested there's been no people that have entered within the 7 countries, and a quick cursory look found, upwards of close to 20 people that had come in. So some of the basis for which they decided the case on doesn't actually pass muster. And I think any other judge or judges that look at that order or the one that will be put forward will come to the same conclusion. Katie.
Sean, I wanted to ask about the president's budget priorities.
Yeah.
What specifically is the president increasing spending on? Where is he decreasing spending? And how much money specifically is he asking for the 5,000 new Border Patrol agencies asked for?
So I'm going to refer you back to Margaret's question, and then we'll have something in mid-March as we put that out. But I'm not going to get ahead of Director Mulvaney. No, I mean, it's not. Look, he just had a meeting where he's continued to work out. They're providing him back and forth. I mean, that's the idea of crafting this budget. And until we put it out on paper, I don't want to get ahead of. Hold on.
Sean.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Back to Mexico. Videgaray and many officials have said this morning that they're not going to accept the directives that were put out by the White House and by DHS yesterday, and they may not take anyone that's not a Mexican immigrant. What are you guys going to do with those people that
I think
Mexico
the Secretary
will not accept?
Tillerson and Secretary Kelly are going to have a great discussion down there and to walk through the implementation of the executive order. But I feel very confident that any country who has a citizen that comes into this country and that we send back, we'll make sure that they comply with this. David.
2 questions about immigration. I'll just ask them at the same time. One, the president has talked a number of times about millions of illegal immigrants casting votes during the election in his mind. You guys have promised to look into that. It seems like there was no mention of that in any of these directives to look for these immigrants. Does the president still believe this?
Yeah, I mean, he's mentioned that Vice President Pence will lead a task force on this.
Where would we stand on that, though?
He named the task force, and the Vice President is starting to gather names and individuals to be part of it.
On the other question I had about DACA program. Yesterday you suggested, well, we have to go after hardened criminals,
right.
and, major national security threats first. But during the campaign, the president talked about DACA as being an unconstitutional executive amnesty. Does he still think it was an unconstitutional use of President Obama's powers? And if so,
I think, and I said this yesterday, David, but the president is very clear about his priorities with respect to immigration. Yesterday was focused on going after people who are a concern, a public safety concern, and we're going to walk through this very. We will get back to you on that. Right now, the focus is on keeping the country safe and making sure that we walk through. Shane.
I want to ask about immigration as well. Given all of the push on deporting illegal immigrants, I wanted to see if this White House and President Trump have any interest in curtailing legal immigration going forward.
Again, we got to look at this from a priority level. Right now, there's millions of people in this country that are in the country illegally. I think the focus continues to be that 800,000 or 900,000 that have already had an order to have them removed and get them processed through in a way that continues to keep America safe. Legal immigration obviously is a completely separate subject, and that includes visa reform and all that other stuff. The president's talked about that. He's talked about it with business leaders, H-1B visas, et cetera. You're going to see more of that coming, but I think there's a prioritization of how we deal with immigration, both illegal and then legal, and we'll have more on that later. I got to run. Thank you guys very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
All right, everybody. That was Sean Spicer speaking at the White House press briefing for about 45 minutes there, watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, everybody, and as promised, we are now going to go to a NASA press conference already in progress here.
Super slowly. Their lifetime is 1,000 times larger than for a sun-like stars. So we don't see them evolving, so we can't constrain their ages.
All right, this next question comes from Facebook Live here. What is the distance between these three planets? Is it something like 500,000 kilometers? And what is the distance between E and the star?
Oh, the distance between the planets are a few times the distance between the Earth and the Moon. So we're talking about something like millions of kilometers, and not hundreds of millions of kilometers for an Earth around a sun-like star. And for the planet F, or E, the distance is something like 5% the distance between the Earth and the Sun. So it's much, much closer to its star.
Great. This next question comes from Twitter user Ross Butler, who asks, is the TRAPPIST-1 system the closest to us with planets in the habitable zone?
No. In fact, the closest is Proxima Centauri, which has a planet which was detected by radial velocity, so by another method, which doesn't tell us the size nor the mass. So we don't know if it's a rocky planet, but it is in the habitable zone, clearly. It's only at 4 light years away. It's the closest star, in fact.
All right, wonderful. This next question comes from Twitter user Unconventional Tiger, who asks, I would like to know the range of orbital periods for the 7 rocky planets in the TRAPPIST system.
So the range goes from 1.5 days for the innermost planet to, we don't know the period of the outer planet, but it must be something like 20 days. So super short period compared to the Earth.
I think, oh, do you want to add the ratios? You can add the ratio. I think, Mikhail, you should add the resonance and the integer ratios.
Okay. So indeed, also the periods themselves are related by our commensurable, so they are related by ratios of integer numbers, which is very peculiar dynamical configuration that we can find in our solar system for the Galilean moon around Jupiter. And it shows that, it indicates at least that these planets should have formed further out and migrated and been trapped during this migration inwards in this very peculiar configuration. If this is the case, they are super water rich because they must have formed in an environment which was very rich in ice, or in water ice, and it should be reflected in their composition. And we will know soon, thanks to not only to many new Spitzer observations that are coming.
Okay, before we take more questions from social media, I'd like to ask each of you to kind of give some thoughts about why this finding is so exciting for you personally. And we're going to start with Nicole and then work our way to Thomas.
Yeah, so this finding is really exciting for me because this is a great opportunity to study Earth-sized planets' atmospheres in great detail. We know that we can get good signal-to-noise ratios, and we can start to begin this journey in trying to understand what the air is like around rocky planets outside of our solar system.
Well, I'll give 2 favorite reasons. One is when I and others started in exoplanets 20 years ago, our peers all dismissed the work as just stamp collecting. We'd never look at their atmospheres, we'd never be able to do this, we'd never be able to do that. So the fact that we're here today with 7 planets, and we know we can study their atmospheres in the future, is truly tremendous. The other point I want to make is that we're really excited because we all see ourselves here as just, we're the group of people, we meaning us and all of our colleagues, as the pioneers. This is a search that will go on for many generations. And just the fact that we're this close now to finding so many habitable worlds is really exciting.
Yeah, so for me, it's more of a very kind of a personal experience because I've worked on Spitzer since 2002, and the ability to be able to do these observations. We had to do a fair amount of engineering work, and at the beginning, it wasn't clear necessarily that we would be able to achieve the precisions we need to do science like this. So it's very gratifying that all our hard work, myself, my colleagues at the Spitzer Science Center, JPL and Lockheed Martin, the engineers there, we're able to pull it off, and we're able to give great data to scientists and get great results out. So I'm very happy about this.
So on my side, I've already been I've always wondered about the possible existence of life elsewhere since I'm a kid. And so when I went to college to study science, I first studied biology, biochemistry, because I wanted to understand what is life, really. Then I switched to astronomy because it was the beginning of the exoplanet adventure. We were really beginning to detect planets outside the solar system. And it was clear that within a few decades, we would be not detecting giant planets which were unsuitable for life, but planets that could host life, that we could study. So I've already been devoting my time in science to this goal. And then we're getting nearly there with this result. It's a very good satisfaction for me.
To me, looking from the point of view of NASA's science program, it's exciting because of course it's a leap forward, but it goes in parallel to the other leaps we're taking right now. Look at what's happening at Mars, where we're really looking at the complex chemistry that's happening there. Look at the recognition that Mars actually is a place where there not only used to be water, but there's water today, abundant water. In parallel to that, the recognition that we can now have the technology ability of going to Europa and actually looking at that system, which is in its own right really an exciting system because there's an ocean world there that hits the rock at the bottom in a really unexpected place in a site. There's many other places like that. And then on the theory side, we already heard that the really understanding of the biology of life. There's a tremendous amount of progress. So together, these areas really create kind of a crescendo towards that, really answering that question that has been on our minds for so long. This is the right time to ask that question. It is the right time to have this discovery right now.
Thank you. I'm afraid that's all the time we have left. Please keep those questions coming by sending them at the hashtag AskNASA. And for more information and to download the Eyes on Exoplanets app that Nicole was just using earlier, please go to nasa.gov/exoplanets. And also, don't forget to follow us on our various social media.
All right, folks, now we are going to keep the stream going here. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're going to take you out to Tampa, where it's day 3 of the Stand Your Ground case. This is theater shooting from a couple of years ago, where a retired police captain shot and killed a man after a dispute in a movie theater. Let's take you there live now.
There to watch a movie, Lone Survivor, and we're both off on that day too.
So Monday was your day off at work?
Yes, sir.
And Monday was his day off at work as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you got to the Cobb theaters, were the previews playing or not playing?
Previews were playing.
The previews were playing. When you stepped foot into the Cobb theater, what were the lighting conditions?
Dark.
It was dark. And did you and your boyfriend go and sit down in a seat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell the court approximately where you sat from the very top row? Let's talk about from the very top row so you can describe to the court where you sat.
From the very front row, the top row, we're in the, maybe in the
How many rows down? Obviously,
maybe
you can't go up anymore.
3 to 4 rows down.
3 to 4 rows down. Okay. And did you sit in the middle or did you sit in the end of that row?
In the end of that row.
Okay. If I was looking at the theater screen would you be seated to your right or would you be seated to the left of the theater screen?
To the left.
To the left.
To the theater scene.
Okay. And were you right near the aisle? You know, the steps that you walk up?
Oh, to the left side? Yes, sir.
Okay, so you were right next to the aisle. The seating arrangement that you had, where was your boyfriend seated? To your right or to your left?
When in the front of the theater?
Well, when you sat down to watch the movie, where was he seated to your right? You're watching the movie. Was he seated to your right or to your left?
He was on my right side.
He was on your right side. Okay. Now, was anybody standing up that you saw in the theater when you first walked in?
No.
What were people doing?
We're just watching movie. We all there as goal as to watch movie.
Okay, so they were watching the previews that were playing?
Yes, sir.
And when you sat down, what did you do?
Just watch the preview.
Watch the previews. Now, were the previews loud or were they low?
Loud.
They were loud. Okay. So you said the theater was dark.
Mm-hmm.
The previews were loud.
Yes, sir.
Your boyfriend's seated to your right.
Mm-hmm.
As you're seated there, would you please tell the court what happens?
It's like, as I seated right there, I just heard someone shouting. It's loud noise, but I really didn't hear anything.
You didn't know what was said?
Yes.
You just heard loud shouting.
Yes, sir.
Did it affect you?
Yeah, I was startled. I was so nervous. I just hold my boyfriend.
So when you heard that loud shouting, it startled you and you grabbed on?
Objection, Judge Leading.
She's testified to that. Just, it's a follow-up.
And he's trying to summarize and testify for the witness.
Just a follow-up.
All right. It's just a follow-up to testify again for her.
Let's move on.
Ms. Minerva.
Either it's asked and answered or, you know, it's leading, just move on.
Why did you grab your boyfriend's hand?
I was just startled. I was just scared.
Okay. And so did you and your boyfriend communicate at that moment?
No.
So what happens next?
What happened next was someone shout for light, so there's a light on it.
Oh, no, before the lights.
Oh.
What happened next? Did you hear any other noise?
I didn't hear any other noise.
That was it?
That was it.
And so now what happens?
What happened was there's a shot that we heard.
A shot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And was that before or after you heard the conversation about the lights?
Before the lights.
Okay. So you grabbed on to your boyfriend's hand.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying that the shot happened after you grabbed on to your boyfriend's hand?
Judge, I'm going to object to him constantly going back and trying to editorialize and testify for her. She's already said this. He needs to just move on and ask another open-ended question.
I'll rephrase it. In the sequence of events, could you tell the court what the sequence of events, because you just talked about hearing a shot. Was the shot before or after the lights, somebody asked for the lights to be turned on?
Objection, asked and answered. Just before my objection, she said that the shot happened, then there was a conversation about the lights.
All right, let her clarify, and we'll move on.
What's the sequence of events?
The sequence was the shot before the lights was turned on.
Okay. And so are you and your boyfriend still there when the request for the lights to be turned on happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long after you heard the shots were your boyfriend...
I'm going to object to the characterization of the shots. She said
shot,
one shot.
One
Okay.
shot.
All right.
How long after the shot did you and your boyfriend stay there seated?
Maybe a second.
Maybe a second. Okay, so what happens next?
What happened next was somebody was asking for lights because it's so dark. So the lights came off. My boyfriend just jumped right in that scenario.
Okay, let's stop there for a second. How long did it take? Did the lights come on?
Right away? No.
How long did it take for the lights to come on?
I really don't know sure, but it's about maybe 2 minutes.
Okay. For those 2 minutes, were you and your boyfriend still seated side by side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happens when the lights come on?
The lights came on. My boyfriend went to the scenario. He removed his shirt.
Okay, before I want to know how your boyfriend got there. Explain to the court how your boyfriend got from his seat to wherever he was going.
Yes, sir. He jumped off from my seat going to that side because we're in the very much in this different side of the scenario.
Okay. And so you're saying, when you're saying jump, is he jumping over the seats?
Yes, sir. Over the seat.
Over each seat?
Pretty much over each seat.
And over each row?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so where does he go?
He went to where the patient fell and just grabbed his shirt just so that the bleeding will stop. He used his shirt.
Your boyfriend did?
My ex-boyfriend did.
Ex-boyfriend, sorry. You're still seated?
Yes, sir, because I'm very scared. I'm traumatized. I'm there.
Okay. Do you ever get up out of your seat?
Yes, when he called me.
Who called you?
My ex-boyfriend. He said, come here and help me because we're going to do a CPR out of the patient.
Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to tell the court, explain to the court, how you got from your seat to wherever you went.
I just walked the normal way.
Did you walk up the
yes,
stairs?
to walk up on the stairs, going to the other side because we're in the left side.
When you walked up the stairs, what road did you select to go across?
Just straight and go up, and then it's about 3 from the up. It's about 3 down, 3 sit down.
Okay, if my mathematics is correct, you then went to the second row?
Yes.
From the top?
Yes, sir.
And did you turn left?
Yes, because we're in the other side.
And so now, where you're going to where Mr. Olson was?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you were walking down that second row, what are you able to see in front of you?
All of the people,
Okay.
they're all stand still or seated. Pretty much they're shocked too.
Okay.
And scared at the same time, just like me.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Reeves?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where was Mr. Reeves seated?
I think it's in the upper corner.
Okay.
With his wife.
With his wife. Okay. And what did you see? Describe what you saw of Mr. Reeves.
He's calm. He's just sitting right there.
What is he doing?
He's doing his head like that.
Okay, well, you got to show the court because it's important for the court to see what you saw him do.
He's just sitting and then just like doing like this. Pretty much he's traumatized or he's calm. He's calm sitting right there though.
Okay, Judge, I apologize. Her head was down away from the mic and I had absolutely no idea.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
All I heard was something, maybe trauma. I don't know. What did she say?
He's calm sitting in his chair.
Okay, and so what do you go do then?
Hmm?
What do you do? You see him? Is he a young man or an old man?
Old man.
Okay. And so what do you go do? Your ex-boyfriend, I remember that time, had called you. What did you go do?
I went to help him and check the pulse because...
How far were you from Mr. Reeves when you went to help your boyfriend?
Pretty much maybe 10 feet.
Okay, you tell me how close Mr. Reeves was. I'm just going to walk to you. You tell me when to stop.
Maybe right there.
Okay, well, I'm going to come to you. You just tell me when to stop. Okay?
Right there.
Right here. Okay. And so you were that close to Mr. Reeves. Did you hear him say anything?
No, sir.
How long were you there in that position helping your boyfriend?
Maybe 10 minutes to 15 minutes.
During those 10 to 15 minutes, did you hear Mr. Reeves say anything?
I didn't hear anyone saying anything.
You didn't hear Mr. Reeves say anything?
No, sir.
Now, did you leave that area at some point in time?
No, sir.
You
Every one of us stayed there.
When I say the area, I'm talking about that second row.
No.
What happened after you were assisting Mr. Olson?
I tried to do a CPR for him, but he has a weak threaded pulse. And then we're waiting for the paramedics to come.
Did the
'Cause my-
paramedics come?
They did, but my ex-boyfriend was the one who called the 911.
Okay. And did the paramedics come?
Yes, sir, they
Did
came.
they take over?
And take over, yep.
Okay, so what did you do after the paramedics came?
I'm just standing right there.
Okay. Did you leave that area at some point in time?
No,
Did you ever have any discussions with some law enforcement officers?
no. They just told us to stay and let us go to a same area for all of us
Okay.
who stayed there.
What was that area?
In the lower portion of the cinema.
Okay. So, do you know who the officer was that told you to go to that lower portion of the cinema?
No.
How many of you all were there at the lower portion of the cinema?
Approximately?
Yes.
Not a lot of people, maybe 10 to 15.
Okay. And what were those people doing there as they congregated in that area?
We're all just sitting.
Okay. Was anybody talking?
Some are talking.
Okay.
Some are just silent and just sitting right there.
At some point in time, was your boyfriend there as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your boyfriend doing?
He was talking to somebody, but I don't know who he's talking to.
Do you know what he was talking to somebody about?
I don't know who he was talking to, but he was talking about scenarios that he saw or heard, but I'd never heard it.
Okay. So when you're saying scenarios, your boyfriend was talking about scenarios that he had seen or heard to someone else?
Objection, ask and answer, Judge.
Judge.
Yes, sir.
And that boyfriend that we're talking about is Derek Friedhoff.
Yes, sir.
Now, at any point in time, did a police officer tell you that you could not discuss what you saw at the scene with anybody else?
No, nobody told us to do that.
Did anyone, not even a police officer, anyone ever tell you not to discuss what you all had seen there in the theater with anybody else?
No, sir.
Did you fill out a statement form
Yes, sir.
there in that same group that we've just talked about?
Yes, sir.
And were other people in that group also filling out the statement form?
Yes, sir. Every one of us.
I pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Escobar. Good afternoon, Ms. Manera. It's Jenny, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. How are you, ma'am?
Good. Now, you had indicated that you entered the theater during the previews. Do you recall what time it was?
I can't guarantee what time it is, but
Do you even remember what time the movie was supposed to start?
it's supposed to be afternoon. That's what I remember.
What time?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember what day of the week it was?
It's Monday.
And when you got in there, you were able to see people as you were walking in, right?
I do.
Okay. You could make your way up the steps. They were lit, correct?
Yeah.
And you could see Derek, your now ex-boyfriend, who was sitting next to you, right?
Yeah, I can see her. Or see him.
And you could see in front of you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You could see down your aisle, couldn't you?
I have, my vision is not that good before, so that's why I don't know.
Did you just recently get eyeglasses?
No, I have eyeglasses. I'm not wearing my eyeglasses that time.
Okay, so even though you were going to a movie, you didn't bring your eyeglasses?
No.
Okay. You could see a couple seats away from you, though, right? See what people were doing, eating popcorn, drinking drinks?
Perhaps, but I'm not particularly looking at them because I'm just watching the movie. I'm just
In fact,
checking.
you told law enforcement that you weren't really paying attention to what other people were doing. You were watching the previews. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that you were sitting at the end of the row. Do you specifically remember that?
I do.
Okay, so
Maybe.
you don't believe that you walked past anybody to get to your seat?
No, because it's only us who's sitting in there. It's like someone is sitting in that row, but it's not in our row.
Okay. And you indicated that you heard something, but you don't know what it is.
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't know where it was coming from, do you?
No.
You said you heard something about turning the lights on, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that it took about 2 minutes to turn the lights on?
Mm-hmm.
Were you counting? Were you looking at your watch?
No.
In fact, you weren't really paying that close of attention. At that point, you were talking to Derek, right?
Agree.
Okay. So when you say 2 minutes, you didn't count it, so it could have been less time than that, right?
Perhaps, but someone is just saying, let the lights on.
Okay. How many times did you hear somebody say lights on?
Pretty much twice.
Okay. So shortly thereafter, the lights came on, correct?
Maybe a minute or something.
Okay. So it really wasn't 2 minutes. It was more like a minute, right?
I can't really guarantee how much longer because I'm not paying attention.
Exactly. So when you say 2 minutes, that's not really accurate, is it?
I don't know, it's more or less, but very much
You
like
can't
that.
give us the parameters of
Yes.
15 seconds or 120 seconds, right?
Agree.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you walked up the stairs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this was after Derek had jumped over
Yeah, he went
the
to
row of seats,
yeah,
right?
He went there first.
And you indicate now that you're at the very end. So you're on, if we were standing up looking at the theater and you're trying to pick your seats, you're at the right side of the theater, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And where Derek ended up going to work on Mr. Olson was on the left side of the theater, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Where did Derek jump over the seats? Right there at your seats?
Yes.
Okay. And then he ran down that
Yes.
aisle? Now, you were paying attention to Mr. Olson, correct? When you were watching Derek take his shirt off and try to stop the bleeding? Because you both are trained in this type of medicine, right? You're in the operating room, though, right?
Correct.
For the majority of the time?
Yes, ma'am.
I feel better that I'm not the only one that's done that twice.
That's why it came off so easily. In any event, you've been trained to this, so your activity is on the patient, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicate that you happened to see Mr. Reeves.
I did.
Okay. How long did you look at Mr. Reeves if you're trying to save Mr. Olson's life?
Well, because it's like it's really in the cinema, and that time is really off. It's only maybe 15 persons right there, so you could probably see everyone. But I really don't know who's the shooter. But when I'm walking, I just see someone, old guy right there, sitting calmly.
Okay. Did you see another gentleman standing next to the old guy?
No.
So you didn't see somebody walk down and take control of the firearm?
No, I didn't see that.
You're not saying it didn't happen, you just didn't observe it, correct?
Correct.
So when you say that you were there for 10 to 15 minutes, again, you can't really give us a time frame. How long do you think you've been testifying now?
I don't know, perhaps, maybe.
Without looking at the clock, how long have you
15
been
minutes?
testifying?
Is it 15?
Okay.
15 minutes?
So you're not really sure that it was 10 to 15 minutes that you all were sitting there working on Mr. Olson, correct?
Correct.
You weren't timing it, you were trying to save his life, right?
Yes, correct.
And you indicated that you were paying attention prior to hearing the shot, you were paying attention to the previews, right? And once you got out of your seat, you were paying attention to Chad Olson, correct?
Yes, correct, ma'am.
Now, you don't recall talking to a law enforcement officer on scene that day?
After?
Yes.
I think someone talked to us, but they just asked us to fill a form.
So the only thing that you think happened was you filled out the form?
Yes.
And you filled out the form based upon what you saw,
Yes.
correct? And what
Correct.
you heard,
Correct.
right? Not what Derek might have said, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't do that, right?
I won't.
Okay. And in fact, what did you do with the written statement after you filled it out?
We just give it to the officer.
Okay. Do you recall if the officer was male or female?
I can't remember. Male, perhaps? Male?
One or the other. I
Yeah.
mean, you're just guessing, right? You don't remember, correct?
I can't remember. It was
Nothing further on.
No regret.
May this witness be released?
Your Honor, we're going to keep her under subpoena, but she can go back home.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Maneri, you might get recalled, but you're free to go at this time.
Thank you,
Subject
Your
to
Honor.
recall.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Who's next?
Defense calls Vivian Reeves.
Ready?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Have a seat right there.
Go ahead, Mr. Michaels.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Reeves.
Hello.
Please state your full name for the court reporter.
Vivian Reeves.
Could you spell Vivian, please?
Vivian.
And you're Mrs. Curtis Reeves?
Yes.
Is that your husband?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
49 years last October.
And what is your wedding date?
October 28.
So this year will be 50 years?
50. Yes.
And do you have children?
Yes, 2.
And who is the oldest?
Jennifer,
How old is she?
43.
And your youngest?
Matt is 40.
Do you have any grandchildren?
1.
And what is her name?
Madison,
And how old is she?
she just turned 5.
And are you retired or are you working?
I'm retired.
Let's talk a little bit about your employment history. What's the last job you had?
I worked at USAA for the Assistant Vice President of Claims and the Executive Director of Claims.
And how long did you work at USAA?
13 years.
Before that, what did you do?
I taught school for a few years,
And where did you teach school at?
Lutz Elementary.
Let's get a little background about your early life with your husband. When you married him, was he a police officer?
Yes, he was.
And do you know where he was a police officer, what department?
Tampa.
And where did you live?
When we first got married, we lived in an apartment on Branch Avenue in an old home.
And where did you move after that?
We built we bought property in Lutz, and we lived in a house down on the lake that the people were traveling, and they wanted us to take care of the property, so we lived in that house.
And how long were you married before your first child came along, Jennifer?
6 years.
And where were you living when Jennifer was born?
In our home in Lutz.
Now, let's talk about your family life and Jennifer as a newborn. Your husband was a police officer then?
Yes.
Were you working?
Yes, I was.
When Jennifer comes along, tell me, do you continue to work?
I did.
And who helps take care of Jennifer?
In the daytime when we were at work, my sister kept her, and then the second year, Curtis's mother kept her.
Now, when Jennifer was a baby, what sort of father was Curtis? Was your husband?
He was a wonderful father.
Excuse me, Judge, I'm going to object as far as relevancy.
Judge, we've started this hearing talking about how important it was to understand who Mr. Reeves is, to understand what his perception was at the time. The state's objected to anything after that particular day, which I still don't agree with. However, now we're talking before that particular date. I think we're just getting some background information. I think it's important for the court to hear what sort of father he was, what kind of person he was, and I think if we get the bigger picture, I mean, the state, I know, and I appreciate Mr. Martin's argument that it's a snapshot in time, but truly, Judge, this isn't a snapshot. This is a movie, if you will. This is a long movie regarding his entire life to know who he is, and that's what the law requires, and we have the burden of proving that he was justified, that Mr. Reeves was justified, and so therefore we should be granted some leeway to have the court understand exactly who Mr. Reeves is.
The rules allow for an accused to put forth testimony regarding his character as long as it pertains to a trait that has something to do with the crime charge. Where are you getting at with this line of question?
I think Mr. Martin's comment in terms of his opening statement / argument was something to the effect of, and I'm sure he'll correct me if I'm wrong, and I apologize if I'm wrong, but the characterization was essentially that Mr. Reeves was a former police officer who didn't get his way because he's a person that's used to being in authority and therefore overreacted and didn't act properly and therefore wasn't justified. So this is relevant to certainly show that wasn't a type of character. Essentially the testimony is going to be that he was a guy who left work at work. And so if we're saying that he's a man who left the police force with the police force upon retirement, then I think this is relevant to show that that's the bigger picture, and that's relevant to show his character in terms of he's not as he's being characterized by the state in this case.
Any further argument?
Yes, Judge. The character evidence that is relevant in an immunity hearing deals with the elements in which that are at issue. It's no different than any other type of self-defense case. Judge, there is no leeway for the defense. The only time there's leeway is in a death penalty case, and we've heard it over and over. Death is different from the courts, and we get leeway. This is not where we're at. I provided the court with the case law that indicates that all the rules of evidence apply in this particular case. And so in this particular case, we're having an immunity hearing. What is relevant is those issues related to a self-defense type argument, and character relating to that might be relevant if they can link it up. But right now, what Mr. Michaels is asking for is to put on character evidence to show that in the way, way future, he acted in conformity therewith. And that's where we have the problem with believing the evidence. So I still object to this line of question.
And the problem that we have, the thing that makes this kind of hearing a little different is because we're putting the trier of fact in the shoes of Mr. Reeves. If we're not allowed to have testimony regarding exactly who it is filling those shoes, then it's problematic, and he's not, frankly, getting a fair opportunity to present his defense.
All right. As far as leeway goes, the only leeway I'm going to allow is testimony that would indicate something to do with whether or not Mr. Reeves was a peaceful man, a patient man, something along those lines.
Okay.
And I gather that's where you were going with that.
And Judge, just so that your ruling is clear to the state, we're talking about the proper way to present that is reputation within the community and not specific incidents.
No, that's incorrect. The rules allow for an accused to bring that type of testimony.
At a trial.
I mean, allowing.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, let's talk about, Mrs. Reeves, about your husband in the early years. You knew he was a police officer. You've already testified to that. Was he a guy who would bring work home with him? In other words, would he come home saying, "Oh, today I was out there catching bank robbers," or any of that sort of thing?
No, he didn't bring it home.
When he was at home, did he, in terms of his relationship with his daughter, was he a caring person?
Oh, yes. There is nothing that he wouldn't, that beneath him to do for his children. He changed diapers, he did everything.
Was he a peaceful person at home?
Yes.
Did he lose his temper when Jennifer was a child at Jennifer?
Not that I remember.
Did he lose his temper against you?
No,
Was he ever violent towards you?
never.
Are you aware of him in the early years when Jennifer was a child ever showing any characteristics of violence
No,
or aggression
no.
or impatience?
I don't, yes, I think he got impatient with her at times, but seldom.
Okay? When he was impatient, would he show aggression or violence towards her?
No,
Was he a person that was trying to teach his children the right way?
absolutely.
Was he involved in their life when he would come home from work?
Yes,
Now, how old is Jennifer when Matthew comes along, when Matt comes along?
3.
And the same question as to Matt, when Mr. Reeves, your husband, would come home, would he play with Matt?
yes,
Would he give attention to Matt
yes,
and to Jennifer?
yes,
Was he a peaceful man at home?
yes.
Did he show aggression?
No,
And in those early years, was he still a man, after Matthew was born, was he still a man that would come home from work and kind of leave work at work?
yes.
And during the years when Matthew was a baby, did you ever notice any aggression that Mr. Reeves ever showed towards anyone else?
No,
Now, as the children are growing up, does your husband continue in the same way? In other words, as he's rising through the ranks, and you're aware that he is getting promotions, right?
yes,
And you know about him going to school as well?
yes.
Anything change at home?
No,
Is he still a loving, caring person?
yes,
Still a peaceful person?
yes,
Still not showing any aggression in
No.
his home? And once he graduates from college, does anything change? In terms of him not being peaceful or not being
No.
aggressive? In fact, has anything changed from the time that you got married a half a century ago to this very day?
no,
In terms of his characteristics for being peaceful,
no,
for being caring,
no,
for being responsible,
no,
for always doing the right thing?
no.
John, I'm going to object. That's far beyond what you allowed as far as the characterization of Mr. Reeves.
I'll move on, Judge.
Thank you.
Now, in terms of physical characteristics, do you have an old wedding picture?
Yes,
Okay. Do you look the same?
absolutely not.
What about your husband? Does he look the same?
Oh, no.
Okay. So let's talk about some of those physical changes. Let's talk about any physical changes you may have. Are you the same, or were you the same on January 14th as you were back when you got married in 1967?
No.
Yeah, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. Her travel through time and how her own body has changed is not relevant here at all.
Well, Judge, it is relevant because certainly Mr. Reeves has the right to be justified in defending himself or another. Certainly his wife sitting next to him in the movie theater is someone that he's justified in protecting as well as himself. Again, it goes to Mr. Reeves' mindset and his perception. If a person who's 7 years old is sitting in a theater, next to them is their elderly wife also sitting in the theater, and that person has some maladies or weaknesses or some fragility, certainly that's going to color the individual's perception into whether or not he needs to act in a certain way to defend himself and to defend his wife.
All right, I had a question of that early on with the first witness's character trait being described, one of knowledge of impending frailty or one for peacefulness or both. Mr. Michaels?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What character trait are you attempting to elicit from this line of questioning?
Frailty of both Mr. Reeves and Mrs. Reeves.
And then is that the character trait knowledge of impending frailty that you're kind
Well,
of...
actually, realization, because it's no longer impending, it's here. Realization that on that day, on January 13th of 2014, that she had a realization that she was frail, that her husband had the same realization as he sat next to her in that dark theater.
Judge, as I repeated over and over, the criteria in a immunity hearing is the knowledge of Mr. Reeves. If Mr. Reeves wants to take the stand and say, my knowledge of my wife is this, and maybe I did it because of this, that's what we're talking about. We can't have his wife explain all the ailments he may or may not know she has when it's not relevant to what he knows. Only thing is relevant is what is in his mind. We can't impute or assume by witnesses testifying that I have A, B, and C that he knows it. He has to take the stand and say what's in his own mind. So it's not relevant for Mrs. Reeves to sit there and explain all her ailments in this particular setting.
I think that we can be secure, and Mr. Escobar will correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure we can be secure in the fact that Mr. Reeves will indeed be testifying at this hearing. There's no question about that.
And that might be true, but his knowledge may be more or less than what we're going to hear from the stand. So what we're doing here, we can't have our cake and eat it too. If Mr. Reeves is going to testify, great. I'll handle it when Mr. Reeves testifies. But Mrs. Reeves cannot say, I have these infirmities, and we impute that to Mr. Reeves. Because they may change their mind and he may not testify.
I can assure the court that there is no way that I could keep Mr. Reeves off the stand. He will be testifying in this immunity hearing.
All right. That's not for my consideration about this witness anyway. To the extent that her testimony leads to that sort of character trait, which is I've determined is part of the defense's theory, and in light of the witnesses who have testified already, I'm going to allow it. I'll overrule it.
So tell us a little bit, Mrs. Reeves, about how your body and your abilities have diminished over the years from when you were married up until January of 2014.
I have arthritis in my hands, and it was in my knee, and I had a knee replacement 3 years ago. and I have a nodule in my lung, and my pulmonologist sent me to Moffitt.
Yeah, I'm going to object. We can't have a lay witness come in and give medical terms that I have this, as some doctor told me. She can say, my hands hurt, but she can't give the diagnosis that's a lay opinion that's not appropriate. She can explain all her ailments and how she feels, but she's not a doctor.
I'll be happy to go through them all one by one, Your Honor. So I'll begin the questioning again. Okay, Mrs. Reeves, you said that you have arthritis. You're not allowed to say that. Do your hands hurt?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And show the court your hands, if you would, please. Okay. And they hurt when you do what?
I can hardly open jars or bottles. I wore a brace on my hand, but it's doing better now, but I wore a brace for a while. They're weak.
And what about, do they get stiff?
Yes.
Do they hurt when it's cold out?
Yes.
Okay. How about your hips? We'll work our way down. How are your hips?
They're good.
All right. What about your knees? You have pain in the knees?
I have pain in the knees.
Okay. Now, you have one knee, without saying what happened to it, that you had to go see a doctor about, right?
Right.
And did you have to go to the hospital for that particular knee?
Yes.
And when you went to the hospital, did they knock you out at some point?
Yes.
And when you woke up, were you having pain?
Not immediately.
All right. That was probably the medicine. But after a while, did you have pain?
Yes.
And where was that pain?
In my left knee.
And were you in the hospital?
Yes.
How long were you in the hospital?
At least 2 days.
And when you woke up and looked at your knee, was it open to the air, or was it bandaged in some way?
It was bandaged.
And at some point they take the bandage off?
Yes.
And tell me whether or not you saw any change in your knee. Was there a scar, for instance?
I have there was a big scar. Now it's smaller.
And did it hurt when you walked?
Oh yes.
Does it still hurt?
Yes.
What other parts of your body hurt or are affected by age? How about your skin? Let's talk about that. When you were young and you bumped up against something, would you bleed or bruise?
No.
What about now?
Yes, I do now.
Do which?
I bruise those dark purpley bruises on my arms and my hands, and I bleed easily.
Okay. And can we see your arms? We show the court your arms? Okay.
This one's way up here.
Right. That's a bruise. Before, let me ask you this, before 2014 in January, had you ever fallen around the house?
Yes.
And tell us about that. Was it trip and fall or just lose your balance and fall?
Probably losing my balance and fall.
And again, did your husband try to pick you up?
Yes.
And did he ever have problems picking you up?
Yes.
Did he ever almost fall picking you up?
Yes. I almost pulled him down.
Now, what else hurts?
I cough, and it's hard to breathe.
Okay. So you have problems breathing?
Yes.
And have you had to go to a doctor regarding that particular complaint or
Yes.
problem? And did you go to Moffitt Cancer Center for them to examine you in some way?
Yes.
And did you start involving yourself in a kind of an exercise program of some sort?
Yes.
And is that because you were preparing for some sort of surgery potentially?
If I had to have surgery, I was instructed to do that, and even if I didn't have surgery, that it would help me out.
And those were the doctors of Moffitt.
Yes.
Now let's talk about your husband. Is he the same, in the same physical condition now, or in 2014 of January as he was back in 1967?
No.
Okay. Tell me some of the differences that you're aware of.
he's gained a lot of weight, and he also bruises very easily and bleeds easily, and he's got problems in his shoulders, and his back, and his feet.
Okay. Now, how do you know that he bruises easily?
Because I see it.
And what about the bleeding?
I see that.
And by bleeding easily, give an example to the court of how he's started bleeding.
About the last time was about probably a month ago.
Well, let's talk about before 2014.
Oh, okay. Just if he sticks himself, like picking up limbs or doing anything, he bleeds, and I put something called wound seal on him.
Okay. Is that what you use for yourself as well?
Yes.
Now, when he was younger, did he used to run?
Yes, he did.
And when did that stop?
Before he went to work at Busch Gardens.
Okay. Once he started, what year was that approximately?
At Busch Gardens?
Yep.
It would be about,
All right, it was after he retired from the police department.
after he retired, and I can't think of the date right now.
So if it's 93 or 94, does that
Yes,
sound right?
yes.
So he stopped running. And did he start wearing any kind of apparatus that you noticed for his back or anything like that around the house?
When he worked in the yard, or he would wear a brace around his middle, and he bought when he was at Busch Gardens, he had to walk a lot, and he got orthotics, and he bought Echo shoes, which were much better quality than what he was wearing.
And was he taking anything over the counter that is usually for pain?
Yes, he was.
What was he taking?
Ibuprofen.
And when he was working at Busch Gardens, did he have any treatment on his feet that you were aware of? In other words, did you see any kind of machine that he uses?
Yes, he got several shots even back then in the bottom of his foot, and he used a TENS machine.
Was he big into any sort of hobbies that you're aware of, like woodworking, metalworking, that sort of thing?
Yes, he did.
Tell the court some of the things that he would do.
He worked with metal, and he built 2 carports, and when we had our property in North Carolina, he put sides onto the little pump house that were metal, and we put together a big metal building, like a barn, and he did woodworking. He's built a lot of things out of wood, swings, banks.
How long ago was that? Was it last year, was it?
No,
Was it 10 years ago or more?
10 or more.
What about around the house? Now, after you moved from Lutz, you moved to Brooksville, is that right?
Yes.
And why did you build such a big house there?
I was hoping for a lot of grandchildren.
And if it's a big house, there must be a lot of upkeep. Who does the upkeep around the house?
My son has to help out a lot.
Now, when you first moved there, how long have you been there? Let me ask you that first.
I think 12 years.
When you first moved there, was your husband able to do a lot of things around the house?
Some. We've got a lot of oak trees, and to clean the gutters, it requires you to get on the roof because we don't have a pool, but there's a screen cage over the patio. And I think he did that the first year, and then he just couldn't handle getting on the roof, so Matt's our maintenance man.
Now, you have a granddaughter who's now 5. When your granddaughter was younger, 2 years old or 1 year old, would your husband get on the floor and play with her?
Some, yes.
Did he ever get stuck where you had to go try to help him?
Yes.
What about your husband working out? Did he at one time work out at a gym?
Yes, his former Medicare insurance policy included silver sneakers, so he could go to the gym for free, and he joined Gold's Gym, and he lifted weights and did yoga, but he had to stop.
And is it true or not that he hurt himself doing yoga?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so he's never been back to yoga or the gym?
No.
And how long ago was that?
Let's see. Maybe 8 to 10 years ago.
Okay. True or false, one of the reasons your husband retired from Busch Gardens was because it was difficult for him to be on his feet so much?
True.
Now, when your husband retired from Tampa Police Department, did he ever show any signs whatsoever that he missed the action of being a police officer? Or was he happy to be retired at home with you, waiting for grandchildren?
You object calls for speculation on her part.
Yeah, he very rephrased.
Well, did your husband ever show in any way, at any time, that he wasn't happy to be retired and not a police officer anymore?
No, it was a relief.
Did he display any kind of aggression whatsoever once he retired from the police department?
No.
Was he a peaceful person?
Yes.
A conscientious person?
Yes.
A responsible person?
Yes.
All the things he was.
Excuse me, Mr. Michael, I have an objection. I know what the court's ruling is, and it was very, very specific. Now we're throwing out terms and terms of character that's not what the court allowed Mr. Michael to do. And if I could respectfully request the court to remind Mr. Michaels exactly what the limitations are, so I don't have to keep jumping up and down, I would appreciate it.
I was sustained as to the responsible.
I'm not to the responsible part? Okay. So your husband was a caring person?
Yes.
His characteristic was one of a peaceful person?
Yes.
A person who wasn't an aggressive person?
No.
Now, you're retired, Mr. Reeves, your husband is retired, and now a grandchild comes along. Do you decide to care for that grandchild?
Yes, I wanted to keep her, and I knew that Curtis wanted to travel some, and he came to me one day and said, I think we should keep her for a while. So we canceled the trip we planned out west.
And your granddaughter has been with you in your house ever since?
No, she came to live with us when she was 1.
Okay. And so she lives with you now on at least a part-time basis?
Part-time.
Now let's talk about January 13th of 2014. Okay?
Okay.
You recognize the date?
Yes.
I need you to think back to that day for me. Okay?
Yes.
You went to a matinee?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. Why did you go to a matinee?
When we went to the movies, we usually went to the matinee. I think it's cheaper. And my son Curtis had read the book Lone Survivor, and they had come home from a archery hunting trip, and it just kind of spurred the minute, I think. They wanted to see the movie, and I wanted to go because it was based on a true story.
And so tell me what happens. Who drives to the movie theater?
Curtis drove.
And are you with your son, Matt?
No.
Okay, what are the plans for Matt?
He was going to meet us there.
Do you know what time you get to the movie?
Not exactly. We had plenty of time. We weren't running late, but I don't know what time.
So when you get to the movies, imagine you get a ticket and go inside.
Yes.
What happened once you go inside? Where do you go?
The concession stand.
And who goes to the concession stand?
Well, we both walked over to it.
You and your husband?
Yes.
And where do you go at the concession stand? What do you buy?
Oh, popcorn and a drink.
Now, once you buy the popcorn and the drink, where do you go?
I go to the restroom.
Once you come back from the restroom, where do you go?
Into the theater.
Okay. Move on, would you please? Let's do report number 7. Okay, so you get your drink, get your popcorn, go to the restroom, and you go into Theater 10.
Yes.
Tell me, what did you do once you got into the theater?
We came around the little wall, and people were kind of, it wasn't full, but people were spread out. And we were looking for really 5 seats, so we could have 3 and maybe an empty seat beside us.
3 seats for you, your husband, and your son?
Yes.
And so you go around the little wall, and where do you look for seats?
In the upper section.
Okay. And do you all spot 5 seats or something that looks like 5
Yes.
seats? And where was that located?
At the very top row.
Okay. And that's the row that is right next to the Cena Bistro, is that right?
Yes, with the wall behind it.
So it's the very last row?
Yes.
Or the very first if you're coming back from there? It's the very last row if you're looking up?
If you're looking up, it's the very last row.
And the very first row if you're looking down?
Yes.
And who walks down the aisle first?
Curtis.
And is that the way you would usually walk to your seats?
Probably not,
Why did you walk behind Mr. Reeves?
because usually I would go in first, but we were going to put me between Curtis and my son.
Now, as you walk in, are the previews on yet?
No.
As you walk in, do you notice anybody using their phone?
Yes.
And who do you see using their phone?
Mr. Olson had his phone out, and I just saw that the screen was lit.
Now, we're gonna talk about what you remember, but let me ask you, in terms of how this day, how what happened made you feel, tell the court emotionally what toll it had on you.
I've never been so scared in all my life.
Judge, it goes to her testimony. We have to look at her testimony in context. Certainly, she's telling the court that she was scared, and so she's gonna tell the court what she remembered. She's telling the court how she felt when that day happened. We're gonna get there one way or another. So we're just kind of framing what her experience was there. So I think it is relevant that she was fearful.
Your Honor, her demeanor and her feelings at that point are not relevant to any material issue in this immunity hearing at all. There's nothing for you to consider regarding how she felt.
Well,
so I object as far as relevancy for this particular hearing.
Here's why it is relevant, Judge. If we have two people sitting in the theater, one individual is accused of discharging a firearm illegally, and he's telling the court that it was a justified use of his firearm because he was in fear of imminent great bodily harm or death. Somebody sitting next to him it's certainly relevant to try to understand what that person was feeling. If that person's in the same place, the same dark theater, with the same man coming over the same seat, sitting next to the person that's accused, I think that, I don't think there's a relevancy issue at all here. She can certainly say she was scared to death.
Judge, what we're talking about is Mr. Reed and whatever perceptions he had. We can't impute what Miss Reed might feel like as a elementary school teacher, banker, and going and working as a secretary to a seasoned veteran police officer. It just doesn't, you can't make that logical leap that one's going to feel like the other. It's not relevant as to how she felt about the situation. We haven't even had the same predicate that she saw even the same things that Mr. Reed did. There's too many variables here for us to impute. Because she was scared, he had the right to be scared. So I object to its relevancy.
All right. I'm going to overrule. I'm very certain that if her testimony was that she wasn't scared at all, the state would find that very relevant. So I think it's relevant, and I'll overrule.
Okay, so how did you feel that day as a result of that day? How did it affect you emotionally?
All right, there, folks. Looks like we lost the signal for just a little bit. It was getting to the really big witness testimony there from the wife of the shooter there as they were describing getting to the theater. The previews weren't even on, and we'll try to get that video for you a little bit later here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. It's a shame that it just went down on us like that. It was getting to be some pretty good testimony. But now we're going to take you to another live event. It just popped up here for us on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're going to take you to Michigan, where the Michigan Attorney General is announcing new charges against an ex-Michigan State University gymnastics doctor, Larry Nassar. We're going to take that live here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And just hold on one, folks. We are recording that event that I just talked about, and then we're going to take it to you live. Michigan State.
I want to assure you, and most importantly, I want to assure the survivors that we are all conducting a thorough and impartial investigation in this matter. The MSU Police Department consists of 85 police officers who have received specialized training in victim-centered, trauma-focused investigations, including the neurobiology of trauma. The MSU Police Department has a special victims unit with full-time detectives assigned to these cases, such as the Nassar investigation. We work with local resources that are specific to sexual abuse and child abuse, and through these partnerships we are able to provide additional resources to the victims in these cases. We have a digital forensics and cybercrimes unit which handles digital evidence, and other agencies frequently seek out our assistance due to the resources available at our department that these agencies don't have available to themselves. To date, the Michigan State University Police Department is investigating more than 80 reported sexual assaults against Dr. Nasser. We have compiled over 600 investigative reports. We've executed multiple search warrants, compiled and reviewed thousands and thousands of supporting documents, and interviewed nearly 300 people. As a result of those investigations, 28 felony charges and indictments have been secured against Nasser. From the MSU Police Department, there have been as many as 17 investigators assigned full-time, as well as digital forensics detectives, a crime analyst, and more importantly, we have assigned 10 trained Special Victims Unit investigators from our department who specialize in these types of cases. All findings from these investigations have been or will be turned over to the Attorney General or a United States Attorney for review and prosecution. Our priority and that of the Attorney General's office is getting justice for the survivors, and doing that correctly takes a great deal of time and effort, and we are both determined that that's going to be the outcome that occurs here. We continue to receive new reports and information on almost a daily basis, and we continue to ask anyone who may be a victim or who has information regarding any of these cases to please call our toll-free number, which we have printed in back, but I'll give it to you. It's 844-99-MSU-PD. And again, I want to thank the AG, who's been a great partner in this, and we look forward to bringing more of these cases to a successful conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Again, I encourage anyone, as Chief Dunlap has said, who may have been a victim of Larry Nasser to come forward. Let me repeat that number. You can call the MSU PD at 844-99-MSU-PD. And we will aggressively, this department and I, will aggressively provide justice to these women and their families in what is certainly one of the biggest cases of serial sexual assault in Michigan's history. And be happy to take any questions you might have.
Would you be able to talk about, I understand there's 9 victims. Where was this abuse taking place?
Yeah, we filed these charges in 2 different counties, Eaton County and Ingham County, because and a number of the victims were assaulted multiple times. That's why there are additional counts. We filed 22 today, total of 25 when you include the victim that we announced back in November. And so 2 different counties, Ingham and Eaton, and tragically, some of these young women were violated a number of times.
At his office, home, where was it actually?
Well, I'm not going to get into all the detail, but you read the warrant and the affidavits. It gets very specific about location, and it gets very specific about this gruesome act. What happened here is that these girls, this should have been a time of innocence for them, but instead Larry Nasser stole that innocence from them when, under the guise of medical treatment, he sexually abused and sexually violated these young women. And that's why we're pressing these charges today.
I have a question that might be for the chief, but I'm sure you could possibly do too. Speaking of Michigan State University and talking with people, 300 people, is there any way you can kind of divide that into what groups of people, professors, doctors? Is there any way you can kind of make that more of a...
Well, I mean, it's been a cross-section of a lot of folks. I mean, obviously a good number of these are victims, but then anybody that may have been contacted or possibly where the victim told their story to somebody else. We've interviewed all of those people, staff members, pretty much the gamut for 300.
Bill, you cited Michigan State's cooperation. There have been open letters from alleged victims and people worried about some in the administration or athletic department perhaps turning a blind eye to these activities. Have you seen any indication that some within Michigan State have been slow to respond over the years to these allegations?
Let me be very, very, very clear, very specific. My job, our job of the Department of Attorney General is to prosecute Dr. Nasser for his criminal actions. We believe these charges will be upheld in court for these, disgusting and despicable actions where he preyed on these young women. Our job is to prosecute, and that's what we'll do. It appears to me, from what I read in the paper, is that Michigan State University is conducting its own independent investigation of the internal actions, operations, what have you, within the university. They've hired, as my impression, Patrick Fitzgerald, who's a skilled former United States attorney and U.S. attorney, and he's in charge of the investigation of the internal review at MSU. So you'll have to ask him.
Do you anticipate
Yes, sir.
more charges coming down for more victims?
Yes. Absolutely.
Is that because you have more victims who report it, or you're just expecting that more people will call in?
Rick, it's because right now MSU has received about 80 complaints, allegations from more than 80 people that they have been abused and violated by Dr. Nasser, and more come in almost daily. And MSU reviews them, does the investigative work, and then we look at that and then do the prosecution determination. And I just anticipate Rick Moore will come. You'll get. I'll make sure everyone gets a chance. You can get a second shot. Don't worry. I'm pretty good at remembering. Yeah, please. Family. Angie, why don't you help on the 2004 and 2014
Sure.
questions?
Those cases have been forwarded to us for review, and we're currently reviewing those a second time. I think the mere fact that we've had so many complainants come forward and report their crime, that we've had such a wonderful investigation done by the Michigan State Police Department to corroborate those victims, to get medical records, to find supporting information. It is just a little bit of a different investigation because of the sheer number and because of the information that we have at this time.
This is Angela Povolitis, one of our outstanding assistant attorneys general here at the department.
Mr. Schutte, could you respond to the statements from the other side that this was a legitimate medical procedure that the doctor was utilizing?
I think that's outrageous, Tim. This guy is his actions. You read these affidavits, you read these warrants. This guy is a monster, and what he did under this disguise, this guise, this hoax of providing medical treatment to young women who had injuries, and what he did shocks the conscience, and it rocks you in every way, in every worst way. And those who would defend this guy from what he did to young women is just outrageous. Can I make sure anyone else gets another shot? Question, please. Yeah.
What does it cost in the university? Is there anything you can tell me about
Jim?
the cost?
For the police department? A lot of salaries. In the tens of thousands of dollars from the investigative side, just from the officer time, from the detective time. But try not to break them down that way because we want to do the most thorough job we can, and we're committed to devote whatever it takes. We've reassigned people where it's necessary to cover things, paid overtime, and that's the most important thing, is to do the thorough job on it.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
How many police resources are being devoted to giving more than 80 women who come forward as victims? What's being done to investigate allegations that have been raised in civil lawsuits that others at the university turn a blind eye or make them obstructed with the investigation?
Again, you need to contact Patrick Fitzgerald and the MSU internal investigation team on that. Our job is reviewing the criminal actions of Larry Nasser, period. Emily, best I can say is that this is Patrick Fitzgerald's responsibility, and that's part of the internal investigation that MSU, it appears to me, from what I read in the paper, is doing. Yes, sir. Question is, do I have an idea when the next charges are coming? I don't right now. But the charges and the allegations come in all the time, almost on a daily basis, and Andrea Munford's just doing an incredible job, as are Robin and Angie. Tim.
Mr. Attorney General, can we go back to Ms. Lawler's question on the 204 case and the 214 cases? Did your office have any role in that investigation, sir?
We did not have a role in the investigation. We do the prosecution.
Okay, so those were local agencies?
Jim, you want to have a quick... That's a fair question. A fair follow-up.
The 2004 case was investigated by Meridian Township. They've turned that over to us, and so it's currently under review. It was never referred to the prosecutor's office. The 2014 case was investigated by our office and turned over to the Ingham County Prosecutor's Office for review, and they declined to authorize warrants in 2014. That case is back under active review again.
Those two cases in 14 and 04 and 14 never came to the Department Attorney General. I'm glad for the clarification. Thanks for that follow-up, Tim. That was the first time I've appreciated your second question.
All right.
Oh, yeah, please.
I'm wondering if you just commented that you thought the idea that these were medical leaks, now procedures, is outrageous. We know that in 2014, when the university did an internal investigation, a medical board of 4 personnel, I think it was, signed off on these apparently being medically sound. Can you help us understand?
Yeah, Kate, I would just, I'd read these affidavits and warrants, and you read what went on. You read those warrants, you read those affidavits, and it shocks you to your very core. And so I got to tell you, as Attorney General, these are horrifying acts, horrible acts. That's why we're filing these charges. And as a husband and a father of a young lady, just reading them makes me angry. And so I'd suggest you read that. And one other thing, this last week, the young woman who went through the bind over and to bind these charges over to the circuit court, what an incredible display of courage she did, having the fortitude and strength to relive these moments, to start that criminal process. I mean, the courage that woman did. So I disagree with that, and that's why we filed charges.
Right, and I guess that, I'm sorry, I guess that
That's all right.
question was more for the chief.
Oh, okay, Chief, go ahead.
I don't know what went into the thought process that the county prosecutor had specifically. I just know that the warrant was declined by the county prosecutor's office, and the stated reason was something to the effect of appropriate or could be medical, a legitimate medical procedure, but it was referred internally also to what they call the Office of Institutional Equity, which is an administrative procedure that we don't have anything to do with, and so that would be where the review process would be.
So your own internal, your investigation with the MSCPD didn't find any evidence during 2014 that this was somehow legitimate?
Well, I'll just go back to what the AG said. Our job is compiling evidence and investigations, and we turn those over to a prosecuting entity for review, and we don't make the charges, nor do we request a charge. We just merely submit the investigative findings for a determination of whether or not there is a chargeable violation of any statute.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, there you go.
I didn't articulate. It doesn't matter. The purple is a new look, but I like it.
All right, everyone, that wraps up this press conference. We are going to take you now live to Vice President Pence speaking in St. Louis.
Need to care for the least fortunate and their health care needs the way we'll work in Missouri and the way that we'll work in each individual state. You know, despite the scare tactics from the liberal left, the President and I are committed. Make it clear here. We're committed to an orderly transition to a better health care system in America, one that lowers the cost of health insurance, unleashes innovation, and puts the American people first. I mean, all of those concepts, innovation, putting people first, those are all the same principles that got Faber-Cat to 100 years. And it's what actually works in American business, and we truly do believe those free market principles, individual responsibility and consumer choice can make the best health care system in America married to the best health insurance system in America as well. If they can work for America's business, they'll work in American health care. But our agenda doesn't just stop there. I'll guarantee there isn't anyone here who can make sense of America's tax code, including me. There's an old joke that says the tax code's about 10 times the size of the Bible, but with none of the good news. It's a good line, but it's hardly a laughing matter. Truth is, our country's tax system these days penalizes success. It makes it far too hard for hardworking people and small businesses to achieve the American dream. It takes too much money out of your pockets. It stifles job growth, wage growth, economic growth, and every other type of growth you need to get ahead. And rest assured, when President Trump and I get done, before we get to this summertime, we're going to cut taxes across the board for working families, small businesses, and family farms and get this economy moving again. We want you to keep more of your hard-earned money, plain and simple. You know how to spend your paycheck better than any politician in Washington, D.C. ever could. By the same token, you also know how to run your businesses and your own lives better than any bureaucrat. That's why, as I mentioned before, we're going to keep on working together, and President Trump and I are going to keep rolling back senseless regulations that are strangling businesses and stifling our country's potential. Everyone here knows a tremendous burden of red tape and regulation. Complying with these monstrous costs time and money to businesses. It would be better spent hiring more good people and growing businesses and improving worker benefits. Our administration is working with Congress to repeal these job-killing big government regulations issued in the last administration in particular. We're going to rein in unelected bureaucrats so they can't cripple the economy from the comfort of their taxpayer-funded desks in Washington, D.C. And before I close, if you haven't noticed it yet, let me remind you that we actually all elected a builder as the 45th President of the United States. And under President Donald Trump, we're going to rebuild America. President Trump has called attention to our nation's crumbling infrastructure like no contemporary person in public life. Rest assured, we're going to work with the Congress to make historic investments in infrastructure so that we have the best roads, the best bridges, the best highways, and the best airports in the best nation on earth. Every dollar we invest in infrastructure is a dollar we invest in America's future and in our prosperity. And when we do that, let's be clear, we're going to rebuild America, and we're going to hire America.
All right, guys, we are going to cut out of this Mike Pence event. We'll play this for you in full a little bit later on. We do want to take you live to an event that's happening here locally, press conference in honor of a memorial.
I was on Gabrielle Gifford's staff on January 8th, 2000.
Memorial in honor of January 8th, the day of the Gabrielle Gifford shooting.
Colleague Gabe Zimmerman was one of the 6 people that was killed in that morning. And over the past few years, I've been very privileged to be on the board of the Memorial Foundation, and I'm very excited today to be here at the Capitol. Representative Claude Felter from Tucson has introduced a bill that will provide some state funding that will help make this memorial become a reality.
Did you ever, whose idea was this first one? Do you know?
You know, some of the survivors and community leaders met very soon after, just about 3 months after the shooting, and Representative Ron Barber and some community leaders pulled the meeting together, and we talked about in the future we might want to have a memorial that remembers this really unfortunately historic event. And over about a year later, a board was put together, and we've gone through a very extensive process and design selection, and an absolutely beautiful design that you see behind me has been presented, and we are moving forward.
So this is a really big day to present this and just talk about what's going to happen when it's presented in the press conference starts.
Yes. Well, today what we are lifting up is the fact that a bill will be dropped in the House of Representatives here at the state capitol to provide funding that will be matched with private donors and other sources, and that money will be able to help us to build and create this memorial that's actually not only remembering those that died and those that were wounded, but it also will remember and lift up the resilience of our community and how our community of Tucson and the broader community of Arizona came together in support of each other. So we have some real lessons to leave for our posterity, and that's one of the things that's very important about this memorial to me.
Perfect. Well said. Thank you. We'll catch you talking in a few minutes.
Okay. Which will sound pretty much the same.
Yeah, I figured I'd go ahead and get it since they're still in the house.
All right, so we're waiting for this memorial press conference to officially begin. For those of you who aren't familiar with what we're watching, I want to give you some background info. On January 8th, 2011, U.S. Representative Gabrielle Giffords and 18 others were shot during a constituent meeting held at a supermarket in the Tucson metropolitan area. Now, at this event, 6 people were killed, including Federal District Court Chief Judge John Roll, Gabe Zimmerman, one of Representative Giffords' staffers, and a 9-year-old girl, Christina Taylor Green. Giffords was holding the meeting called Congress on Your Corner in the parking lot of a Safeway store when Jared Lee Loeffner drew a pistol and shot her in the head before proceeding to fire on other people. One additional person was injured in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. News reports identified the target of the attack as Giffords, a Democrat representing Arizona's 8th congressional district. She was shot through the head at point-blank range, and her medical condition was initially described as critical. Now, Loeffner, a 22-year-old Tucson man who was fixated on Giffords, was arrested at the scene. Federal prosecutors filed 5 charges against him, including the attempted assassination of a member of Congress and the assassination of a federal judge. Loeffner had previously been arrested but not convicted once on a minor drug charge and had been suspended by his college for disruptive behavior. All right, for some reason it looks like we have lost our feed from the memorial press conference. We'll go back to it when we get our feed, and I'm going to take you back now to St. Louis. In the meantime, you can see Vice President Pence's speech has wrapped up, but he is meeting and greeting that crowd in St. Louis, Missouri. Again, many people in attendance in St. Louis hoping to get a selfie with the Vice President. You can see the Vice President making his way around the crowd, hoping to shake some hands, take photos with the public that came to see him speak. Again, for those of you just joining us, we are watching the aftermath of a Vice President Pence event in St. Louis, Missouri. He did just speak there, and we are waiting for an event to kick off here in Phoenix. It is a press conference to detail plans for the January 8th shooting memorial. And if you guys aren't familiar with the January 8th shooting, it took place January 8th, 2011. This is the shooting that took place in the metropolitan Tucson area, in which Jared Lee Loughner targeted Gabby Gifford, shooting a total of 18 people. 6 people killed. Gabby Gifford's critically injured, shot in the head. We are going to hear updates from that press conference in just a few minutes. In the meantime, we're showing you the aftermath of this Mike Pence event out of St. Louis, Missouri. And it looks like this camera action is quite chaotic, so in the meantime, while we wait for that event to start here in Phoenix, I am going to take you to the UN Security Council.
Out of service. The Al-Balad Field Hospital in Daraa appears to also have been hit by an airstrike and rendered out of service. Due to this increased fighting in Rif Damascus, Idlib, Daraa and other governorates, humanitarian access has been further limited to some of these areas. In Idlib, in fighting between the Al-Nusra Front, also known as Jabhat Fatah al-Sham, and non-Nusra groups, has resulted in restricted humanitarian programming and civilian movement. On the 24th of January, UN assistance through Bab al-Hawa border crossing point was suspended for a day due to increased insecurity, and humanitarian actors restricted their programming for most of the last week of January, affecting 2 million people in Idlib governorate, including 900,000 IDPs. To the south, The Ramtha border crossing point has been suspended since 13th February due to the intensification of attacks in and around Daraa city. Fighting in the south also resulted in the displacement of more than 10,000 people from Daraa city, many of whom have moved to farms and villages southeast of the city. Additional people are likely to be displaced in the coming days if the violence continues. These displacements create further strain on a population already deeply affected by the conflict. In addition to these displacements, ongoing movements into Idlib and the western Aleppo countryside, due to evacuations and local agreements, are increasing the humanitarian needs in many of these locations. Mr. President, in the besieged 4 towns of Al-Zabadani, Al-Fua, Kafraya and Madaya, last reached on the 28th of November, the situation is catastrophic, with over 64,000 civilians trapped in a cycle of daily violence and deprivation, where malnutrition and lack of proper medical care continue. A situation compounded by the tit-for-tat arrangement between the 4 towns, which makes humanitarian access prone to painstaking negotiations that are rooted in political and opportunistic considerations rather than humanitarian principles and obligations. 5 people have died in Madaya and Kafraya in recent days, among them a mother who died while giving birth. Another 80 people need to be urgently evacuated if their lives are to be saved. These and other people are in dire need. They cannot wait any longer, and I truly hope that members of this Council and members of the newly established joint group will manage to unlock this horrific gridlock on the 4 towns and compel parties on the ground to enable immediate humanitarian assistance, including medical evacuations, without any further delay. Mr. President, I also remain gravely concerned that military operations against ISIL continue to result in civilian suffering. In recent weeks, for example, airstrikes and fighting around both al-Raqqa and al-Bab resulted in numerous civilian casualties, the destruction of civilian infrastructure, as well as displacement. To date, the UN has received reports of approximately 300 civilians killed, mainly due to airstrikes and improvised explosive devices. Civilians have also been subjected to gunfire by fighters, with ISIL fighters shooting at civilians who try to leave towards areas controlled by non-state armed groups, and in some cases, non-state armed groups shooting at civilians who appear to have been mistaken for ISIL elements. As different parties pick up the pace to enter into Raqqa and al-Bab, and as ISIL retreats, bridges, water systems, and other civilian infrastructure are being attacked and destroyed. The Tabqa Dam on the Euphrates River is a strategic facility in Syria which holds about 14 billion cubic meters of water for drinking and irrigation purposes and produces about 2.5 billion kW of electricity per year. Such a facility must be protected from the impacts of the ongoing conflict in the eastern and northern regions, where any damage or misusing of the dam could potentially risk significant flooding across Raqqa and as far as Deir ez-Zor should the dam fail. Heavy flooding would likely have catastrophic humanitarian consequences in downstream areas, submerging huge swathes of agricultural land and affecting hundreds of thousands of people who already face critical problems in meeting their immediate needs. And as fighting moves into urban areas, there is grave concern that there will be a significant increase in civilian casualties. In recognition that civilians trapped in areas controlled by listed terrorist groups are already facing human rights abuses and humanitarian suffering, efforts to retake such areas must be undertaken with the utmost care for the plight of the many hundreds of thousands of civilians trapped in these locations. So, Mr. President, distinguished Council members, as you all know, the UN and its implementing partners reach millions of Syrians via regular and cross-border programming each month. The lack of safe, unimpeded and sustained access remains, however, the greatest obstacle to reaching people in need in besieged and hard-to-reach areas. The cumulative reach of humanitarian actors to besieged and hard-to-reach areas through interagency convoys and airdrops increased from 620,000 in 2015 to more than 3.3 million in 2016. Yet despite this considerable improvement, humanitarian actors are all too seldom able to deliver life-saving assistance and protection services in a timely, effective, and strictly needs-based on a sustained basis. A review of interagency cross-border convoys in 2016 showed that a lack of predictable access prevented the implementation of 2/3 of the requests initially approved by the government of Syria. These were primarily due to administrative, security, and operational constraints. During the second half of 2016, interagency convoys were only allowed to proceed during the last 10 working days of the month. And those convoys that did deploy had medical items routinely removed. In fact, 67 of the 99 interagency cross-line convoys in 2016 had a significant number of medical items removed. As previously stated, in December last year, only one convoy was deployed throughout that month, to Khan el-Shia, reaching 6,000 people, despite the fact that the UN had received initial approvals to reach almost 800,000 people in hard-to-reach and besieged locations. Similarly, in January, only a single convoy could be deployed, delivering aid to 40,000 people in Madamiyet el-Sham. And so far, in February, only 2 convoys have been able to deploy, to Talbiseh on the 5th of February, delivering aid to 84,000, and to Al-Rastan on 12th, with assistance to 107,500 people. Insecurity has also forced the United Nations to abort 2 convoys in as many days to Al-Weir just this past week. Some 50,000 civilians in Al-Weir are facing ever-worsening humanitarian conditions and have not received humanitarian assistance for 117 days. On 19th February, the loaded convoy was forced to turn around due to the security situation on the ground, including an incident in which a person was injured due to a shot by a sniper. On 20th of February, prior to reaching Al-Weir, the loaded convoy was unable to proceed due to ongoing shelling and sporadic fire. On its way back to the warehouse, several trucks filled with humanitarian supplies were diverted by civilians and unknown armed elements to a government-controlled area. The drivers and trucks were temporarily detained, and some drivers were reportedly roughed up.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of the UN. Looks like that press conference on the shooting memorial has just started.
John Roll, Phyllis Schneck, Dorwin Stoddard, and Gabe Zimmerman. 14 more were injured, among them Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, a former member of this legislative body who served right here on this campus, who continues to inspire us with her determination and her toughness, and Congressman Ron Barber, who now walks with a limp yet stands tall as the embodiment of selflessness in public service. Countless other Arizonans lost family members, friends, and colleagues and neighbors that day. While January 8th, 2011 will always be a dark day in Arizona history, it's also a day that demonstrated the greatness of Tucson and Arizona. Heroes on the scene like Representative Daniel Hernandez, who's with us today. Heroes at the hospitals like Representative Randy Freese saved countless lives and aided victims, and our community responded with an outpouring of support for those that affected and repudiation of the evil on hand that day. The sacrifice and selflessness shown in Tucson on January 8, 2011 is befitting of a national memorial, and I believe that the state of Arizona ought to contribute to that effort to realize that memorial. I've offered a bill to do just that, and I thank my colleagues here with me today for their help in moving this legislation. I'd like to take a moment to introduce Representative Daniel Hernandez and let him speak on this at the moment. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Hernandez, and I am now state representative for the 2nd Legislative District, but 6 years ago, on January 8th, I was just an intern. I was serving in the office of Congresswoman Gabby Giffords on my 5th day on the job when a gunman ended up killing 6 and injuring 13 others. This was an incident that didn't just impact the city of Tucson, it impacted the entire state of Arizona and the entire country. So now, 6 years later, to be able to be here as a state representative in support of this bill is something that makes me feel very proud, not just because we're finally working as a state to be able to support a memorial process, but that it's a process that's bipartisan. So I want to recognize Representative Todd Clodfelter for his work. I also want to recognize other representatives who've done a lot of work to make sure this bill is getting passed. So Representative Shooter, the chair of APROPS, Representative Engel, and Representative Freese for their hard work on making sure that this bill is moving forward, but also folks like Jim Click in Tucson, who are making sure that as we are seeking to remember those who were lost and the lives that were impacted, we're working together. So I'm very proud to support this bill. I'm glad that we're able to do something as a state to help memorialize what happened on January the 8th. And I'm hoping that today will pass out of approps and have a lot of support in the House. So I would like to recognize my colleague and my good friend, Representative Randy Freese, to talk about this bill.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I echo the thoughts of Daniel and Representative Clodfelter. Having this bill introduced this year and having this bill have traction and begin to move forward is a bittersweet event. 6 years ago, a terrible tragedy happened in my city. And this is about remembering that tragedy, remembering those who we lost, remembering the sacrifice of Congresswoman Giffords, and then creating something beautiful out of it, something that we can all go to and think about what this means to us on a personal level. And I've seen the design of the memorial, and it is a beautiful design. And I'm very happy that the state is willing to have some buy-in in building something that can represent not only Tucson, but Arizona on the national level. So thank you to everyone who was a part in this. Mr. Click, Crystal, Pam, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Freese. Thank you, Daniel. I'd like to take a moment now and introduce January 8th survivor, Pam Simon. And she has some remarks she'd like to share. So, Pam.
Thank you very much, Representative Clodfelter, and I want to thank him so much for introducing this bill and all those that are helping it move forward, and also to thank Mr. Click for being here and being a champion for us. Mr. Click is the co-chair, along with Gabrielle Giffords, the honorary co-chairs of this campaign to get this memorial built. And it's been almost 6 years. I remember January 8th, 2011, absolutely as clearly as if it was yesterday. Many people have that historic event or a life-changing event that seals something in your mind in the same way. I clearly remember when I got to the Safeway that morning that it was very cold and the sky was absolutely blue. I remember having some laughs and smiles with my colleague Gabe Zimmerman as we set up the chairs to get ready for Congress on Your Corner, where Congresswoman Giffords could listen to her constituents. I remember seeing Gabby running across the parking lot. She was full of enthusiasm. She had been elected she had been sworn in only 3 days before for her third term in Congress to represent the people of Southern Arizona. In about 10 minutes after Gabby got started, I saw a figure pass between where I was standing and where Gabby was standing. I heard a popping sound and found myself face down on the pavement. And in that brief amount of time, a bullet had passed completely through Gabby's brain, and Gabe lay just inches from where I lay, but he was lifeless. In less than 20 seconds, 19 people had been taken from us. 19 people had been hit and 6 had been taken from us. And it was called a crime on democracy, an assault on democracy, because the ability for Americans to be there and talk to their representative, that's what democracy is all about. Most of you remember January 8th, 2011 clearly too, and you have your own story. Almost every day I hear somebody say, "On that day I was." The tragedy touched not just the lives of Tucsonans, but all of Arizonans, and it also touched lives across the country and across the world. 3 days after the shooting, my family took me in a wheelchair out of my hospital room, and we went to a balcony that overlooked the yard, the lawn in front of Tucson Medical Center. And I was, for the first time, able to see this living, beautiful memorial that was created spontaneously by people bringing candles and signs and flowers. It grew up outside the Safeway, and it also grew up outside of Gabby's office. People needed to do something. They needed a place to go. They needed a place to reflect, to pray, to just be together. The January 8th Memorial in Tucson will create that space for us, for people to gather from around the world, from around the country, from around Arizona, a place where people can reflect. The memorial is also going to commemorate the resilience and strength of our community, how we came together to support one another during that tragedy. I have a little 3-year-old granddaughter, and I've often thought about the positive message that of community strength and resilience that this beautiful public place will illustrate. And I often think that 60 or 70 years from now, when my granddaughter brings her grandchild to Tucson to see that, the lesson she will learn. We have an important message for the future, for future generations, and we are creating it now. It's been an absolutely incredible honor to serve on the January 8th Memorial Board. It's my way of giving back to a community that has given so much, and I am deeply gratified that the state of Arizona will now be a part of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam. I'd like to introduce Representative Kirsten Engel to have a few remarks. Would you please?
Well, thank you very much. And I would like to thank Representative Clodfelter for bringing this forward and making this a bipartisan effort to make this memorial a reality. And I, too, do have a story about where I was that fateful day. I was with my children and another family at a playground not too far away from the shopping center. And as the news leaked out, it was, I just can't describe how, what a tragedy and how sad it made us all feel and scared. And just thinking about that now obviously makes me emotional. So I'm very proud to be up here, to be part of this effort, and I will work as hard as I can to try to make this a reality. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Now I would like to introduce one of the driving forces behind this memorial effort, and Mr. Click, would you please come up and say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Todd. Thank you. I think I got to say hello to everybody when I came in, but I also, and I won't bore you with my story where I was, but 4 or 5 years later, Pam asked to come see me. And I said, look, I'm not going to help you, but I want to hear what you have to say. I am too busy. But after 5 minutes with this wonderful lady and some other survivors of that day, I wanted to help. So not only did I agree to give my own money, I said I'd be the honorary chair. Well, you know, honorary chair, don't ever volunteer to be honorary chair because that makes you committed. So I've committed a lot of our family money to make sure this project happens. I want you to know this is just not about the tragedy, but it's the way our city came together. Everybody. This wasn't Republican, this was Democrat. It was about an attack on democracy and the way our community responded and the enthusiasm. I mean, we made something very positive out of something that was a terrible negative. President Obama was there 3 or 4 days later. It was a terrible time, but like Randy Free said, but a wonderful time. So I want you to know the Click family is committed to helping raise the private dollars. We're trying to get a match from the state. I've talked to Chuck Huckleberry at the county. He's committed to making sure this project happens. So we're appreciate you all coming today. We're really grateful to Representative Clodfelter. I've known Todd for a long time. I don't know you, Representative Engel, but thank you. And I've met Randy Freeze, and this is not Republican, this is not Democrat. This is something that's going to be good for our state. It's going to be good for Southern Arizona, and it's going to be a wonderful private-public partnership. Gabby Giffords is I'm sorry. I've met with Gabby several times. I wish y'all could see Gabby and see how enthusiastic she is about this project. She's absolutely amazing. But as you know, Martha McSally recently asked the federal government to make this a national monument. So when that happens, that means the government will help us maintain the monument. Chuck's committed, so it's going to be and we know there's a lot of demands up here in the state, but we're hopeful. And I have to tell you, I've spoken to the governor, and he told me, you know, Jim, I drove down to Tucson by myself to be there that night that President Obama spoke on behalf of what happened. So we really appreciate you all coming today. Todd, you all haven't met Crystal yet, but Crystal's our executive director, and we're going to make this a reality. And with the state's help, it will happen. So thank you, Todd, for letting me come. Okay.
With reference to Crystal, I guess we will introduce the driving force behind the driving force. So Crystal, would you like to come up and maybe explain the memorial a little bit and talk a little bit about it? Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. My name is Crystal Kasnoff. I'm the executive director for the Tucson's January 8th Memorial Foundation. This is incredibly important legislation that we are about to go into the Appropriations Committee today for. I have spent some time recently in Washington, D.C. with Congresswoman McSally, with Senator Flake and McCain, and several other representatives who understand the extreme importance of this memorial. This was the first time in history that a congressperson's life had ever attempted to be taken while meeting with their constituents. It was the first time in history that a federal staff member died in the line of duty. We also lost a federal judge, John Roll. We lost a 9-year-old little girl, 6 people. And I can tell you, of someone who's lived in Tucson and in Phoenix, in Tucson most of my life, that the response that we got from not only the Tucson community, but from the entire Arizona community and from states beyond continues to be inspiring. This is a place that we can remember our freedoms of democracy. We shouldn't be threatened or feel threatened when we're meeting with our representatives. And when I was in Washington, D.C., I listened to many Congress and Senate members who had worked with Gabby. Gabby was here. Gabby was here in the House and the Senate. And it could have happened to anyone. And so we have an important stake. I'm often asked, why your memorial when so many tragedies happen across the United States? It seems that we turn on our TV and there are tragedies every day. And our memorial is not more tragic or important than any other tragedy, but we have a historic story to tell and a responsibility to not only our residents of Arizona, but of the entire United States to show how our community did come together, as Mr. Click said. And I would like to just send a huge thank you to our representatives here today who came together, and Representative Claude Felter for leading. And same thing when I was in Washington, D.C. I looked behind me, and it wasn't a partisan effort. It wasn't even a bipartisan effort. It was a nonpartisan effort. And you see that uniting here today. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you everyone for coming again this afternoon. I think we have time for a couple of questions, but some of us need to shoot into the appropriations committee meeting so we can see how this is going to be handled, and knock wood, it'll be successful. So anybody want to ask any questions? We're open. Yes?
You alluded to it just then a little bit. What's your vote counting tell you about the chances of getting through appropriations?
Well, through appropriations is the big question, because that's the committee meeting where it will be discussed and debated in committee. Once it makes it out of committee, then it'll go to floor. There is a lot of support, but there's also, unfortunately, some people who are not in favor of a memorial like this. That's honest. I hope we can change their mind. I think the direction we're going with the bill, the way it's worded, the way it's written, the accountability of the bill, and the stakes involved. The state will put up money, private parties will put up money, There's an escrow process. It's a 5-year process, so it's not the state of Arizona writing a big check and it goes away. It has to be basically matching funds for 5 years. It also has a contingency upon the area being designated by the federal government as a national memorial. So there's a lot of contingencies involved, which makes it, I think, more opportunistic to have it pass and go through.
Talk about some of the concerns of the opposition that you face.
Well, always the opposition's concerned with finances, and that's pretty much it. You know, it's money being spent that they feel might be spent better elsewhere. I personally believe it's got value to the community, it's got value to the state, and we owe it to the nation to remember these people and remember what happened so that we are reminded that it should never happen again.
This event highlighted and sort of inflamed the ongoing gun debate in the country. Will the memorial address go anywhere near that issue?
It has nothing to do with that.
And why?
Yeah, please,
Yeah.
I'll let Crystal handle that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know, the gun that shot the bullets that day, as I said, didn't discriminate. And most people don't realize this. Out of the 6 folks that lost their lives that day, 4 were Republican that were standing in line to talk to Gabby about issues. 1 was a 9-year-old little girl, and 1 was Gabe Zimmerman, who worked for Gabby. This memorial represents every victim's family member, every victim, every survivor, and it would be a complete injustice for us to take any stance on any issue. This memorial is simply to remember what we lost, to celebrate what we still have, and to remember how we came together as people. It wasn't, we didn't ask each other, what is your affiliation? What's your party affiliation? We came together as a people, and that is something to be proud of, and that's something that we stand by.
One other question, why this location and not at Safeway
Sure.
or at the Congresswoman's office? Or
Sure. So the tragedy happened in a plaza that is currently still active. So there really wasn't a place to put a memorial there, the shopping center. And after many public meetings and discussion, it was decided that the perfect place for this memorial was really in the heart of Tucson, in our democracy, where the center is, where our courts are, where City Hall is, where people come to our festivals, Tucson Meet Yourself, the Folk Festival, and celebrate. It's really the place where Tucson comes together. And for that reason, it was decided to be put into El Presidio Park in downtown Tucson.
Do you have a plan if it doesn't get approved?
So we are the eternal optimists because look who we have around us and the supporters we have around us. It's absolutely amazing. To this point, I would tell you that the foundation board has been in existence for over 5 years and has completely privately raised the money for the selection process, the money for the design development. We have gone through 2 phases of design development. We have 52 hours of oral history done, and this is something that's incredible. Those memorials, there were 3 spontaneous memorials that were left during the tragedy, 1 in front of the Safeway, 1 in Gabby's office, and a huge one at UMC, where I happened to work at the time. Every one of those pieces were archived and kept, and we now have a partnership with the Arizona Historical Society, and we will have a place where people can view those in a very beautiful way inside the courthouse just near the memorial.
But are you saying you would press ahead with alternate funding if this wouldn't happen in the state?
Absolutely, and this would help launch us. And we have lots of donors who would like to see this matching money, but it will not stop us. We have a lot of momentum going, and we feel that you all being here and helping to get the word out and the legislature being behind us is really the push that we need. So we're very hopeful today that this will be approved in the Appropriations Committee.
What's your estimate of total cost?
The total cost of construction for the memorial is approximately $5 million. So the ask in the legislature today, the total is $2.5 million over 5 years. That would be broken down $500,000 per year and would be matched by private funds. Any other questions?
I think we're done. If we're done, we'll get it done. Thank you. Thank you for coming today. I appreciate it. We got to shoot into this meeting. Anybody want to join us? Come on in.
All right, everyone. Looks like we have lost that press conference. Want to go ahead and show you this press conference from earlier today. This press conference from earlier today from Iraq. Let's go ahead and listen in.
One, two, three, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Can somebody talk to me? I think I can hear you now.
Hear you. Can you hear us? We hear you just fine.
Okay, we're back on. Very good. I've got you loud and clear. So I answered a question. I'm not sure whether you heard me.
Well, let's make sure this is answered to your satisfaction. Courtney, I think... Go ahead.
So, JD, I think there's just confusion here because I think TM specifically asked about whether these JTACs are forward and are actually have eyes on their targets and the aircraft. And I think it was all of our impression that you said that's the case, but then they're back with the not on the front lines. So, and they're with the command elements. So are the command elements actually forward and they're actually able to see the targeting? I mean, are we talking, is this just a language thing here? And
command elements, I think it is. Command elements are close enough to direct the battle. So I don't want to give you the impression they're far removed from the front. They're not far removed from the front. They're very close to the front, close enough to observe what's going on and provide good advice and assistance. So the forward air controllers are with those elements very close to the front, providing that capability to the commanders on the ground.
All right. Next to Louis, I'm sorry, were you done, Jim? He said a multi-part question he wasn't done with.
Yeah, just a quick follow on that. Is this new FACT capability that's resident in the Advise and Assist mission, is that a new capability?
No. No, that is a capability that's existed in Advise and Assist teams throughout the campaign in Mosul.
And then on to Syria, are there any indications that the Syrian regime forces are moving closer to Raqqa, or are they basically holding in their positions outside the city?
Yeah, we've not seen Syrian regime forces moving toward Raqqa. They are operating in areas around Palmyra. They're operating in areas near Al-Bab, and then other areas around Syria.
And Louis Martinez with ABC News.
John, a couple of follow-ups. Are you talking, when you talk about these command elements, are you referring to the Special Operations Advise and Assist teams, or more these conventional forces that you were talking about earlier? And does that mean that you now have advisors down below the brigade level at the battalion level? We'd only heard about one occurrence before that. Is this now more common?
Well, I'm not going to get into the details of where our special operations forces are and what their capabilities are. What I'm talking about there is our conventional forces. And they're operating at every level, including division, brigade, and battalion level at times. It's more common at the higher levels, but this is a capability and it's an authority that General Townsend has had. He's said from his first Pentagon press brief that when he needed to have them at a lower level that he would do so, and that is something we routinely do.
And then if I could go back to the concept of the battle for Mosul being difficult. What's your estimate of how many ISIS fighters there are still in western Mosul, and what indicators do you see that the fight there is going to be tougher than potentially it was in eastern Mosul?
Well, you know what? I've heard estimates as low as 1,000 and as high as 3,000 on the west side of Mosul. I think what we have to do is let the Iraqi security forces get in there and begin clearing areas, and I think it'll become clear relatively quickly. We do expect it to be a very tough fight because the very narrow areas, the very narrow streets in some parts of the city, the ancient parts of the city, are going to make for very tough going. That means you probably, the Iraqi security forces won't be able to go in there with vehicles, but at the same time the enemy won't be able to move vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices, which was their weapon of choice on the eastern side, into those areas. So we'll let the Iraqis go in there, and we'll assist them and advise them and provide our strikes and our intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance as they go. We do expect it to be an extraordinarily difficult fight. The enemy has not given up. They are in some cases demoralized, and we do see situations where they've conscripted fighters, or that they've either executed or punished fighters who don't want to do what they've been told to do by the ISIL leadership. This is something that we expect to see continue as the enemy continues to lose territory and fighters and resources, but it's going to take some time. You know, just like there were 100,000, or excuse me, about 100,000 buildings on the eastern side of Mosul. There's probably well over 100,000 on the western side over a more compressed area. So this puts a tremendous amount of pressure on the Iraqi security forces as they advance into the city, because these buildings have to be cleared from rooftop level through every room, every closet, all the way down to ground level, including the tunnels that get dug between buildings. It's very, very dangerous and tedious, and the Iraqi security forces have done a really good job of protecting civilians as they've conducted those clearing operations, and that's something we expect them to continue.
Thank you.
Okay, a follow-up to Tara Kopp.
All right, real quick on the Iraqi F-16s. There are 14 total F-16s in the Iraqi Air Force at present, or is that just 14 that are active in the Mosul campaign?
That's 14 that they have so far. They'll have over 30 by the time they get all the ones that they intend to purchase. That's just how many they have right now.
And then given the
Daily basis to very good effect.
could you repeat that last part, please? We didn't catch it.
I was going to say, and they're flying them every day to very good effect.
Given the sensitivities for civilian casualties and the tighter fight in western Mosul, are the Iraqi F-16s going to be used in part of the airstrikes there? Are the U.S. forward air controllers actually working with these Iraqi F-16s in the fight for western Mosul?
Well, the Iraqis are increasingly capable. They have the ability to target with precision, just like our fighter pilots do. I was speaking with one of our commanders that works closely with the Iraqi Air Force and the advisors who help them conduct their operations, and what I'm hearing is that they're very capable of hitting the targets that they intend to hit. They are targeting with precision inside Mosul and doing a very good job. So they will continue to be very capable. The Iraqis have their own ability to call in airstrikes, and so they also have forward air controllers.
Okay, and I'm sorry, sir, in the back.
Mark Irons,
EWT and News Nightly. Colonel, can you update us on the humanitarian efforts that are taking place in this operation? In particular, what is being done to help persecuted Christians?
Well, you know what I would say is that that task, what we are here to do is to assist the Iraqi security forces in defeating ISIL. And ISIL is probably the number one persecutor of anyone that doesn't follow their ideology, including Christians. So that is probably what the coalition military force role is in that. We're helping the Iraqi security forces to defeat this enemy that threatens every single person in Iraq who's not a part of their movement and a part of their twisted ideology. So that's what our role is.
Hey, Barbara.
Colonel Dorian, going back to the U.S. troops that at times are moving closer to the front lines, can you tell us, and I'm not asking specifics, I only am asking, have any of them come under fire or have any of them been wounded?
Barb, they have come under fire at different times. Our forces that have been in Mosul and other places around Iraq, yes, they have been under fire at different times. What I would tell you, though, is that they are directed to try and be positioned where that is a rarity and unlikely to occur. Sometimes it will happen, and believe me, our forces are quite capable of defending themselves, and they will do so very, very robustly. But that is not the intent for them to have to do that. We're doing the best we can to help them provide their advice and assistance, but not become the main effort or get involved in fighting the enemy for our partners. Our partners are fighting the enemy, and we're supporting them with our advice and assistance. That's the way this is supposed to work.
Just ask you to be more specific because you said Mosul and other places. At the moment, I'm only really asking about the U.S. troops that have occasionally now gone further forward to the front, closer to the front in Mosul. And this is a very recent event so that this has happened. So can you tell us, just to make sure I'm absolutely clear in what you're saying, they have come under fire, they have engaged in returning fire. Can you tell us how many times, again, in this effort to get closer in Mosul, and have any of them been wounded?
Wow, we're really unpacking the questions, Barb. They have come under fire at different times. They have returned fire at different times in and around Mosul. That has happened at different times. I don't have a number of times that that's happened. I don't know that I could provide one if I did know it. And then we do not brief wounded in action. So we don't release information on that. That would give enemy real-time battle damage, and we're just not going to get into that kind of insight. I understand those figures are later available through the Department of Defense, but that's not something that we're going to do and get into the business of from here in real time or near real time.
So they've been in combat operations. Although that was not the intent, they have been in combat now.
Barb, yeah, that absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's when someone is shooting at you, that is combat. Yes, that has happened.
Eastern Mosul as well, right? Not just Eastern.
Yeah, can we get Phil's clarification, please?
It is not the intent. The intent is to stay away from the front.
I think they're asking you, JD, if there are U.S. troops in western Mosul.
No. It's what he was saying about people being involved in combat and returning fire and all that.
So they would have to be in western Mosul to be under fire in western Mosul, right? So I think that's a pretty easy one.
You know what? There were several people talking at one time there, and I didn't really get exactly what the question is.
Have U.S. troops come under fire in western Mosul?
I would have to check that. I don't have anything from operational reporting on that at this time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're well over an hour, folks. Go ahead.
I said one more follow-up. This is to TM's earlier question about the civilian casualties in Raqqa. I think it was Syrian Observatory for Human Rights and Air Wars who put those numbers out. They said it was 91 civilians killed by U.S. and coalition strikes in January and 48 by Russians in the same time frame. I know you guys, the numbers tend to lag, but given it's the end of February, can you give us any sense if you're even moving in the direction that might be correct, that it might look like there was an unusually high number of civilian casualties by U.S. and coalition in January?
You know what? I just can't get ahead of our reporting and our investigations. I think what we'll have to do is just compile our reports. We'll keep them and continue to be very transparent about releasing information once it's available. One of the things about this is the investigations that we conduct sometimes take some time, and so there's a little bit of latency in the reporting. So I think it would be pure conjecture on my part if I were to opine one way or the other. I think what we'll do is we'll just owe you that report when it's time to do that at the beginning of the month, and just do it that way.
If I ask one more question in this briefing, I'm going to call it an exclusive interview with NBC News. Yeah. I'm just saying. Right. Thank you. I'm just kidding.
Hey, JD, we're sorry.
All right, so that is the end of that Pentagon video conference. Obviously, there were other media outlets that were asking him questions there. You guys are looking at a live look at the Capitol in D.C. We are going to move back to some of our political coverage. We got you covered on the update from Iraq. We are going to take you now to the UN in just a second. Stand by. Just wanted to say hi, guys. And we're going to take you to the UN in just a second. Stand by.
Good afternoon. We're joined by the Secretary General, by the UN, the UNDP Administrator, Helen Clark, the Emergency Relief Coordinator, Stephen O'Brien, who are here at the front table. And you see behind me, Ertharin Cousin, the Executive Director of the World Food Program. And we also have here in the front row, Carla Mukavici of the FAO Liaison Office, and Justin Forsyth, the Deputy Executive Director of UNICEF. And we will let the Secretary General open up, and then we will take your questions. Sir, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. I'm here with my colleagues to draw the world's attention to the fact that today, more than 20 million people in South Sudan, Somalia, Yemen, and northeast Nigeria are going hungry and facing devastating levels of food insecurity. Famine is already a reality in parts of South Sudan. Unless we act now, it is only a matter of time until it affects other areas and other countries. We are facing a tragedy. We must avoid it becoming a catastrophe. This is preventable if the international community takes decisive action. The situation is dire. Millions of people are barely surviving in the space between malnutrition and death, vulnerable diseases and outbreaks, forced to kill their animals for food and eat the grain they saved for next year's seeds. Throughout South Sudan, almost 5 million people desperately need food. Famine has already been declared in 2 counties. Across northeast Nigeria, some 5.1 million people face serious food shortages. Women and girls are disproportionately affected, and nearly 500,000 children are suffering severe acute malnutrition. Even if they survive, this may affect their health and development throughout their lives. In Somalia, food
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of the UN. We're going to take you live to St. Louis. Looks like Mike Pence is making a visit. He's going to be making some remarks, too, in St. Louis.
I'm here today with Anita Feigenbaum. Anita is the executive director of the Hesed Shalema Cemetery, and we're proud to be with her today. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Guys, what happened here was a despicable act of vandalism. It was anti-Semitic, and it was painful to so many families. We come together today to let those families know that we're going to make sure that we preserve the blessed memories of their parents, their grandparents, and their great-grandparents. You know, moments like this are what a community is made of. And today we're going to demonstrate that this vile act of desecration is not who we are. We are instead going to turn it into a moment of resolve. We're going to demonstrate that this is a dedication of our faith, and that together we're going to come together in shared service. You know, you might notice I'm here with one of my friends, Vice President Pence. And earlier today, you should know, the President of the United States called me. And he asked me on his behalf to personally thank all of you. Thank you for standing up in the fight against anti-Semitism. And he said, thank you for showing the people of the world that what happened here the other night is not who America is. It's not who Missouri is. This is who Missouri is. This is who America is. Anita, we are honored to be here to support you.
I just want to thank each and every one of you for coming. I want to thank the organizations that have reached out to us. Can you press the button? This button? Can you hear me now? Hello?
I'll hold this for you.
Hello? I just want to thank each and every one of you for coming out to volunteer and to help us today. In the Jewish tradition, we take utmost care to give respect to our deceased. And by you coming out here today, you are helping to, once again, give respect to all of the deceased here. Thank you to all of the organizations that have reached out to us, to the governor, to the vice president, to the federation, to the ADL, to the entire community. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Just say a word. You just have to press the button. Can you hear me now?
I'm Mike Pence. I'm the Vice President of the United States of America. I spoke words earlier today in St. Louis that were from the heart. There is no place in America for hatred or acts of prejudice or violence or anti-Semitism. I must tell you, the people of Missouri are inspiring the nation by your love and care for this place, for the Jewish community in Missouri, and I want to thank you for that inspiration, for showing the world what America is really all about. I also want to thank Anita for her great leadership to walk and to see that the headstones that were vandalized are already repaired.
Well, replaced.
Is evidence of your love and your care for the heritage and the history and those that are cherished here. To the Federation and to all of you. But let me also say, I just want to thank your new governor. For bringing this this moment. Thank you, Governor Greitens, and on behalf of the President of the United States, let me just say thank you to all of you for coming out and showing the heart of this state and the heart of this nation in this place. You just make us all proud. So God bless you all.
All right, guys, well, we've got some work to do. I'm going to turn it over to the team here.
All right, we got some good work coming up. If you have a yellow sticker, you are going to go to the far end fence in this direction. Allie, raise your hand. You're going to follow Allie down there to the fence. If you have a pink sticker, you will be washing headstones with Steven up by the chapel. He will meet you and supply. You're going to head to the chapel for washing headstones. If you are orange, you will be doing debris cleanup with Eli. Eli, raise your hand. He's in the back. If you are green, come to my voice. You'll be working with me with the rates. If you are yellow, head to the fence with Ali. If you're pink, up to the chapel. If you're orange, you're with Eli. And if you're green, you're with me here. If you do not have a sticker, come to my left. Maria and Tim will hand you a sticker. If you have any questions, talk to the people in the vest. Thank you very much. Let's get to work.
I was in Dachau too. It was so moving that you were there last weekend. I went 4 years ago, and that's where I created the Weed Out Day.
One more time. If you are yellow, you will head to the fence towards Ali. He is waving his hands towards the south side of the cemetery. If you are pink,
this is the way the president can bring the country together. The White House Weed Out Hate event. Can I keep that? That's yours, sir.
Orange, you will meet Eli for debris cleanup, moving towards the east side of the cemetery. And if you are green, come to my voice.
Vice President, what did you think when you saw those tombstones to begin with, when they're all knocked over?
Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. People of Missouri are inspiring the nation.
4 days later,
thank you.
Oh,
thank you. Save the ACA. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Governor.
Good seeing you.
Well, just keep pushing it back till my curve.
Governor's right.
Yellow towards the fence, pink towards the chapel, orange towards the back, and green, you're going to be right here by the truck.
Thanks for being here. You all are very special.
To those who experience similar acts like this throughout the country, what message would you have for those people, Mr. Pence?
There is no room in America for acts of hate or anti-Semitism, and Missouri is showing the heart of the nation. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you. God bless.
Mr. Vice President, this is part of a larger wave.
Matt.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you for protecting my life.
Thank you.
Mr. Pence, you mentioned there was no room for it. What particular is your administration doing about this, sir? If anything?
We will. We will. Thank you for being out.
Mr. Pence, is there anything specific your administration is doing to counteract this type of thing, sir?
Thank you for being here. Thanks for your service. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thanks for being out. Thank you. All right, where'd the governor go? Right here.
How was the travel ban not anti-people?
Eric, we going to get a rake?
Come on, you got to
Rebecca, let's get our travelers.
Yeah.
Break off from the local. Should I try to hold it? So much love, guys. Rebecca, traveling press.
Thanks. Come on, guys. Oh, this.
Oops, double thanks.
This doesn't really look like we're going anywhere.
They gave us the slip.
I mean, they're right behind us. This is where we're going.
We're getting too far.
Keep walking now. Keep walking. Keep walking.
Good afternoon, sir. Pleasure to meet you.
Former Marine.
Right here.
Marine? Semper
Yes, sir.
Fi, okay. You know I got one in the family.
I can't get it. I don't get to do that every day, so that's an honor. Can I shake your hand too, please, sir? Thanks for your service.
Thank you so much.
So guys, we're going to have the rabbi lead us in this all in a moment of prayer
You
together.
step over here, Rabbi. You step over here, next to me.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
In the Jewish tradition, servicing cemeteries and dealing with the dead is considered the most unbelievable act of kindness. Because every favor that you do for somebody, you don't know if it's real because they can pay you back. These people here, they can't pay you back. So when we serve them and when we help them out, we're never going to get it back from them. We'll get it from up there. So it is our fervent hope and prayer that through the acts of kindness that we're doing for the people who can no longer fight for themselves and fend for themselves, God will pay us back with only true kindness.
Of course. Would you like to lead us in a short moment of prayer? Can we do that?
Yeah. So I can say it. I can say a prayer in Hebrew.
Please, please.
Shir Hamalos Mimamakim Krasicha Adonai Adonai Shema B'Koli Tiyana Aznecha Kashavos L'Kol Tachanonai Ki Emecha Haslicha L'man Tivarei Adonai Shema B'Koli Tiyana Aznecha L'Kol Tachanonai Yachel Yisrael Im Adonai Ki Im Adonai Achesed V'Arbei Im Avodus V'Hu Yifteh Es Yisrael Mikol Avonosav. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Rabbi. Thank you, Rabbi. God bless you. Thank you. All right, let's get to work, Chris. What do we got? Sir, pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
You got some logs to do?
Good. Mike, you guys want to stay with us and join us for some of this work?
I would love to.
Great. What do we got, Chris?
Pleasure as always.
Good. Really beautiful prayer. What do we got?
Thank you. He's our man. He's leading us.
Okay. What do we got?
Where to? Okay, so what we got to do is we just got to do some simple cleanup here. And so I think we should just kind of, while Nico is filming, pick a square spot, look in the corner out. So they look like they're doing a pretty good job with this. So I think we should grab some of these. Exactly, we just grab some of the debris. We'll put them right in the pile right over here. That'll help us out tremendously.
We're bringing debris to the pile.
Correct. We're picking up some debris. You want to make a nice presentation for the folks to come and check on their loved ones. Put it all in the pile?
Sir.
And if your back is a little bit like mine, you might benefit from one of these. Thanks, Mike.
Sir, I will grab it.
Let's bring it up here. 1 second. Throw it.
Oh, you did? You guys did 5 walks then? Kind of like picking up rash and everything?
I know, it's great. Thank you so much. Thanks for being out today.
actually wrapping up right now, sir. I apologize. You can probably get a little bit as far in as you can go, but there's
We've got to open it then. Right?
Wait here.
On a dirtier spot, the better action shot. We're pretty much done here.
Alright.
This is the focus on all of them combined.
This is the shoes of the
I saw her.
You didn't offer to like fluff her up and help her. You're like, nope, too much for you.
That'd be appropriate for all of us.
Yeah, well, it was on the public schedule. So.
Right, it was on
Also, so she definitely, correct, she knew.
Right. Have sustainability over style.
Hey, I had to give that up a long, 2 years ago on camping trip. That was a long weapons. Yeah, well, you got kind of a little dated. Some of the agents at the White House were like, what? You know that?
something.
I know. Well, he said, as right to get off our truck, he said, I see shots. Yeah.
Are you gonna have time to grab a battery?
Yeah. So they can. These are backpacks, right? Yeah. Give me grab one. The sun, and I have like
I know.
sweat. My eyes are burning.
It's on the back seat on the left. The left.
With the battery?
The last seat back there. It's not
How much your battery?
Alright everyone, that wraps up our feed from St. Louis. Yes, we did just watch the Vice President raking at this cemetery that was vandalized in St. Louis. Again, Jewish cemetery vandalized in St. Louis, making headlines across the nation. Mike Pence, our Vice President, stopping by, speaking out against anti-Semitism. We saw him help clean up that vandalized cemetery live here on News Now. I think we're getting the feedback again. Stand by.
Sorry. Yes.
Perhaps it is just a shaky camera feed, but no harm in watching because you never know if we're going to catch another glimpse of the Vice President. Nope, that's it. Let's go back now to the UN.
United Nations agencies are deployed with plans in place for all these countries, and we are scaling up the response. In Northeast Nigeria, humanitarians are reaching more than 2 million people with food assistance. In South Sudan, the United Nations and its humanitarian partners aim to assist 5.1 million people this year. In Somalia, 5.5 million people, and in Yemen, 8.3. We are also stepping up cooperation between humanitarian and development agencies, including the World Bank, strengthening cooperation, coordination, and alignment, and working together common goals. Saving lives is the first priority, but we are also looking to build longer-term resilience to shocks. I've asked the Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme and the Emergency Relief Coordinator to take immediate action to ensure a coordinated long-term approach. They will set up a steering committee to link the United Nations Development Group and the Interagency Standing Committee for Humanitarian Assistance. One of the biggest obstacles we face now is funding. Humanitarian operations in these 4 countries require more than $5.6 billion this year. And we need at least $4.4 billion by the end of March to avert a catastrophe. Despite some generous pledges, just $90 million has actually been received so far, around 2 cents for every dollar needed. We are in the beginning of the year, but these numbers are very worrying. Funding shortages have already forced the World Food Programme to cut rations in Yemen by more than half since last year. And without new resources, critical shortages will worsen within months. These 4 crises are very different, but they have one thing in common. They are all preventable. They all stem from conflict, which we must do much more to prevent and resolve. But even now, we can prevent the worst effects if we act urgently and strongly. I urge all members of the international community to step up and to do whatever is in their power, whether that is mobilizing support, exerting political pressure on parties to the conflict, or funding humanitarian operations. And I want to make a personal appeal to the parties to conflict to abide by international humanitarian law and allow aid workers access to rich people in desperate need. Without access, hundreds of thousands of people could die, even if we have the resources to help them. The lives of millions of people depend on our collective ability to act, and in our world of plenty, there is no excuse for inaction or indifference. We have heard the alerts. Now there is no time to lose. Thank you. I'd like to ask my 2 colleagues to complete my introduction. We'll be distributing also a small fact sheet with the key data relevant to this crisis.
Secretary General, thank you very much indeed. And I use this opportunity very briefly to re-emphasize how much working together with our development partners we want to both help people to survive, but also to have the opportunity to build in more durable solutions so that they can have the opportunity to not be left in vulnerability. More than 20 million people in South Sudan, in Somalia, in Yemen and in northeastern Nigeria are facing famine or at risk of famine or starvation over the next 6 months. And that includes 1.4 million children who are currently at imminent risk of death from severe acute malnutrition. And the point that is so important to emphasize, which the Secretary General has outlined, is these famines can be averted if we act now. The lesson from the 2011 Somalia famine was by the time that we declared famine broadly as a world, half those who died had already died. So this is why we're sounding the alarm now, so that we can actually make the difference to avert the catastrophe. And it builds on the enormous advocacy for all 4 countries, which is why we already have in place many of the aid workers and agencies and implementing partners both at international and national level, and working with and through governments where they have that capacity to respond to make sure that we are averting what we can see is a famine through these many causes, different as they are, but with the common theme of conflict, which has to be in the context of trying to prevent as well. We basically need at least $4.4 billion of funds to come in by the end of March in order for us to make that scale up and that difference. And I can give the assurance that we are ready to scale up, providing those funds are forthcoming and providing the access in order to reach all the people in need, wherever they are, is made available to the very brave and committed aid workers, both in place and who we can surge on the back of increased funding. And it's to focus on food, nutrition, water and sanitation and hygiene, and health. Those will be the interventions, and to the extent that we need to reprogram from already the very detailed plans for meeting humanitarian needs in these countries, they are being reprogrammed to make sure that we meet these immediate needs, but at the same time sow in the opportunity to build a more durable resilience to the shocks of the future. I think I'll leave Helen Clark very much at that point, as that segues, I think, into how we want to look at this in a comprehensive way.
Thank you very much. And definitely there's a total commitment on the part of the development actors to work extremely closely with OCHA and the humanitarian actors on the new way of working in crisis, which was agreed at the World Humanitarian Summit between us. Clearly, the primary objective here is to save lives in the face of extremely dire circumstances. And part of saving lives is also about building the resilience for the future. A lot is underway. What we are doing is being retargeted, reprioritised. Everything can be scaled up. Now, you may say, what does resilience actually involve in circumstances like this? I want to give you just a very brief flavour of what is involved. Take South Sudan. A number of the agencies are working together. That's UNICEF, UNDP, UNHCR, World Food Programme, FAO, on a comprehensive approach around stabilisation and recovery, access to basic social services, reinvigorating livelihoods locally, and enhancing the capacity of the local governments to deliver the services they need to deliver. Another aspect of it, in Somalia, where UNDP and OCHA are jointly supporting the Research and Disaster Preparedness Agency to do its job in Somaliland, and also in Puntland, supporting Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management Agency, and supporting formation of local disaster committees. The local actors are incredibly important in this. In Yemen, a number of the agencies, including UNICEF, including UNDP, are enormously supported now by major World Bank programming, coming in to support water distribution systems, solar water pumps and greenhouses to support agricultural production. There's a lot that can be done. So the joint focus on saving lives, the food, the nutrition support, bridging into saving the lives of animals, supporting the agricultural production where possible, this joined-up approach can be done. It will work, but it does need the support the Secretary General is appealing for. Thank you.
Arthur, do you want to add a few words?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate with you here today. I have very few words to avoid repeating anything my colleagues have said. In each of these four countries, as my colleagues noted, the plans are in place. The people are prepared to perform the work that is necessary. What we need are the financial resources that have been identified by my colleagues, as well as the access. This is a very different situation than, even in Somalia, than we were in 2011.
Throughout
in
my career,
Somalia
I've been asked to
today,
investigate all sorts of strange
to
and
2011,
unusual
you
things.
have a
There's one
functioning
thing people
government.
should fear the most.
The markets
Water.
are functioning. What we need are the resources to ensure that we can give access to the food that is available to those who have suffered from 2 years of drought, and also, as the meteorologists are telling us, that the next rains will also fail. And so acting now, before we reach the height of the lean season in each one of these countries, will ensure our ability to provide the support that is necessary. So I am prepared to answer any questions about the plans that we have in place, and with the $1.2 billion that's required from WFP to meet the needs of those through this lean season will be deployed to scale up, to address the challenges, to avoid what we all see on the horizon, which is a famine in each one of these countries if we fail to act. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steph. It's quite an esteemed panel led by the Secretary-General himself on behalf of the UN Correspondents Association. Thank you very much, and I think it speaks to the seriousness of the issue. I guess the short question would be, how on earth did we get here again? I think it's unconscionable that we are again seeing starving black children on television screens around the world. This was something that happened in the 90s. At the beginning of the century. It's unconscionable that in 2017 we are again seeing these images. So the question, I think, is what role does race and region have to play in this conversation we're having today?
Well, first of all, these things are repeating themselves. And I believe there are two very important factors that explain why they are repeating themselves. One is conflict. And conflict is, of course, having devastating humanitarian consequences. The second is a number of situations of drought are being accelerated by climate change. We always had drought. We always had desertification. But climate change works as a key enhancer of other factors. Desertification, food insecurity, water scarcity. And so, not only we have the repetition of crises, but we risk to have more and more and with more devastating consequences. In this area, it is obvious that the cooperation with regional and national and local entities is absolutely crucial. And I think that we can clearly underline that, namely in the African context, the cooperation of the UN with the African Union is today an exemplary cooperation, and we are more and more also relying on the different sub-regional organizations.
Thank you. Rosalind, Al Jazeera.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Rosalind Jordan with Al Jazeera English. A multi-part question, and it goes to the funding. In light of concerns that the new U.S. government may cut its spending on foreign aid, including on humanitarian relief, and in light of the fact that recent appeals to help the people of Syria, for example, haven't been met 100%, how confident are you that the world will step up, fully fund this latest appeal? Can the UN count on the same level of support from the U.S. as it has in previous years? And finally, how worried are you in general about this concept of donor fatigue? Have people simply said, we need to take care of our own people, and countries where these crises are happening, where the risk of famine is so great, they need to find a way to take care of their own people? How do you answer that?
First of all, I don't think there is donor fatigue. There is a lot of talk about donor fatigue, but if you look at the numbers, humanitarian aid has been growing every year. And my experience in UNHCR for 10 years was that indeed our resources have been growing every year. The problem is that they are not growing as quickly as the needs are growing. This is the drama. It's not a donor fatigue, it's an increasing impact of different factors to make humanitarian needs exploding in our world. Now, we had a combination of factors. We had El Nino, we have now different other weather patterns with similar effects. We have a multiplication of conflicts that became particularly dramatic from the point of view of access. So we are facing now, in this regard, a situation in which either we act now or we will have a devastating situation of famine widespread in several parts of Africa and in Yemen. Now, if we act now, it will be cheaper. And so, raising awareness now, when we have the capacity in place and where the resources can be used in the most effective way, is the best way also to avoid a much bigger humanitarian assistance, and unfortunately coming too late. And I don't want to need the images of children dying in big numbers, alerting the public conscience of states to allow for them to finally come with their support. This is the moment in which this support can not solve, naturally, many of the problems that exist, and they are already very dramatic, but prevent the worst. So what we are appealing for is not only something that human conscience should guide governments to deliver, independently of the country that we are talking about, but it is also the smart way. It limits the suffering, and it allows for a better use of resources, and not to have to coming too late to then spend much more but with much less effective impact on the ground.
Thank you. Nizar?
Thank you, Mr. Guterres. Nizar Abu-Dab, Al-Mayadeen Television in Lebanon. The conflict in Yemen started with a humanitarian crisis, of course. There is an inspection and verification mechanism in the Red Sea, and it doesn't look like it is working for some time. You've been to Saudi Arabia recently and visited United Arab Emirates. Did you raise this issue with them? And what's hampering aid from reaching the dying children in Yemen? They are dying at a rate of 10 minutes a person.
Humanitarian access is vital. I mentioned that very clearly in my statement. We are appealing simultaneously for funds and for all those that are parties to the conflict to grant humanitarian access. Unfortunately, we have seen in Yemen and in many parts of the world where conflicts take place, limitations to humanitarian access for different kinds of pretexts. My appeal is that the situation is so dire, the consequences are so dramatic, this is the moment in which international humanitarian law must be respected by all, and access must be granted to all areas where people are suffering these kind of problems.
Herman, BBC Afrique.
Oui, thank you. Herman Ungbo from LC2 and BBC Afrique. And I'm going to ask my question in French. I will appreciate if you can answer me in French. Les conflits sont l'une des causes des crises humanitaires que vous évoquez aujourd'hui. L'une des priorités de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, c'est de protéger les civils. Tout comme ce fut le cas en Libye, à quand une résolution ou un engagement international aujourd'hui pour tacler Boko Haram, par exemple, qui affecte des millions de personnes dans la zone du lac Tchad et dans la zone ouest africaine, par exemple. Et que répondez-vous à ces organisations non gouvernementales qui, pour le cas du Soudan du Sud, estiment que les autorités sud-soudanaises are not qualified for the job?
C'est vrai que nous avons des sérieux problèmes de protection des civils, non seulement à cause des actions des forces armées et des milices, mais aussi à cause des limitations des missions, notamment des Nations Unies. Le mandat, vous avez mentionné le Sud du Soudan, le mandat de la mission des Nations Unies limite strictement la capacité de mouvement de la mission, notamment pour la protection des civils. C'est une des questions que d'ailleurs je viens de discuter à Addis pendant le sommet de l'Union africaine et avec les autorités sud-soudanaises et avec l'IGAD et l'Union africaine. Je crois qu'il nous faut, ce n'est pas l'objet de cette conférence de presse, mais c'est évident que la protection des civils et le respect du droit international humanitaire sont des conditions essentielles pour que l'aide humanitaire soit efficace.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. It's Pamela Falk from CBS News. Secretary General, you mentioned that all of this is preventable. Tony Lake said yesterday it was man-made. And I'm going back to Sherwin's question a bit. How did it get this far so that in 1 month's time, I mean, there's over 1 million children that are about to die? Was it neglect? Was it the combination that you mentioned? I mean, Ms. Clark also mentioned it. What made it happen? What happened? Neglect? I mean, how did it get this bad so urgently? And then, just as a piece of that, do you think in a few weeks' time you will get $4 billion? And where are you looking? Thank you.
First, this has been a combination of factors. We are not starting to act. In all these areas, our people, together with the NGOs, the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement, are acting. Now, what we are now seeing is an overwhelming growth of the problem. And before it explodes, we are alerting the world to make sure that we can scale up the action to meet the requirements of this worsening of the situation we are now witnessing. I do believe that we are in the beginning of the year. Many countries still have a lot of budget resources available. I do believe that if there is a clear conscience of the problem we are facing and a clear conscience of the problems we might face if we do not act, I do believe that governments will step up and that other donors will step up, and we will be able to fund the operations that are already taking place but will be scaled up as soon as resources allow it.
Ms. Cousins talked about part of the four. Does that offset the four?
Yes.
Kyodo News.
Thank you, Secretary General. I'm Takagi from Kyodo News, Japan's news agency. I have a question on South Sudan. United Nations Security Council failed to adopt a resolution to impose an arms embargo on South Sudan last December. And Japanese ambassador said it's counterproductive for peace and security in South Sudan. On the other hand, the United States and UK and France and other countries said it's the only effective way to prevent possible genocide. So Security Council seems to be divided still now. So what is your stance on arms embargo? Thank you.
Well, first of all, that is a decision of the Security Council. And we don't control the Security Council and its decisions. But immediately after, I went to the African Union Summit, and we reached in a summit between IGAD, the regional organization, African Union, and the UN, a total agreement on a strategy aiming at, on one side, create conditions for the prevention of the kind of genocide we are talking about. And until now, we have been relatively successful on that, with full support of all the countries of the region, putting pressure on the authorities in South Sudan in that regard. Second, we have now a common strategy in relation to the need for an inclusive national dialogue. And Mr. Konaré, President Konaré, the envoy of the African Union, together with our own envoy and the envoy of IGAD, are shuttling between the parties and between the countries of the region to make sure that this condition is met. And at the same time, we are revitalizing the conditions to allow for the mission to be more effective and for the regional protection force to be implemented. So we do not stop just complaining about the fact that one or another decision doesn't correspond to our aims. We act in order to create the conditions to prevent on the ground the kind of catastrophic development that you have mentioned.
Yeah, it's Raghida Dargham Al-Haya. Mr. Secretary General, during your recent trip to the region, to the Middle East, to the Gulf area, I'm sure you raised the issue of the need that they should contribute generously to not only Yemen, but also Somalia and Sudan. Did you get any pledges? Did you get any commitments that made you feel that, yes, they are serious about giving on these issues? And secondly, what strategy might you be thinking about to engage the private sector? I know that there has been the strategy of engaging the celebrities to come in every now and then and help out when you're putting out such a plea. Have you been thinking about a new strategy to engage the private sector in these countries and outside these countries? Because many of them get away with it. They just claim that they want to contribute and they really don't do as much as they should. Thank you.
Well, this visit was not to seek financial commitments, was a political visit. But I must say that I'm pretty confident that the countries of the region that you mentioned will step up also and respond to this appeal. And in relation to the private sector in general, and to the private sector in particular in the Gulf, there is a number of initiatives that several of our agencies have already launched, and there are forms of cooperation that have been quite positive. I can tell you, for instance, in my past capacity, we were in contact with a group of companies based, the group was based in Dubai, that allowed for a very important mobilization of private sector support from the area. And I believe that all agencies are doing the same, and I'd like to ask Stephen O'Brien to give eventually some details that I'm not yet entirely aware of.
Well, I think it's very clear that already being present in these countries and having already had the agencies working with international and local national NGOs, millions of lives have already been saved. It's the compound effect, which the Secretary General has highlighted, which has brought us to this point in trying to avert the worst as so many things have come together at once. And in the context of conflict. But even within that, particularly, and Earthling Cousin may want to add, WFP has been working extensively and very effectively with the contributions of the private sector, both in terms of a sense of partnership, but also not just in terms of finance, also in kind and skills, and ensuring that we have the ability to extend into the latest technological opportunities to give us the most efficient way to reach people in need wherever they are and in line with our humanitarian principles. So, with your indulgence, Secretary General, as I say, Earthling Cousin may want to give a specific example which might help you.
Earthling?
Thank you very much, Stephen and Mr. Secretary. Let me just tell you that WFP has ongoing relationships with private sector companies, both in the region, in the Middle East, as well as globally. Those companies are now being mobilized by our private sector division, and along with the other UN agencies, including in UNICEF in particular, where we're working together to drive out messages to the private sector in support of nutrition and food security in each of these countries. I can tell you that it's not just about cash, as Stephen said. We also have a partnership, ongoing partnership with both Facebook and Google, who are providing us with information about those individuals who are in need of our assistance in areas where we don't have regular access. So we are using the private sector to increase our capacity to serve, as well as to provide us with additional financial resources.
Thank you. My name is Abdul Hamid Sayam from the Arabic daily Al-Quds Al-Arabi that is based in London. And my question, Mr. Secretary General, about a report has been put by a number of the UN agencies. It's called Gaza 2020. This report says that life will not be sustainable in Gaza in the year 2020 if nothing could be done to alleviate the suffering and the disastrous consequences of conflicts in Gaza in particular. First, why there is no shedding light on this disaster, and are you prepared to do something about the disastrous situation in Gaza, and have you raised the issue of Gaza in your meeting with the leaders of the region? Thank you very much.
The answer is obviously, in relation to your last question, yes, of course. This is about situations that correspond to an immediate emergency. We are not talking here about the protracted humanitarian situations in the world, and Gaza is one of the protracted humanitarian situations in the world. And of course, this report corresponds exactly to our position and to our appeal. This is an immediate answer to situations that can explode from the humanitarian point of view tomorrow. But the protracted crises remain, and they also need to be effectively supported with the adequate response, and Gaza is obviously one of our priorities in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General and the panel. This is Majid Ghali from Rudao Media Network. Mr. Secretary General, from day one, you focused on one of your priorities has been prevention of conflict, and I want to ask you about that with regard to Iraq. The U.S. and other international partners with the UN are rightly so focused on the humanitarian and the military aspect of the war against ISIS in Iraq. But there seems to be that all the international actors forgot about the political future of Iraq after ISIS, which is, many call it a ticking time bomb, what's going on there. Why the UN don't take the initiative to start talking about, starting a framework to talk about the future of Iraq after ISIS, just like we are seeing the same process in Syria. A totally different situation, but it's a political process the UN can take charge of. And my other related question is, last week you met with the president of Kurdistan region of Iraq, Masoud Barzani. What did you talk about with him, and did he raise the issue of the prospect of independence of Kurdistan as he raised it with the Vice President Pence? Thank you very much.
Well, I don't see a direct link between your question and what you are dealing today. And obviously we can discuss all problems in the world, but I will answer your question. But the objective is not to divert the attention from...
All right, everyone, I am going to wrap up my shift. I want to go ahead and give you guys a quick live look at the White House. Again, a live look at the White House. More news now ahead. Mary Kate joining you guys in just a couple minutes.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, taking you into the next few hours of the show here. We have a lot of live events going on today. Some we've streamed for you, some we haven't. So I have some events to take you to, as well as a live one that we're going to get in just a few seconds here. This one happening locally. This is a rally outside U.S. Senator Jeff Flake's office, asking him to stand up to President Trump, asking him to do something about the immigration law, the repeal of Obamacare, all these issues that they want to make known today. So I'm going to pull up, let's see if our camera guy is there right now. Let me set this up, plug in his camera shot here and see. Doesn't look like it has started yet, but I will take you guys there as soon as we get it. A little bit of information on this. Let me pull up just some video of Jeff Flake. In case you aren't from here locally and you're wondering, who is Jeff Flake? Well, here he is. Show you this video. He's a U.S. Senator, and this event's going to happen today. We're still waiting for it to start. And it's thrown by a group called Promise Arizona, and it's going to be a rally, a press conference, and a prayer vigil today to urge this senator you see here in the video to stand up against President Trump and resist his repressive agenda. That's their words. And this is the senator that they're going to be holding a rally outside of his office, also holding a press conference discussing their goals and a prayer vigil as well. Now, the group, as I said, is called Promise Arizona, and this is a part of the We Are All America National Actions Day. And they will rally and host a press conference and vigil outside the offices of Senator Jeff Flake here in Phoenix, Arizona. And the hashtag people are using today is We Are All America. They're using that on Twitter and social media. It's a national day of congressional action. So today they want to take that congressional action and rally outside his office. So we will see how that goes. It's supposed to start here in a few minutes. I'll take you guys live there and we'll see what they have to say. In the meantime, let me pull up for you an event in St. Louis. Vice President Mike Pence was speaking in St. Louis earlier this morning. We showed you part of it, but we didn't get to show you the whole clip. So I'm going to play this, and then as soon as we get that live event, we'll take you there. Thanks for joining me.
On his behalf, I'm here, and on his behalf, I'm also grateful to see in the audience a number of distinguished leaders. You're a great Congresswoman, representing Missouri with such great distinction, Congresswoman Ann Wagner and Congressman Blaine Lichtenmeyer are here. Give them both a big round of applause. Thank you. It's a privilege to have you. I also want to thank all the small business owners who are with us today, including our host, Doug Fabick and the Fabick family. 100 years in business here in Missouri, creating jobs and I enjoyed our discussion earlier today, and I appreciate your candid feedback, Doug, and the candid feedback that we got from other business leaders and job creators all across this region. And on that note, let me say thank you to all the great employees here at Fabick Cat for coming out today. Hardworking men and women, you're the ones that make companies like this grow. You are the strength in the American economy, and you're going to lead an American comeback. President Trump has said so many times it was too long that we had forgotten men and women in this country. Well, the forgotten men and women, the men and women who carry this economy on their shoulders every day are forgotten no more. And on behalf of President Trump, I thank all the hard-working men and women of Fabick Cat who are here today. Thanks for doing a great job for this country and this community. Before we get started, I'd like to address something that happened here in St. Louis over the weekend. On Monday morning, the America awoke to discover that nearly 200 tombstones were toppled in a nearby Jewish graveyard. Speaking just yesterday, President Trump called this a horrible and painful act. And so it was. That, along with other recent threats to Jewish community centers around the country, he declared it all a sad reminder of the work that still must be done to root out hate and prejudice and evil. We condemn this vile act of vandalism and those who perpetrate it in the strongest possible terms. Let me say it's been inspiring to people all across this country to see the way the people of Missouri have rallied around the Jewish community with compassion and support. You have inspired this nation with your kindness and your care. You know, it just so happens 3 days ago, my wife and my daughter were overseas. We saw firsthand what happens when hatred runs rampant in a society. We were near Munich, Germany, where we visited the very first Nazi concentration camp ever to be constructed, a place called Dachau. We were accompanied by a survivor of Dachau, a 93-year-old man named Abe Noir, who told me he arrived there as a 17-year-old boy. He described as we walked through that memorial the hellish life he endured, toiling away as a slave while those around him were taken away one by one, never to return. By the grace of God, he survived, and now he tells his story so that the world will never forget it. But before he left, he spoke words that touched my heart, and I'll always carry with me throughout my life. And they resonate with this moment today. He spoke of that hellish existence in the waning days of the war, and then he looked up at me with a smile, and he said, "Then the Americans came." Spoke of the kindness of those American soldiers who liberated that camp. He pointed a finger at me and told me, when you go back, you thank every one of those soldiers for what they did, for me and for my people and for my country. Would you join me in a round of applause for every man and woman here who's worn the uniform of the United States? The American soldier fought to end the hatred and violence against the Jewish people across Europe then. As President Trump said yesterday, America will always, in his words, fight bigotry, intolerance, and hatred in all its ugly forms wherever it will arise. That's the American way. Thank you for letting me share that from my heart. Let me get on to what I came here to talk to you about. It is great to be back in Missouri. Now, I was here last September for a rally, and it was absolutely electric. 2 months later, the Show Me State showed America what it was made of when you helped make Donald Trump the 45th President of the United States of America. Thank you, Missouri. President and I will always be grateful for what you did for us and what you did for this country. America's small businesses were actually some of our biggest supporters. Small business owners across the land saw in this businessman who would become president someone who had the ideas and the energy and the vision to make America great again. Hardworking Americans who make small businesses successful, folks like everyone here today, rallied behind this cause, and we brought real change to our nation's capital. You know, Favorite Cat is a true American success story. As I mentioned before, a family-owned business, owned and operated since its founding back in 1970. Today, thanks to all of you, Favorite Cat has 1,100 employees at 37 locations throughout the Midwest. So many people rely on what you do. And frankly, Doug, what you and the family has done here for 100 years, it's made Missouri great, and it's going to be a part of making America great again. I want to tell you, all the small business owners who are here today, just know that President Trump is your biggest fan. I'll make you a promise. President Trump is the best friend America's small businesses will ever have. He asked me to be here today to tell you how much he appreciates what you do for the country. Make no mistake about it. America finally has a president who's going to support and fight for you every single day. You know, both of us know that small businesses are the engine of our economy. They're the beating heart that creates jobs and prosperity and growth. I grew up in a small business in a small town, a family-owned business in Columbus, Indiana. I went to work at one of my dad's gas stations when I was only 14 years of age. I was a gas station attendant. For those of you under 30, just imagine. Just imagine if when you pulled into a gas station, somebody ran out with their name on their shirt, pumped your gas, washed your windows, checked your tires, and didn't charge you any more money for it. That's what I did for a living. I was proud to do it. Proud to be a part of a family business. Proud to be a part of small business America. As the world knows, the president grew up in a family business too. We both, I can tell you, know the sacrifices that are required to make a family small business work. The long hours, the hard work. And we both know this simple fact. When small business is strong, America is strong, and the American economy thrives. That's why President Trump wants to help you become stronger than ever before. What he said on the campaign trail about strengthening small business is what we're already doing in the White House. On day one, we went right to work on a plan to cut taxes for working families, small businesses, and family farms. He signed legislation to roll back reams of red tape and regulation issued under the Obama administration. He instructed every agency and department in Washington, D.C. also to identify 2 regulations to get rid of before they issue another ream of red tape. We're rolling back taxes and we're rolling back red tape already in Washington, D.C. Thanks to you. The President also knows that the rule of law is the heart of a growing free market economy, and he's taken decisive action to end illegal immigration, strengthen our borders, and uphold the immigration laws of America. And I'm glad to say businesses are already reacting to President Trump's Buy American, Hire American vision with optimism, investment, and a belief in our country again. Have you noticed it? I mean, from GM to U.S. Steel to IBM to so many other companies, they're already announcing their intention to keep jobs here, create new ones, tens of thousands of them. As Ford Motor Company's chief executive put it, even before the president took his oath of office, their investments are a, quote, vote of confidence in the agenda of President Donald Trump. Let's talk about that agenda. Let me say, if you take nothing else from what I tell you today, know this. The nightmare of Obamacare is about to end. Despite the best efforts of liberal activists at many town halls around the country, the American people know the truth. Obamacare has failed, and Obamacare must go. This failed law is crippling the American economy and crushing the American worker. We all know the broken promises of Obamacare. There are almost too many to count. They told you the cost of insurance would go down. They told you if you like your doctor, you can keep them. They told you your health plan, you can keep that too. Well, none of it was true. Americans are now paying $3,000 more a year for health insurance on average. Last year alone, premiums skyrocketed by a stunning 25%, and millions of Americans have lost their plans and their doctors since the outset of the Affordable Care Act. Higher costs, fewer choices, worse care. That's Obamacare. And that's got to end. Small businesses like those represented here today know exactly what I'm talking about. The last few years, it's been harder to get ahead. Obamacare has only made it harder still, if not impossible in some cases. One of the business leaders I just talked to talked about the weight of Obamacare on his nearly 700 employees, and the difficulty that it's placed on them and on their families. Obamacare is a job killer, and everybody in America knows it. We're about to change all that. We're going to repeal Obamacare once and for all, get rid of its mandates and its taxes and its intrusion on your lives and on your businesses. And best of all, at the same time we repeal Obamacare is going to be replaced with something that actually works, something that brings freedom and individual responsibility back to American health care. President Trump and I want every American to have access to quality and affordable health insurance, which is why we're designing a better law. A market-driven law that reforms and improves how health care is provided in this country. We're working right now with leaders in Congress to lower the cost of health insurance by giving Americans the freedom to purchase health insurance across state lines, the way you purchase life insurance and the way you purchase car insurance. We're working with Congress to make sure that Americans with pre-existing conditions have health insurance and don't have any fear of losing that health insurance. And we're working with Congress to give states the flexibility. Governor Grimes, where'd you go? We're working with Congress to make sure we give states and governors like your great governor the flexibility they need to care for the least fortunate and their health care needs the way we'll work in Missouri and the way that we'll work in each individual state. Despite the scare tactics from the liberal left, the President and I are committed. Make it clear here, we're committed to an orderly transition to a better health care system in America. One that lowers the cost of health insurance, unleashes innovation, and puts the American people first. Name all those concepts, innovation, putting people first, those are all the same principles that got Faber-Cat to 100 years. And it's what actually works in American business, and we truly do believe those free market principles, individual responsibility and consumer choice can make the best healthcare system in America married to the best health insurance system in America as well. If they can work for America's business, they'll work in American healthcare. But our agenda doesn't just stop there. I'll guarantee there isn't anyone here who can make sense of America's tax code, including me. An old joke that says the tax code is about 10 times the size of the Bible, but with none of the good news. It's a good line, but it's hardly a laughing matter. Truth is, our country's tax system these days penalizes success. It makes it far too hard for hardworking people and small businesses to achieve the American dream. Takes too much money out of your pockets, it stifles job growth, wage growth, economic growth, and every other type of growth you need to get ahead. And rest assured, when President Trump and I get done, before we get to this summertime, we're going to cut taxes across the board for working families, small businesses, and family farms, and get this economy moving. We want you to keep more of your hard-earned money, plain and simple. You know how to spend your paycheck better than any politician in Washington, D.C. ever could. By the same token, you also know how to run your businesses and your own lives better than any bureaucrat. That's why, as I mentioned before, we're going to keep on working together, and President Trump and I are going to keep rolling back senseless regulations that are strangling businesses and stifling our country's potential. Everyone here knows the tremendous burden of red tape and regulation. Complying with these monstrous costs time and money to businesses that would be better spent hiring more good people and growing businesses and improving worker benefits. Our administration is working with Congress to repeal these job-killing big government regulations issued in the last administration in particular. We're going to rein in unelected bureaucrats so they can't cripple the economy from the comfort of their taxpayer-funded desks in Washington, D.C. If you haven't noticed it yet, let me remind you that we actually all elected a builder as the 45th President of the United States. And under President Donald Trump, we're going to rebuild America. President Trump has called attention to our nation's crumbling infrastructure, not like no contemporary person in public life. Rest assured, we're going to work with the Congress to make historic investments in infrastructure so that we have the best roads, the best bridges, the best highways, and the best airports in the best nation on earth. Every dollar we invest in infrastructure is a dollar we invest in America's future and in our prosperity. And when we do that, let's be clear, we're going to rebuild America, and we're going to hire American, and we're going to buy American when we rebuild this country. We're going to rebuild America with American workers and American tools. I'm pleased to announce President Trump's already taken action in this regard. Some of you may notice just last month, after years of senseless delays, President Trump authorized the construction of the Keystone Pipeline and the Dakota Pipeline for our energy future and to create American jobs. That's what it means to rebuild our infrastructure and put America back to work. But ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake about it. Our economy is going to grow faster than ever before, faster than you can imagine. We're already hearing from those who oppose these policies, though. People are out there opposing tax cuts, opposing slashing outdated regulations, opposing repealing Obamacare. And most of all, they seem to want to oppose the president's effort to give power back to the American people. We're hearing from these people every day, and the national media is more than willing to give them a platform each and every day. So all I ask of all of you here in Missouri is let America hear from you. In the days ahead, I promise you, President Trump and I are going to work with the Congress, and we're going to drive forward our best efforts to turn this country around, create good-paying jobs at home and a safer and more prosperous America. But America needs to hear from small business, from hardworking Americans who work in small business. People who know we can do better, the people who know we can be more prosperous, and know we can get this economy working for every American again. So let your voice be heard. Talk to a neighbor over a backyard fence. Stop somebody at the grocery store. Get online on Facebook, send an email to a friend. But just send them a note and say, I ran into Mike the other day. They're doing exactly what they said they were going to do, and I believe it works. And we need to support this president and this administration. That's what you got to tell them. So thanks for coming out on this sunny day in February. As my friend and our president likes to say, with boundless faith in the American people, and faith in God. Amen. Who has ever watched over this country. We will make America safe again. We will make America prosperous again. And with your help, and with God's help, and with this great new president, we will make America great again. Let's go get it done.
All right, everybody. Well, that was Mike Pence in St. Louis earlier today. He visited a Jewish cemetery there and helped clean up the mess and the damages that were made. I want to take you to another live event here. We are streaming live on the Fox News Now stream. Appreciate you joining me. It's about 3:30 here in Phoenix, and we have a local event going on. This is a rally outside of Senator Jeff Flake's office. They're urging him to stand up against President Trump on issues including Obamacare and the immigration executive order. One of the signs I can see there says, stop separating families. And we are also letting you guys know that today is We Are All America Day. That's the hashtag, is We Are All America, and it's a national day of congressional action. So that's why they're choosing today to go out and rally and hold a prayer vigil and a press conference. So let's see what's going on there. We've got a camera guy there right now. Let's see what they have to say. Looks like they're still getting set up right now. The event just started about 30 minutes ago, and it looks like they're still getting set up. But we get to watch this live on the Fox News Now stream. Looks rather small and peaceful right now. Again, it did just start about 30 minutes ago, so we can expect maybe some more people to show up. They sent out a press release on this event and flyers, so they did urge a lot of people to come and show up to this event. People are holding up their signs. Again, this is National Day of Congressional Action. So this might not be the only rally we see today, but this one happens to be local here in Phoenix, Arizona, by this group called Promise Arizona, and that's the sign you can see there. And they put this together today to rally and hold a press conference and a prayer vigil to urge Senator Jeff Flake to resist, quote, Trump's repressive agenda, end quote. And those are the hashtags they want people to use as well. Hashtag I am America, hashtag love for all, hashtag united in peace, and hashtag love and empathy. If you're here locally, this is happening in the 2000 block of East Camelback Road right now. Looks like things are just getting started. A quote coming from the executive director of this group, Promise Arizona, said that the November defeat of Sheriff Joe Arpaio is showing our nation how the anti-immigrant and anti-refugee fever will eventually break. Americans are rejecting hate and demanding solutions. Arizona U.S. Senator Jeff Flake has been a champion of immigration reform in the past, and we need him back in that fight, especially in the face of President Trump's mass deportation efforts and the rampant fear it is creating for immigrants and refugees here and across the country. Our communities are counting on Senator Flake to help protect and respect the rights of the undocumented, refugees, and the Muslim community. Arizona deserves to know where he stands on affordable health care as well, and the protection of voting and free speech rights, all of which are under attack today, and all of which we vow to defend, end quote. That's coming again from the executive director of this group you see here, Promise Arizona. So those are the reasons that they're out there today, not just about immigration, but also about health care and the protection of voting and free speech rights. Now, it's this campaign called We Are America campaign, and it's organizing a National Day of Congressional Action today, February 22nd. And on this day, all over the United States, faith, immigrant, and refugee leaders and their allies will visit members of Congress in district during the President's Day recess in support of the nation's programs of compassionate resettlement of refugees fleeing violence and persecution, an end to the cruel and unnecessary deportations destroying immigrant families, and lastly, an end to discrimination against Muslims and immigration policies. Those are what they're supporting, an end to all of these things. So, National Day of Congressional Action, this is a local event, but we could see more across the U.S. today and tonight of leaders rallying and holding events outside the offices of members of Congress in their districts. Let's turn on the sound and see if we can hear anything yet.
We are immigration reform. We are immigration reform. We are immigration reform. Eso. Lo vamos a ir mejorando, ¿no? We are immigration reform. Eso. We are immigration reform. We are immigration reform. Woo! Families, children, students, Arizona, America, immigration reform. Immigration reform now. When I say immigration reform, you say now. Okay. Now. Okay. Families. Now. Can't wait. Okay. Now. Yes. Okay. We're on the right side. Families. Can't wait. Children. Can't wait. Students. Can't wait. Arizona. Can't wait. America. Can't wait. Immigration reform. Now. Let's do it again, okay? Families. Can't wait. Children. Can't wait. Students. Can't wait. Arizona. Can't wait. America. Can't wait. Immigration reform. Now. Eso. That's right. Okay. We are American immigrants. Okay, remember. We are immigration reform. Now. We are immigration reform. Now. Families. Can't wait. Children. Can't wait. Students. Can't wait. Arizona. Can't wait. America. Can't wait. Immigration reform. Now. Estamos calentando solamente. We're warming up, yeah? Okay. Well, I think that this is a time if somebody wants to share something about their life and their experience as Americans or as immigrants in this country, this is the time for some of you to share that. ¿Alguien que quiera compartir algo? Are we Are we okay? Español? Okay. We love you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you guys. He's pretty. Thank you so much for being here. Hola. ¿Cómo estás?
Vamos, ya está.
No está muy fuerte para que todos
Buenas tardes, gracias porque están aquí. Les agradecemos que están apoyando y venimos con amor, venimos a dar nuestra voz.
Here, we are coming here with all our love.
Venimos a traer un mensaje para el señor
Jeff Flake. We came here to bring a message to Senator Jeff Flake.
Que queremos que nos siga apoyando, no queremos que estén actuando los policías como lo están haciendo, como están agarrando la gente como el ICE. Ellos no deben hacer eso.
We want him to continue to support us. We don't want a police officer to act as ICE.
So, tenemos miedo, pero también tenemos fuerza, porque el amor de Dios nos da la fuerza.
We are afraid, but we also have strength because God's love is what gives us strength.
Dios es Padre de todos y Él nos está protegiendo y Él está escuchando nuestros rezos.
God is Father to us all, and He is protecting us, and He is hearing all our prayers.
So, muchas gracias y hay que seguir. Ahorita somos poquitos, mañana a lo mejor un poquito más y vamos a tener que tener la comunidad más unida y queremos que las familias que estemos juntos rezando.
Thank you so much. Right now we are a little bit only a few of us, but we're going to continue to grow in praying together.
Y seguimos en la lucha con el apoyo en nuestras manos, nuestra fuerza, nuestro amor. Va a hacer que esas personas malas tengan un corazón de amor y no separen familias.
We are continuing in this fight with our love, with our prayers, and to make those people who are currently acting in a bad way to support our families.
Well, the boss.
don't want to?
No, it's not that I don't want to.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Come on over.
Do they treat you well? They treat you well?
Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Who am I?
Yeah.
I'm just a citizen.
Okay.
Can I ask questions? It's okay?
I'm trying to get an interview, so
Oh,
I'm trying
right.
to figure out where you're getting at.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to find out.
My pleasure.
Which channel are you?
Channel 10, Fox 10.
Channel 2? 10.
We might get up there. Got a little clip. Put that on your shirt.
Okay. Susan, so we are here just today is the National Refugee Day, and we're here to send a message to Senator Flake and with love and empathy.
Okay.
Okay? You know what
All
to
right,
say.
can I get your name?
Susan
And your last name?
Islas.
How you spell that?
ISLAS.
Talk about why you guys are here in front of Jeff Flake's office today.
We're here today because we're sending a message for the Senator Jeff Flake. For this week is National Refugee Week, and we're here to, for him to hear our voices that we want him to, be with us, stop separating the families and all that.
Are you think you guys are accomplishing what you set out to do so far?
Yes, with faith and hope and with the vigil.
Have you had a chance to talk to the senator?
Not yet, no.
What are you guys going to be doing out here this afternoon?
We're going to be having a rally out here, and getting people to see that we're out here, and we want them to hear our work,
Do you have family members that are affected by this situation?
Yes, I do. My husband.
What's going on? What are you hearing?
He's undocumented, yes.
Okay. This is getting close to home.
Huh?
This gets close to home.
Yes, really.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. What's your name?
Rick.
Rick?
Yeah.
All right.
Pleasure.
Susan.
Okay. It's good.
Appreciate you guys watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. This event coming out of Phoenix, Arizona. It's a Congressional Day of Action, a national day.
Thanks for bumping us down.
And this one happening locally here in Phoenix, but we could expect to see a couple more rallies across the U.S. This group is asking Senator Jeff Flake to stand up against President Trump on issues including the immigration executive order, health care, and free speech rights. Now, the release that they sent out telling people to come to this event was put on by a group, I should say, Promise Arizona. That is the group that you're seeing there that's throwing this. It's a rally, a prayer vigil, and a press conference that they said they will be holding today. It's about 3:54 here in Phoenix, Arizona, and this group is urging Senator Jeff Flake to resist Trump's, quote, repressive agenda, end quote. Promise Arizona is part of the We Are All America national actions. And as I said, they are hosting a rally, a press conference, and a vigil today outside the offices of Senator Jeff Flake in the 2000 block of East Camelback Road. Looks like they are getting ready for that press conference soon. The hashtag they're asking people to use is hashtag We Are All America. This is again for the National Day of Congressional Action. Nearly 50 events in 33 states are planned across the country today. And the executive director of this group, Promise Arizona, said in a quote, "The November defeat of Sheriff Joe Arpaio is showing our nation how the anti-immigrant and anti-refugee fever will eventually break. Americans are rejecting hate and demanding solutions." Arizona U.S. Senator Jeff Flake has been a champion of immigration reform in the past, and we need him back in that fight, especially in the face of President Trump's mass deportation efforts and the rampant fear it is creating for immigrants and refugees here and across the country. Our communities are counting on Senator Flake to help protect and respect the rights of the undocumented, refugees, and Muslim community. Arizona deserves to know where he stands on affordable health care and the protection of voting and free speech rights, all of which are under attack today, and all of which we vow to defend, end quote. Again, that's coming from Executive Director of this group, Promise Arizona, where they are rallying outside Senator Flake's office right now. And we could expect to see a press conference soon as well. You can see there are several photographers on the scene there. And we are able to watch this event live on the Fox News Now stream. And you guys, we might be able to get a few more of these events throughout the U.S. that we could stream for you later on in the show. This one happening locally, but we do know that there are several events planned across the United States for this Congressional Day of Action. Looks like we're getting some footage outside of Senator Flake's office right now. And you are seeing the members of this group walking now with hearts. That one says, the one word I could get was diversity. Unable to read the rest of that sign, but let's see if she gets closer here. We did see a sign earlier that said, "Stop separating families." Looks like they are heading into the building now.
Thank you very much. Hi, David Ayala from Promise, Arizona. This is our members.
Hello.
And some of the supporters. So, in general, what's your name?
I'm Mary Bombach. I'm the office manager.
Oh, okay. Could you say your name?
Susan.
Hi, Susan. My name is
volunteer, Promise.
Martina. My name is Mayela. Marty Austin.
Nice to meet you. So we want to thank Senator Flake for the support that he has provided to immigrants in the past, and particularly with comprehensive immigration reform. Mm-hmm. And we see that President Trump executive orders has been more about dividing our community instead of bringing them together. And we want Senator Flake continue supporting immigrants, particularly in this time that we have. And that's why we have some flowers for him.
Okay.
These are some for
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
contain a message.
Okay.
You want to say something?
Yes. I'm here because I want him to hear our voices, and then from then I want him to see that it's going to be a very bad impact in our immigration, for the people in our communities, to hear our voices and to feel how we feel, and that's the only thing I would like to take, and to stop separating families.
Okay.
And, thank you.
Do you want to say something too?
Yeah, I guess in reading a whole lot about this, what hit me was you can't just sit at home. You have to do something. And we came to protest against the health care reform, and we saw all these lovely people, and I thought, no, that's really important. So we just want President Trump to realize we're all immigrants. My family was from Ireland. So it's not right to separate families. You can't change the immigration law the way he has done it. I don't think it's constitutional.
And thank you. And just to finish something, it's like we are really concerned about that. President Trump is talking about terrorism, yeah, and he's talking about terrorism and from outside to our country. But what he is doing right now is terrorizing families in the United States. What he is doing right now is terrorizing kids who do not want to leave home, mothers and fathers who do not want to go to the supermarket to buy food for their families because they are terrorized. And terrorism is not just dropping bombs. Terrorism is about laws, and it's about enforcing of some procedures that are going to affect not only criminals, but are going to affect regular families in our countries. So thank you, and we want Senator Flake continued support for our families.
Okay, and I'll make sure he gets the message from you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You did?
Well, it looks like some members of that group were allowed inside the office there to share their opinions about wanting Senator Jeff Flake to stand up against President Trump. They're calling action. They want him to do something about the immigration executive order, as well as health care and free speech rights. People are holding up signs here. This is in the 2000 block of East Camelback Road right now. It's about 4:04 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We haven't heard that press conference yet, so we might be able to hear that in a little bit, as well as a prayer vigil as well. You can see that sign right there. It says, "Stop separating families." Appreciate you guys watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, this is a Congressional Day of Action happening nationally today. So we could see more rallies like this across the United States. But this one happening here in Phoenix, but we do know nearly 50 events in 33 states are planned across the country today, and they're asking people online to use the hashtag #WeAreAllAmerica for this National Day of Congressional Action, asking people to rally and share their opinions of what they want these members of Congress in their districts to do. Appreciate you guys watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream.
Let me get your name.
Marnie, M-A-R-N-E-Y, Austin, A-U-S-T-I-N.
You got the opportunity to go into Senator Flake's office.
I did.
Just talk about what you guys were doing.
We went in and several of us were able to pass a message to Senator Flake, who wasn't available. And basically the message was, We want President Trump to rethink what he's doing with immigration. We want him to know that we're all immigrants. That's how we got here. And there's immigration reform needs to be. And Senator McCain has stood for immigration reform. The answer is not to round everybody up and throw them over the fence and break up families. And that needs to be said.
Were you able to accomplish what you wanted today?
I think so, because I'm tired of sitting in my office thinking about it or signing up on petitions online. You know, it felt good to be here and do something positive.
How are you affected directly with this?
Directly, I know several Mexican-American families who are scared to death right now. And they wouldn't dare speak up today, so I'm speaking up for them. They just want to work here. They want to work, they want to pay taxes. There needs to be immigration reform to allow these people to become citizens or at least get a green card. Thank you.
Looks like we can still expect to see a press conference in a little bit here at this event that you're seeing right now, happening locally in Phoenix, Arizona. It's about 4:13. This is nationally the Congressional Day of Action. And this group here, Promise Arizona, has put together this rally. It's a peaceful rally outside of Senator Jeff Flake's office, asking him to stand up against President Trump on issues of immigration, health care, and free speech rights. Now, a little bit ago, we did show you some of those rally members were allowed inside the offices to share their opinions. And right now we're just watching them stand in the 2000 block of East Camelback Road holding up their signs. One of them said, "Stop separating families." That's what one of the signs said. This is a prayer vigil as well that we'll be seeing in a little bit. And we'll hear more about this in the press conference coming up in this live stream. But the hashtag that they're asking people to use, not just this group, but the Congressional Day of Action, this national day, which is put on by the group We Are All America. That's the hashtag they're asking people to use, hashtag We Are All America. And some of the members in support of this national holiday are already tweeting with that hashtag. I'm going to pull up a couple in the upper right-hand corner so you guys can see. I mean, this one coming in, she says, "We will not turn our backs on immigrants, refugees, or Muslims. Join me in speaking out." So that's her separate event, and she tweeted with that hashtag, We Are All America. This one coming in from Eden, and again, these tweets are from all over the U.S. because this is a national holiday today. We know that there will be events happening in 33 states. So far, we know 45 events are happening in 33 states with faith, immigrant, and refugee leaders and their allies visiting members of Congress in district during their President's Day recess to ask for their support in standing against President Trump's executive orders. Here's that tweet, though, from Eden that I wanted to show you. She says, "It took a long time for Pence to say today what Trump should have said weeks ago. Hashtag no hate, hashtag We Are All America, hashtag love." And she's talking about when Vice President Mike Pence visited a vandalized Jewish cemetery earlier today, and he said, quote, "There is no place in America for hatred," end quote. With that tweet coming in from Eden, a lot of people using this hashtag We Are All America today, and that's what this group is out there for as well. The United Church sent out this tweet saying, hashtag We Are All America, take action UCC, stand with immigrants, refugees, and Muslims. Looks like we might have just lost the feed there. If we get that press conference back, I will take you to that event. Appreciate you guys watching with me on Fox News Now as well as Fox 10 Phoenix, Facebook Live. Just a moment here, I'm going to give you a live look of the White House while I pull up the next event for you. Appreciate you watching with me. All right, everybody, the next event I want to take you to is a hands-off ballots event that again happened in Arizona. Let me pull this up really quickly here. So I'm going to be taking you now to as I said, a hands-off our ballot event. And here's what we know about this event. A new poll commissioned by the Arizona Wins details Arizona voters' opinions on the recent attacks on ballot measures. That was released today at a Progress Now Arizona press conference. The poll was conducted by Public Policy Polling and asked the opinions of 629 Arizona voters using both phone calls and online polling. This press conference I'm about to show you took place ahead of the House Appropriations Committee hearing where yet another bill undermining the ballot measure process was heard. So let's take you to this event and see what they had to say during this press conference. Here we go.
My name name is Jocelyn Berry. I am the Executive Director of Progress Now Arizona. My name is spelled JOSSELYNBERRY. And we're here today to remind lawmakers that we are still watching them as they are gutting our ballot measure process. They are leading with 6 different bills that are attacking the citizen-led initiative process, and we're back here today to remind them that we are going to be watching them every single day, and we'll be down here every time they're attacking our ballot measure process. Today, they have a bill in the House Appropriations Committee, HCR 2029, led by Don Shooter. This is a bill that dilutes the power of voters' voices depending on where they live. It's blatantly unconstitutional, and it'll affect our elections by making voters' voices less powerful. We're also announcing and releasing a new poll commissioned by the Arizona Wins Coalition that shows that voters as a whole do not agree with these attacks on our ballot measure process and oppose any legislators that are attacking the ballot measure process. We have several speakers with us today, including Sarah Michelson, Executive Director of the Arizona Wins Coalition. We're also joined by Marie Provine, President of the Arizona Advocacy Network, Julie Sanowski, President of the Scottsdale Teachers Association and a middle school teacher, and Tomas Robles, Co-Director of Lucha Living United for Change. And now I'd like to introduce Sarah Michelson with Arizona Wins.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Michelson, SarahMichelsen. I'm the Executive Director of Arizona Wins. Arizona Wins is a broad coalition of progressive issue advocacy organizations concerned about voting rights. We're here today to oppose HCR 2029, which will be heard in the Appropriations Committee this morning, and several other bills attacking the ballot measure process. HCR 2029, along with HB 2404, seeks to make the ballot measure process so difficult that citizens cannot possibly exercise their constitutional right to place measures on the ballot. Voters understand what this is really about. It's not about making the process fairer. It's about taking power away from voters. This is a power grab by the legislature to prevent voters from making laws that politicians don't have any say in. Not only that, HCR 2002 and HCR 2007 would allow the legislature to change or repeal or defund a measure after it's already been voted on by the voters. When voters have made themselves clear, the legislature should respect their voices. It is unconstitutional and unjust for the legislature to attempt to take away the power of direct democracy from voters, which was given to us in the Arizona Constitution. Arizona Wins is commissioned a poll to find out what Arizonans think about what these politicians are up to. What we found is that voters are furious about these attacks on our constitutional rights. 83% of Arizonans, including 76% of Republicans, want to keep the Voter Protection Act, and 73% say they'd be less likely to vote for legislators who vote to repeal it. 87% of Arizonans, including 81% of Republicans, support the right of citizens to place a measure on the ballot, and 79% say they would be less likely to vote for legislators that vote to make it harder to get ballot measures on the ballot. This political danger surrounding this issue extends to Governor Ducey as well, with 73% of voters saying they'd be less likely to vote to re-elect him if he supports these attacks on the ballot measure process, and that includes more than half of Republicans. Our point here is that the legislature is not fulfilling the will of the people with these attacks on the ballot measure process. Voters want their representatives to protect their right to the ballot measure process and protect their right to override politicians with direct democracy. They don't want a power grab to take that right away. Arizona Wins and our coalition partners are going to continue to shine a light on this issue. We will be here watching every time the legislature makes a move to take away our rights. We will be out in communities talking to voters this weekend and every day until this issue is solved. We are going to make sure that voters know what's happening, what their legislators are doing to take away their rights, and if these bills are passed, you can bet that we'll be making sure that voters know about that and which politicians to hold accountable in the next election. Thank you.
We'll now hear from Marie Provine, Board President of Arizona Advocacy Network.
Hello, I'm Doris Marie Provine, President of the Board of the Arizona Advocacy Network, DORIS, MARIE, Arizona Advocacy Network is about protecting the right of voters to express themselves over the right of corporations to control politics in Arizona. We favor merit selection of judges. We support clean elections, and we are in favor of everything that allows access to the polls for voters, and that certainly includes opposing HCR 2029, the latest in a series of cuts meant to destroy the initiative process in Arizona. It's kind of like you're in the car, as Montini said, they take away the gas tank, they slit the tires, they lock the steering wheel, and they say, go right ahead and try to do this. This is an unconstitutional kind of measure because those people who are in high voting districts are going to have much less ability to do anything to influence the signing process for initiatives than those who are in low voter districts. You know, the founders feared the power of corporations to corrupt the legislature. That's why they came up with this idea of voter-created legislation. They would be turning over in their graves right now if they could see all of these bills that the legislature is promoting to try to destroy that right. It's a dual system. Legislators may not like it, but that's the way it is, and it's a good thing. You know, this process of voter initiatives has brought us clean elections. It's brought us the Voter Protection Act. It's been good sometimes for conservatives and often for progressives. It's a way of opening up the process from one-party, corporate-dominated rule. And if candidates want to think about this in their own terms, then they should really be thinking about requiring a majority in every precinct in order to get elected. Might be a good trial balloon for them. Thank you very much.
We'll now hear from Julie Sanowski. She's the president of the Scottsdale Teachers Association.
Good morning. My name is Julie Sanowski, Juliecieniawski. I am a proud teacher at Desert Canyon Middle School, a parent of students in the public schools, and the president of Scottsdale Education Association. I normally would be in my classroom today, but the bill we're here for today is so dangerous that I've taken valuable time to come down to the Capitol to tell our politicians, stop attacking our ballot measure process. Are you aware Senator Don Shooter's bill HCR 2029 dilutes the power of my voice because of where I live? This bill would require that ballot measures get signatures from 10% of the number of voters who voted in the last gubernatorial election from every legislative district. It would make my voice less powerful than someone in a district that had less participation in the last election. To me, that would be like punishing the students who completed the best work, and that just doesn't make sense to me. A small number of voters in a low turnout district could override the voices of the majority of the state, of those of us in high turnout areas. Shooter's bill would spoil our elections by making some voters' voices more powerful than others. This is unjust. Everyone's voice should count equally. This is simply a naked power grab by our legislatures. As a middle school history teacher, I have stressed the importance of civic duty with my students, that voting your voice is democracy. One voice equals one vote. We've discussed many discriminative practices in our classrooms in attempts to learn from them. One that comes to mind here is the 3/5 compromise. Why would we want to consider such a backwards and discriminative measure as HCR 2029? My district, LD 23, had the highest turnout in the state in 2016. And this bill directly disenfranchises us and dilutes our voices. I'd like my representative, Michelle Ugenti-Rita, to vote against this bill, which directly attacks and disempowers her constituents, like myself. To me, this sounds like a 1/4 compromise. Like I said, one voice equals one vote, in regards to race, socioeconomic status, zip code, or legislative district. As a teacher, I know very well that most politicians in these buildings behind me don't value my profession. They haven't shown yet that funding our public district school system is a priority. So instead, we have to rely on the voters to support funding our district schools and teachers by going directly to the ballot. This is the right that must be protected. Politicians want to take that constitutional right away from us. Stop attacking the Arizona Constitution and the voters by trying to gut our citizen-led initiative process. And Michelle Ugenti-Rita needs to stand on the sides of her voters, her constituents, and vote against HCR 2029. Without this process, where would we be today as a state without Props 301, 105, or even women's suffrage? The people of Arizona will continue to defend our right to direct democracy for the same reason we have on too many issues. The legislature falls short of real progress. Our political leaders need to be listening because voters won't let them steal our voices without a fight. Thank you.
And now our last speaker is Tomas Robles, co-director of Lucha Living United for Change.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tomas Robles, Tomas Robles, co-executive director of Lucha and campaign chair of Prop 206. What we need to understand is the reasons why they're upset. Why the chamber is upset, Chamber of Commerce, why these legislatures are upset, and why they're pushing bills like HB 2029. They're upset because an individual like Chris Urbieta, a school assistant who at the time was making $8.30 an hour, could not afford a mattress. They're upset because now he makes $10, and now he's able to afford the basic necessities for his family. They're upset because Mariana Lopez, a fast food worker who was making $8.15 an hour, now has enough money to put food on the table for her 4 kids. They're upset because Arizona voters decided that it's time for our families to earn a livable wage and to have the respect and dignity that they deserve in the workplace, in their homes, and in our cities. They're upset because as voters of the state of Arizona, time and time again, we have been forced to take the reins of our legislative process and pass laws ourselves that reflect the needs of our residents and our citizens here in our great state. The lack of leadership that has been showcased in this legislature for the past 10 plus years has shown a clear example that they are not on the side of Arizona's voters, they are not on the side of Arizona's families, and instead they are on the side of special interests like the Chamber of Commerce, who care more about profits, who care more about their own standing than our Arizona families. And so we're here against HB 2029 and all the other bills that Representative Ugenti, I forget her last name, Ugenti-Rita has pushed. These are a clear attempt to take away our voting rights, to take away the voices of our voters, and to ensure that Arizona voters can never pass the laws and work on the issues that too many times the legislature ignores. I say shame on the Arizona legislature, shame on Governor Ducey, and especially shame on Ugenti-Rita for trying to push initiatives like this, that all they do is to ensure that special interests and corporations like APS and like the Chamber of Commerce seek to keep power concentrated in the hands of a few. I say if you care about Arizona, if you care about Arizona voters and our voting rights, call your representatives today and let them know that this is not only morally wrong, but this is the showcase of what not being a leader and not caring about the people you represent is all about. Call them now and tell them to vote no against HB 2029. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just to reiterate, these are the faces of Arizona. These are the people that our legislature should be representing. Now the special interests like the Chamber and APS that are pushing these bills. So to the politicians in the buildings behind us today, we're reminding them that we will be back here every day that we need to be to remind them that they've worked for us, that they need to vote in our special interests, and not work for the Chamber and APS. Thank you so much.
Because like many of those initiatives or legislation that Ujente Rita is passing, it is designed to raise the cost of the initiative process so high that no citizen could raise the amount of funding to make this possible. You're talking about our most population dense county is Maricopa County, and to force us to legislative bills that all it aims to do is increase the cost of this legislation process. Why do I think they would approve?
Could you make an argument that the argument you're making today, could you make that argument if this gets on the ballot? In other words, are you afraid voters would approve this resolution?
So I think that's their game. Their game is to put more things on the ballot to distract voters of what actually is going on, which is that they are ignoring the issues at hand. They are ignoring education and instead trying to put this on the ballot. They're ignoring our criminalization process, instead trying to put something like this on the ballot. Instead of working on the issues that we care about, education, funding for infrastructure and transportation, they are focusing on ensuring that we don't pass another minimum wage initiative, where we don't pass another pro-education initiative. And I'd like to put a call to action now. We need to stand up to these corporate entities and the Chamber of Commerce and representatives like Ujente. We should all be going towards APS. We should be calling APS and asking them why they're attempting to do things like this and why the legislature, instead of focusing on their education, they're trying to remove $200 million from our education system now. Instead of focusing on education funding, we're focusing on this. And I think it's just, it's short-sighted and it's not the direction that we need to take our families.
I just want to add something to Tomas's great remarks on that. I think, we're opposing these bills because they're unconstitutional and unjust and unfair to voters. But if they do make the ballot, I do think voters will reject them out of hand. Our poll shows that. And it also gives us an excellent opportunity to use this issue with voters to attack every single legislator that voted for them. This is going to be a disaster for them. I mean, I cannot imagine that they want these things on the ballot. I mean, we will take every opportunity to use this to attack them, and they've handed it to us on a silver platter. So I hope they realize what they're in for. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, I just wanted to take you to that event again. That was a hands-off ballots press conference in Arizona that we just streamed for you. Appreciate you watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, taking you to another event now. Not so politically related, but everyone's been talking about this today, the NASA event, discovering those 7 planets. Let me bring this up for you guys, this event. And this is actually the first time that so many planets have been found in a single star's zone. So let's pull this up. And let's see what they have to say about it. Let me get this up and going for you guys. Make sure the sound is good to go. All right, let's take you there.
Good afternoon. I'm Felicia Chow from the Office of Communications, and we're live here at NASA headquarters. We've got some exciting news on worlds outside of our solar system today. First, we'll have brief presentations from all of our panelists, and then we're going to answer questions from those in the studio, on the phone, and on social media. To ask a question via social media, please use the hashtag AskNASA. Today's participants are Thomas Zurbuchen, Associate Administrator of the Science Mission Directorate at NASA headquarters in Washington. Mikkel Gilan, astronomer at the University of Liège in Belgium. Sean Carey, manager of NASA's Spitzer Science Center at Caltech IPAC in Pasadena, California. Sarah Seeger, professor of planetary science and physics at Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge. And Nicole Lewis, astronomer at the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore. And with that, Thomas, can you start us off with what the big news of the day is?
Hey, thanks so much, Felicia. Look, I've been Associate Administrator for the Science Mission Directorate for close to 5 months, and I've just been in awe, and I'm in awe today about both the depth and the breadth of the science that we do here. We're changing people's lives every day, and we enlarge in the space we know. We stretch our imagination, we inspire every day. And today's story is just that. I'm excited to announce today that Dr. Michael Gion and his team have used our Spitzer Space Telescope to determine that there are actually 7 Earth-sized planets orbiting the nearby TRAPPIST-1 star about 40 light years away. What's more, as you can see in this illustration, is that 3 of these planets, marked in green, are in the habitable zone, where liquid water can pool on the surface. In fact, with the right atmospheric conditions, there could be water on any of these planets. So for the first time, we found as many terrestrial planets around a single star, and that's the first time we have been able to measure, in addition to that, both the masses and the radii of these habitable zone type Earth-sized planets. These planets are among the best of all the planets we know to follow up, to see, for example, with the James Webb Space Telescope that we're going to launch last year, the atmospheres, and also to look at biosignatures if there are any. The discovery gives us a hint that finding a second Earth is not just a matter of if, but when. Scientists believe, actually, that around every star there could be 1 planet. Take 3, take 5, take 7, and you can just imagine how many worlds are out there that have a shot to becoming a habitable ecosystem that we could explore. And what we really have in this story is a major step forward towards answering one of these very questions that are at the heart of so many of our philosophers, of what we're thinking about when we're by ourselves, and that basically is, are we alone out there? We're making a step forward with this, a leap forward, in fact, towards answering that question, and I'm really excited for you to hear about it now.
Thanks, Thomas. So, Mikkel, can you tell us more about this finding?
Sure. As Thomas mentioned, we used a Spitzer Space Telescope with other ground-based telescope to discover around the same star, not 1, not 2, but 7 Earth-sized planets. And this is the first time that so many Earth-sized planets are found around the same star. Furthermore, with 3 of them in the habitable zone. And the star itself is what is called an ultra-cool dwarf, which is the least massive kind of stars that exist. And these stars are much smaller, much cooler than our sun. And still, they are very frequent at the scale of our galaxy, more frequent than solar-type stars. And if you look at this illustration, you see the comparison between a basketball and a golf ball. Well, in our case, the basketball would be the sun, and the golf ball, it would be TRAPPIST-1. So TRAPPIST-1 is much cooler, much smaller than our sun, and so the planets in its habitable zone are much closer to it, very close to it, with very short orbital periods. And in these graphics, what you can see are the planets which were found around TRAPPIST-1, with the 3 of them which are in the habitable zone, so also called the Goldilocks zones, where liquid water could exist, is the most likely to exist at the surface of a rocky planet. Having 3 of these Earth-sized planets in this habitable zone is very promising for the search for life beyond our solar system.
So what can you tell us about these distant planets?
Well, we have measured with Spitzer very, very precisely their sizes. And furthermore, we have, thanks to Spitzer too, preliminary measurements of their masses for 6 of them. And for 1 of them, our measurement is precise enough to strongly suggest a water-rich composition, which is very exciting because this is one of the planets in the habitable zone. Furthermore, these planets are orbiting so close to the star that they must be, or they are probably, tidally locked, which means they always face the star with the same side, like the moon, to the Earth. And so if you look at this animation, you can see a view of tidally locked planet with a permanent day side and a permanent night side. The TRAPPIST-1 planet could be just like this. Now what is also exciting here about this system is that the planets are so close to each other. If you were on the surface of one of these planets, you would have a wonderful view on the other planets. You wouldn't see them like we see Venus or Mars, like dots of light. But as you can see in the next illustration, you would see them really as we see the moon. You would see worlds with, which are very big. You could see the structures on these worlds. They would be as large as the moon and even larger for some of them. So it would be a wonderful view on these planets.
Thanks, Mikkel. So Sean, can you give us an idea or more context to Discovery and why Spitzer played such a vital role?
Absolutely, Felicia. I first like to say that my opinion, this is the most exciting discovery we've had yet with Spitzer in its almost 14 years of operation. As you can see in the graphic, the initial discovery of the TRAPPIST-1 system was by the TRAPPIST telescope in Chile in 2016. And immediately after that, we started doing intensive follow-up with a lot of ground-based telescopes and more than 20 days of continuous observations with Spitzer. And what we're able to find is that we confirmed 2 of the planets that were found in the initial discovery and then found 5 more planets for a total of 7 planets in the system, which is pretty exciting. Now, TRAPPIST-1 is an ultra-cooled dwarf, and that means that it's much brighter in the infrared, thousands of times brighter in the infrared than in the visible. So it makes it ideal to use Spitzer, which is an infrared telescope, to do the follow-up on this system. And then as you can see in this animation of Spitzer, so Spitzer was launched in 2003, and it was never intended to study exoplanets. So we had to do some clever re-engineering why it's in space still, and it's more than an astronomical unit away from the Earth, so you can't fly out and do anything about it. But we did clever engineering on the ground to allow Spitzer to measure star brightnesses very precisely, 1,000 times more precisely than we had imagined Spitzer would be able to do. And then what we're going to show in the next animation is how what Spitzer sees the planets very similar to the way the Kepler Space Telescope does. We don't image the individual planets. What we do is the planets pass in front of the star. We see the amount of light that the star is dimmed by when that planet is blocking it. So the dips you see in this animation are the planets going in front of the star, blocking a little bit of the light. The size of the dip tells you the size of the planet. So we can get the size of the planet directly from measuring the dip. Now, when you see the different planets, they keep orbiting around, and every time they transit, you can measure the spacing between the transits, and that tells you about the orbit, the period of the orbit, how long that year is, and for that planet. And then when we know how long it takes for the planet to go around the star, we also know the distance it is from the star, and that also tells us whether or not it's in the habitable zone. Now, the TRAPPIST-1 system and its planets are in an interesting configuration. The planets are all very close together, and their orbits are spaced such that they gravitationally interact with each other. They tug and pull each other as they go flying around, orbiting around their star. And what that does is it changes the timing of the transits a little bit as the planets are tugging each other, so they don't happen as regularly as you would expect without the tug. And with that, measuring those differences, what we're able to do is measure the masses of the planet. So now we have the mass of the planet, the size of the planet, so we can make an estimate of what the density of the planet is. And that's important because that gives us some understanding about what the composition of the planet is. From that, we can tell where the planets are, whether they're rocky, gaseous, or even watery.
Thanks, Sean. So, Nicole, what can you tell us about studying the atmospheres of these planets?
Yeah, so the atmospheres of planets tell us a great deal about the formation and evolution of planets, and also about all of the physical processes that are occurring on the planet's surface and in the air, especially those that might make the planet habitable or actually indicative of hosting life. We can use space-based telescopes today to study the atmospheres of planets using a technique called transmission spectroscopy, which detects the fingerprints of different chemical species in a planet's air, such as water or methane, ozone or oxygen. We're currently using the Hubble Space Telescope to study the planets in the TRAPPIST-1 system to determine if they have hydrogen-helium-dominated atmospheres. It's actually great to find out if they don't. That gives us another push forward in having these planets be, in fact, rocky, and also the potential of those planets to support water on their surfaces. Just last year, Hubble actually probed the innermost planets of the TRAPPIST-1 system, TRAPPIST B and C, and found that they didn't have hydrogen-helium-dominated atmospheres. So that's just one more step along the path to having these potentially habitable worlds.
So what do we know about the 3 worlds in the habitable zone?
Sure, so I'll use eyes on exoplanets here to give you a brief tour of the habitable zone of the TRAPPIST-1 system. So if we zoom out to the system away from the host star, you'll see all 7 planets, with the habitable zone indicated here in this blue region. The innermost planet in the habitable zone is TRAPPIST-1e. So in this illustration, you'll see an artist's rendition of TRAPPIST-1e, which is a really interesting planet for a number of reasons. It's very close in size to Earth, as you can see here. It also receives about the same amount of light as Earth does in our own solar system. This means that in TRAPPIST-1e, you could have temperatures that are very, very similar to the ones that we have here on Earth. The next planet out is TRAPPIST-1f. Now this is a potentially water-rich world that is, again, about the same size as Earth. You see here in comparison. Now TRAPPIST-1f has about a 9-day orbit, and during that time it receives about the same amount of sunlight as Mars does in our own solar system. And the final planet in the habitable zone of the TRAPPIST-1 system is TRAPPIST-1g. Now TRAPPIST-1g is the largest planet in the TRAPPIST-1 system. It's about 13% larger radius than that of Earth. You can see in this comparison here. And it receives about the same amount of starlight as somewhere in between Mars and the asteroid belt in our own solar system.
So while we don't have the technology yet to really travel to any of these planets, how long would it take to travel here?
Well, thankfully we can ask eyes on exoplanets, and if we were able to travel at light speed, we of course could arrive in 39 years. Something more like a jet plane would take far longer, of course, something more on the line of 44 million years.
Wow. Well then, thank you so much, Nicole. Now, Sarah, why are these discoveries so exciting for the scientific community?
Well, with this discovery, we've made a giant accelerated leap forward in the search for habitable worlds and life on other worlds, potentially speaking. Because with not just one planet, but several, we have room that if we didn't have the habitable zone quite right or weren't sure quite what we're looking for, we have many chances over. You could say colloquially, it's like in this planetary system, Goldilocks has many sisters. Now, we don't know much about the planets. We know, as we heard earlier, the masses and sizes and how much radiation is falling on them and their orbits. So for now, we just speculate. And for that, the TRAPPIST-1 system has really captured our imagination, and we have a new travel poster for you that you can download from the NASA website. And if you see here, it's captured scientifically accurately the, how on one of the planets you could see all the other planets in the sky. Now, historically in exoplanets, in the kind of brief history of the last 20 years, when there's one, there's more. And so that's why I'm so excited to be here today to share it with you, because with this amazing system, we know that there must be many more potentially life-bearing worlds out there just waiting to be found.
Thanks. So what are astronomers doing to learn more about this system and others like it?
Well, first of all, Mikkel and his team have started to put up more telescopes. They call it Speculus, and they're going to, from the ground, use telescopes to search 1,000 of the nearest ultra-cool dwarf stars. And actually, I just have to back up a second about this TRAPPIST system, because I forgot to mention that one of the reasons astronomers are so excited about it is it's a veritable laboratory for studying planets orbiting very cool, very small, very dim red stars that are so incredibly different from our sun. In fact, astronomers constantly go back and forth about all the excitement about these worlds because they're very easy to study. Other people have fears and concerns, and so we actually get to test many people's theories about these worlds being tidally locked and radiation from the host star and things like that. So hopefully, we're counting on Speculus to find more of these systems and planets around these ultra-cool dwarfs, these very common stars that we can study. So in addition to Speculus, in astronomy, when someone makes a discovery like this, we put almost any telescope that can follow up to follow up. And so in that way, we have, we heard about Hubble already from Nicole, but the Hubble, Kepler K2, Spitzer, and other telescopes are exploring the TRAPPIST system further. I'd say that what the team is most excited about, although this is still a bit in the future, is the James Webb Space Telescope, which will launch later in 2018. Because with this telescope, and the reason the TRAPPIST planets are so significant, is that they are accessible to observations with the James Webb Space Telescope. You can see an animation of it here. So with the James Webb, we'll be able to study the atmospheres, And we will try to assess the greenhouse gas content, which will help us understand the surface temperature of the planets. Are they indeed the right temperature to support liquid water and life as we know it? In fact, we're even going to use the James Webb to search for gases that don't belong that might be produced by life, such as oxygen, ozone, methane, and a whole host of other gases.
Thanks, Sarah. So before we go into Q&A, Thomas, do you have any closing thoughts for us?
You know, for me, this research in exoplanets is really in its gold rush phase. You know, it started something like 20 years ago, and I just couldn't help but notice that the last co-author on your paper is the same co-author who was there at the announcement of the first exoplanet ever discovered and announced in 1995. And since then, we've found thousands of those, a little bit under 5,000 the last time I checked. Dozens of them are in the habitable zone. None until now have had that many planets in the habitable zone. And it's only expanding. This is going forward at a rapid pace, not just because of the telescopes that are there now, but the telescopes we're launching soon. And you talked about the James Webb Telescope, but also TESS, of course, that's going to be there, and WFIRST that's being planned right now. Again, really opening our lens, opening our viewpoints onto the universe, and especially, in many cases, these exoplanets. I do believe that many of the best telescopes that will give us the most information are yet to be invented. There's many things we don't know, many questions we have that come up when we see these observations. We look at all these animations. Very likely, nature is way more beautiful, way more amazing than what we've animated here. It's always that way. And so for us, the question is, how do we actually open up our lens and see these things? How do we get so much data from that the kind of questions that Sarah asked are actually able to be answered? And for me, at the end, it's all about that thought that I have so often when I go to bed at night and really imagine how these other worlds really look like. The fact that there are worlds out there, just like the Earth, that have some commonalities with the Earth, and you could imagine these worlds. It's just only happening right now. These questions about are we alone are being answered as we speak in this decade and the next decades. So I'm really excited about this.
Thanks, Thomas. With that, let's transition to Q&A. We've got a ton of questions on social media, so we'll go there first. If you'd like to ask a question using social media, please use the hashtag AskNASA.
All right, wonderful. We've got lots of questions coming in. This first one comes from Twitter user JJams, who asks, what is the total amount of possibly habitable planets we have found, including these TRAPPIST discoveries?
Okay, the total number of habitable planets, believe it or not, is unknown. And it depends on who you ask and how you count them. We would say that there are, let's say, a few dozen exoplanets that you might consider habitable, but the bottom line is that many of them may be a bit too hot or a bit too big. We really have to wait until we can see the atmospheres to know how hot or cold the planets really are. And that's why the TRAPPIST planets are so relevant, because they actually, unlike a lot of the other habitable zone planets, we can actually assess them in the near future.
Wonderful. All right, the next question here comes from Scott, who asks, any confirmation of water on the planetary bodies?
Yeah, I can handle that one. There's has not been any confirmation of water on these planetary bodies, and it'll take a lot of observations with Hubble or in the future with Webb to probe the atmospheres and see if we can detect water on these planets.
But I think it's fair to add that people are looking.
Yes, we are certainly looking.
Great. This question comes from Twitter user Matthew, who asks, will this be one of the first observations for JWST? And how much can we learn about TRAPPIST, E, F, and G until that mission launches?
I can take that one too. You know, a lot of folks, since learning about the system, have thought about observing it with JWST, and I am fairly certain that cycle 1 will see some observations of almost all of the planets in the system.
And then I guess to add further, even now we're continuing to take observations from the ground in Spitzer to look at the transit timing variations. So we're going to get better measurements of the masses of these planets as time goes by. And the next year we'll have much better measurements than we have currently.
Okay, we're going to take one question on the phone line from Jay Bennett from Popular Mechanics, and then we're going to go back to social media. So Jay?
Hello, everyone. I was wondering if the fact that TRAPPIST-1 is a particularly cool red dwarf means that it's more likely to support planets that are potentially habitable because it doesn't have as much stellar activity, solar flares, eruptions, these types of things.
I can take this one. So ultra-cool dwarfs are known to be very active when they are young, and this is the main concern about these potentially habitable planets, that they could have been, the atmosphere been eroded strongly by the star when it was young. Now it's quiet. It's a quiet ultra-cool dwarf, so it's not very active. But maybe when it was young, the conditions were quite different. So it will be by observation that we will really figure out the past of this planet and what happened during this very active and young phase.
I'll just add to that and rephrase what Mikhail said to just say the great news is we can observe in the near future. We no longer have to rely on what we think and speculation, because nature usually is smarter than we are. And if there's any way for a life...
All right, everybody, we're going to take a moment here to switch out Mike Paish coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show here. In the meantime, I'm going to give you guys a live look of the White House right now. Mike is up next.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Two parents are anxiously waiting the arrival of their new baby, and so is the rest of the internet. April, the giraffe, is expecting a calf with her mate, Oliver. Park officials say that she could give birth at any minute. This is a webcam that's been installed at the Animal Adventure Park in New York to allow people from all over the world to stay up to date on the process. And here are some facts that you may have not known. Full-grown giraffes can eat more than 100 pounds of leaves or twigs a day. Male giraffes are taller and heavier than females. Giraffes move both legs on one side of their body as they walk. They can reach speeds of up to 35 miles per hour. Giraffes sleep less than just 2 hours a day. Female giraffes can become pregnant at just 5 years old, and they can live up to 25 years in the wild. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. And everybody watching live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, we are taking a live look here. Baby Giraffe Watch in New York. Months ago, we had the watch for you with those eagle cams in Florida. Now we have a Baby Giraffe Watch happening. So we are, zookeepers say, any moment we can see a baby delivery here. Full-grown giraffes can eat more than 100 pounds of leaves or twigs a day. Male giraffes are taller and heavier than females, and they are very fast. They can reach up to speeds of up to 35 miles per hour. Giraffes sleep just less than 2 hours a day, and they can live up to 25 years in the wild. Some other facts you may have not known. Did you know that giraffes are the tallest land animal in the world? They grow to an average height of about 16 to 18 feet tall. Newborns come out already standing at about 6 feet tall and can weigh already 150 pounds. What a baby. And everybody watching live with us all over the world on fox10phoenix.com and Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, let us know in the chat your prediction. When do you think we can see the baby come out? Let me know live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Thanks to everyone watching around the world. And let us know where you guys are watching from, too. Yeah, we thought we would show this to all our Fox 10 viewers and fans. Well, just to break it up, I feel like so much has been political talk or immigration talk. Sometimes we all just need a little break, and what's better than the circle of life? So this is nice and calming, and we're going to get to see a baby hopefully pretty soon here. So enjoy yourselves, everybody. You're part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. If you haven't already done so, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we're covering news from anywhere across the country. And for those of you maybe just joining us, let's give a little update to the story here. We have two parents that are anxiously waiting for the arrival of their new baby. April, the giraffe, is expecting a calf with her mate, Oliver. Park officials say that she could give birth at any minute. A webcam has been installed at Animal Adventure Park in New York there to allow people to stay up to date on the process. So we really enjoyed this live feed, and we're glad that we could share it with all our fans here. There's April, and we see Oliver there in the other cage. So they're probably talking and saying, yeah, it could happen at any time. So thanks for continuing to be a part of the stream here. Susie wants to know in the stream if Oliver would maybe hop that cage area to go help April. Who knows? But thanks for your comment there in the stream. We'll continue to follow live here with you. Ginger on fox10phoenix.com is saying that she believes 6 p.m. could be a time. 6 p.m. is a guess for when this little baby will come out. And I shouldn't say a little baby. It's going to come out about 6 feet tall, weighing at 150 pounds already. So, and if you've ever seen any of these deliveries, it's really quite I mean, the baby just plops right out. It's quite fascinating. Dora wants to know, do they have a name chosen? We don't have any on that information right now, but I'm sure that the park officials do have some sort of name. You know, a lot of times with the zoos, what they'll do is they'll have a contest or with a local school, and they'll have the kids pick their favorite name for the giraffe. That's usually what happens. So they probably already have a name ready, just waiting for the official baby to come out. Here's some other facts, everyone. Fully grown giraffes stand anywhere from 14 to 18 feet tall, with males taller than females. The tallest recorded male was 19 feet, and the tallest recorded female was 17 feet tall. The average weight is about 2,600 pounds for an adult male and 1,800 pounds for an adult female. Look at that. That's a nice little kiss right there. April saying hi from New York, everyone. So that's a nice up and close shot, everyone, of April getting ready for her big moment to deliver a little baby into this world. Now, giraffes see in color, and their senses of hearing and smell are very sharp. The animal can close its muscular nostrils to protect against sandstorms and ants. Now, the giraffe's tongue is about 18 inches long. It is purplish black in color, perhaps to protect against sunburn, and is useful for grasping foliage as well as for grooming and cleaning the animal's nose. The upper lip of the giraffe is also used for foraging. The lips, tongue, and inside of the mouth are covered to protect against thorns. Here's another cool topic and fact that you could use at the dinner table tonight. A giraffe's foot, about the same size of a dinner plate, 12 inches across. Take a look at that. Probably the most coolest fact, though, is that the calves are 6 feet tall at birth. I mean, talk about getting ready to play some basketball already. Jeez. Now, the different kinds of giraffes can be recognized by their spots and also by where they live in Africa. Some giraffes from Kenya have spots that look like oak leaves. Other kinds have a square-shaped pattern that looks like the giraffe is covered by a net. Some zoologists think that the giraffe's pattern is for camouflage. Thanks to everyone watching live with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everybody watching on our Facebook page as well, Fox 10 Phoenix. Two parents are anxiously waiting the arrival of their new baby. We see April there, right there in the main shot, and we can see Oliver, the daddy, in there in the background. He's excited as well. April, the giraffe, is expecting a calf with her male Oliver. Park officials say that she could give birth at any minute. A webcam has been installed at the Animal Adventure Park in upstate New York to allow people to stay up to date on the process. Some fun facts that you might not have known. Now, did you know that giraffes are the tallest land animal in the world? They can grow to an average height of about 16 to 18 feet tall. Newborns come out already standing at about 6 feet tall and can weigh about 150 pounds day one. If you look closely, everybody, at April's stomach, we are seeing a lot of movement there. Continuing to watch here live. This is, what a moment we're watching. Circle of life, everyone. And folks that are watching this live on Facebook, why don't you alert your friends, alert your family members by hitting that share button on the post. That way, everyone in your feed will be able to watch along with us. There is a very rare moment when a giraffe can have twins. But reading up on it, only 9 sets of twins have reported living at birth, unfortunately. There are 8 giraffes residing at the Natural Bridge Wildlife Ranch, including the twins' father, Marshall, and Marshall is about 10 years old. But it's a very rare occurrence to have twins. This will not be twins here. This will be a single here. But we saw some people ask that in the chat and just wanted to pass that along. Welcome everyone to the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We do see April there on the main shot, and we see the father, Oliver, in the background. He is watching anxiously as we all are too. Everyone around the world watching live right now on fox10phoenix.com and Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. If you're watching on Facebook, if you haven't already done so, hit that share button so all your friends and family can watch along too, as Zoo members tell us that this birth can happen at any moment right now. Now, giraffes have high adult survival probability out there in the wild and an unusually long lifespan compared to other animals, up to 25 years in the wild. Because of their size, eyesight, and powerful kicks, adult giraffes are usually not subject to predation. However, they can fall prey to lions and the regular prey for them in Kruger National Park. Nile crocodiles can also be a threat to giraffes when they bend down to drink. Calves are much more vulnerable than adults and are additionally preyed on by leopards and wild dogs. A quarter to a half of giraffe calves reach adulthood. The local seasonal presence of large herds of wildebeest and zebras reduce predation pressure on giraffe calves and increases their survival probability. Some parasites feed on giraffes. They are often hosts for ticks, especially in the area around their inner thighs, which has thinner skin than other areas. Thanks to all our new followers and people that are watching live right here on Giraffe Watch. Let us know where you are watching from all over the country and the world. We have an audience. So thanks so much for being part of the stream, and we'll continue to watch live here as April getting ready for her big delivery. All right, folks, to pass some time here, while we wait for April's big delivery, I found some giraffe jokes, so I'll say a couple, and hopefully you will all laugh. And even if you don't, if you could just put there in the chat, LOL, that'd be great to make me feel great as we try to pass some time along here. All right, here's a couple jokes, everyone. Why are giraffes so slow to apologize? Well, it takes them a long time to swallow their pride. Thank you. I heard a distant clap there in the background of the newsroom, so thanks to Mary Kate for being a great fan there. And what do you call an animal that turns into a boat? A giraffe. All right, everyone. Thanks so much for continuing to watch live with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are on Giraffe Watch right now as two parents are anxiously waiting the arrival of their new baby. And you know, so is the rest of the country. April, the giraffe, is expecting a calf with her mate, Oliver, and park officials say that she could give birth at any moment here. So we'll continue to watch. Thanks so much for being part of the stream. And we do have a worldwide audience right now, so thanks so much for watching. Thanks to everybody watching worldwide with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everybody watching also on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. If you haven't already done so, that would be the perfect time to hit that like button or hit that share button as well, so you can alert your family and friends of this circle of life moment that we will all be witnessing pretty soon here from upstate New York. It's great that this zoo is putting up a webcam so that we could all watch from all over the world now. This is April, the giraffe, that it is getting ready to give birth, and we can see Oliver, the father, there in the background. Babies can come up after birth to about 6 feet tall and weigh over 150 pounds. That's a big baby. And thanks to everyone watching around the world right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're taking a live look at Giraffe Watch happening right now. Two parents anxiously waiting the arrival of their new baby. So is the rest of the world here. April, the giraffe, expecting a calf with her mate, Oliver. You can see Oliver there in the background, waiting anxiously as well. Park officials at the Animal Adventure Park in upstate New York put up this webcam so that everyone around the world can see the true circle of life. And for those of you, while you are continuing to watch with us and wait for this moment, let us know, what would you name the baby giraffe? I would name him The Big Short. Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, taking another live look here with us. Thank you so much for being part of the stream. We are looking at April here, getting ready to deliver her calf, and we're just hoping that it's going to be pretty soon. We don't know, but we're taking a great look at April there. Oliver in the background. You guys had a lot of great names that you would have named the little baby giraffe if you were able to. Yes, Jennifer Chambers on Facebook Live saying, we have movement. We have movement, everyone. Thanks, Jennifer, so much for your comment there. Todd says, you know what would be a great name? Todd. Thanks, Todd Carroll, for that name there. Yeah, why not? Name it after yourself. Welcome everyone to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are on Giraffe Watch, little baby Giraffe Watch here. This is a nice break from all the politics and immigration issues in our country. Sometimes you just have to show a baby giraffe watch from upstate New York. Sometimes you just got to break it up a little. And judging by everyone that is watching right now, that is exactly what you guys needed. And yes, everyone, we just did catch April and Oliver exchanging a couple little kisses there. Hey everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are watching live here in upstate New York, Baby Giraffe Watch. Thanks to everyone watching from all over the world right now on Fox10Phoenix.com, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. All right, folks, we just switched a different feed. Same location, just might have switched on you just a little bit. Mary Kate is coming up next to take you on for the next 2 hours of the show, and hopefully we will see a birth pretty soon here. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream.
All right, everybody. Well, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, this evening, and we are watching live together this baby giraffe watch. Any moment, she could be giving birth to this baby giraffe, you guys. People from all over the world are watching this right now. Appreciate you guys watching as well with us on Facebook Live, Fox 10 Phoenix. Over 4,000 of you watching on there right now. So we'll see what happens. We'll watch this together on the Fox News Now stream. Appreciate you guys watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. Let me know, what do you guys think should be the name of this new baby giraffe? Tweet at me. My handle is MaryKateFox10. Tweet me what you think the name of the new baby giraffe should be, and I'll pull your tweets live up here on the air in the upper corner. And we'll see who has the best ideas. I can't think of one right now. I don't know what's a good name for a baby giraffe. You guys, let me know. Tweet at me, MaryKateFox10. I'd love to share your tweets and ideas here live on the show and maybe get you guys some new Twitter followers as well. Who knows when she'll give birth, but we've been streaming this now for the past hour. Over 4,000 of you watching on Facebook. Appreciate you guys joining me tonight. You're also watching live with us on Fox News Now YouTube stream. Hopefully she's feeling comfortable. Hopefully this all goes smoothly. That's the beauty of live television. We get to watch this all live together. Now we're streaming live out of Phoenix, Arizona. It's about 7:10 here, but this event is happening in Harpersville, New York. Newborn giraffes stand at around 6 feet tall, making them taller than most adult humans. Can you believe that? She's going to be giving birth to something that could be almost 6 feet tall. Got to give it up to these animals for doing this. This should be a very exciting stream tonight. And again, tweet at me. What do you think the name of this new baby giraffe should be? Send me your tweets at MaryKateFox10, and I will pull them up here on the show in the upper corner and see what you guys have to say. It's incredible to know, though, that this mom could be giving birth to something at around 6 feet tall. Another little fun fact, although giraffes are very tall, they don't sleep much. Most of them get around 10 minutes to 2 hours of sleep per day. Even when they get the little amount of sleep required each day, they don't lie down. Giraffes go to sleep standing up most of the time. Can you believe that? And look at this. She could be giving birth any second, you guys. Within just 10 hours of their birth, baby giraffes can run with their families without struggling. If only it were that easy for humans. Appreciate you guys watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. I am your host, Mary Kate Gaffney, asking you guys to tweet me at MaryKateFox10. What do you think the name of the new baby giraffe should be? Already getting a few tweets from you guys, pulling them up here. Shannon Wagner tweeting me saying, name April's baby Spring if it's a girl and Spud if it's a boy. She's tweeting us all the way from Illinois. Thanks for tweeting us, Shannon. Spring is a really cute name. And she says, name it Spud if it's a boy. Asking you guys to share the best name for this new baby giraffe. Let me know what you think it should be named. Tweet at me, MaryKateFox10. Now, do you give a giraffe a human name or something that sounds more appropriate for a giraffe? I mean, how do you really differentiate between the two? What sounds good for a giraffe? That's kind of the hard part of trying to discuss this name right now, but we'll see. Sometimes you have to decide when you see it. Maybe that's something that we'll have to think about. You know, it's hard to decide what to name a baby before you see it, but I want to keep pulling up your tweets here as we watch this live together. Loka Chicky tweeting me this. Oh, reading your tweets here. Let me pull up the right page. Here we go. Loka Chicky tweeting me this. Baby giraffe names Gordon, Gertrude, Geronimo, Grant, Grace. Well, those are a lot of options. Gertrude's cute. I like that. Thanks for the tweet. Oh, this one coming in from Mel. Harambe Jr. would be a great name. Mel, thanks for tweeting me. I'm actually from Cincinnati, Ohio myself, so Cincinnati Zoo. Harambe. Harambe Jr. is what Mel says we should be naming the new baby giraffe. What do you guys think? Tweet me at MaryKateFox10. I'd love to pull your tweets up here on the screen. Anne Marie tweeting me this. She says the new baby giraffe should be Zoe if it's a girl. Zoe is a cute name. I think that would be very good. And she even sent us a little smiley emoji to go with this. Thanks for tweeting us, Anne. See, that's the hard part, too. We don't even know if it's a girl or a boy, and we haven't seen it yet, and that's always the tough part when you want to name a baby is, should we wait and see what we feel when we see it? Should we wait and see, if it's a boy or a girl? Hard to say, but you guys are tweeting me a lot of suggestions right now. This one coming in from Sabrina Rudolph. She says, Goober. Oh, that's a cute one. See, that's the thing is you probably wouldn't name a human goober, but you could definitely get away with naming a giraffe goober. So I like that. Sabrina, thanks for tweeting us at MaryKateFox10. This one's great. Cass tweeting me this. I think the name should be Patience, since we are all waiting patiently. Love that, Cass. Thank you for tweeting me. Yeah, we have been streaming this for over an hour now, so I mean, hey, when people give birth, sometimes they are in labor for hours. So she could give birth in the next 10 minutes, in the next hour. We don't know. That's the beauty of live streaming. Cass, that's a good suggestion. Patience would be a good name. A lot of you tweeting me Harambe as a suggestion. Anastasia tweeting me this, saying, if it's a girl, Lucy. If it's a boy, Harambe. Everyone loves Harambe. That's a good suggestion. Lucy's a cute name as well. Thanks for tweeting me, Anastasia. Frankie tweeting me this. Biscuit if it's a boy, or Jasmine if it's a girl. I like Biscuit. Biscuit's a cute name for a dog, too. But Biscuit the giraffe. That could grow on me. Thanks for the tweet, Frankie. Let's see what else you guys are tweeting. Love these suggestions. Brianna tweeting me, I think the giraffe baby should be called Shorty. Yes. Perfectly ironic, since it will be soon very tall. Good suggestion. Again, if you guys are just joining us here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, we're streaming for you right now Baby Giraffe Watch. This is live out of Harpersville, New York, where this giraffe could be giving birth to a new baby any moment now, and people are watching from all over it's one of those things I think people love to get together and watch. The birth of a new baby, anything. You know, it's exciting to watch. It's positive news. It's something we can all gather around and enjoy together. And hopefully she's comfortable, and hopefully this all goes smoothly. This coming live again out of New York. And I asked you guys to tweet me at my Twitter handle, MaryKateFox10, some suggestions of what we should name this baby giraffe. You guys are all sending me really clever ideas. This tweet coming in from Dave. He says, my son Harrison wants to name it America because it's George Washington's birthday. Very good suggestion, Dave. Thanks for tweeting me. Love this tweet coming in from AZ Realtor Sheila. She says, how about Sheila if it's a girl? I can see why you like Sheila. It is a great name. She says, I love giraffes, or Foxy, since Fox is covering it. Oh, looks like one of the workers is in there right now, caretaker. Look at the size of this giraffe. You can really see it now when it's standing next to this caretaker here at the zoo. Just how big this giraffe is. It's hard to tell from the live stream, but when he walked in, now you can really see just how tall this giraffe is. And it looks like he's just feeding her some snacks right now, keeping her healthy and comfortable while we await the birth of her baby. Is it going to be a girl or a boy? We don't know yet. And you guys are sending me great name suggestions right now. Pulling up all your tweets. WWE Social tweeting me this. If it's a boy, Hunter. A girl, Stella. Yeah, Stella, that's a good name. Trying not to cover the footage right now with any tweets. Let me see if I can pull it up on the other side here. You guys have great suggestions. Mel tweeting me. Gigi is a great name too if it's a girl. Yeah, I like Gigi. Oh, this is a really cute one. Lucy in the Sky tweeting this. How about Pippi, as in long stocking? That's cute. So I like the play on words that you guys are sending me. Someone else tweeted, how about Shorty a little bit earlier? So these are really clever names. And, it's always interesting how the zoos decide to name these animals. How do they come up with, Harambe, or how do they come up with these names? I always think it's a fun, probably a really fun part of the job there when you get to witness the birth and take care of these animals, then also get to decide the name as well. Jennifer Perez tweeting this, Jupiter if it's a girl or Charlie if it's a boy. I know, I wish we knew the sex, but we don't know if it's going to be a boy or a girl, so appreciate you guys sending me suggestions for either male or female. This is a cute suggestion too. Kelly tweeting, how about May, since mom's name is April? Yeah, that's a great suggestion. They could even do it like the Kardashians, and she could have a whole family with the names beginning with A. April, Ashley, Annabelle. No. Nah. Probably not copy the Kardashians. But it looks like the caretaker's in there right now, cleaning up, preparing, making sure she's comfortable. And it's amazing to see. You can see how tall and large this giraffe really is when you compare it right next to that caretaker there. Again, this is coming out of Harpersville, New York. You guys are watching live with us here on Fox News Now YouTube stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Mindy tweeting this, if it's a girl, Diane, if it's a boy, Buddy. Buddy, that's a great name. What do you guys think about Mindy's suggestion? I like the name Buddy. That's pretty cute. I wonder if he knows how many thousands of people are watching him do his job right now on the air. Again, over 4,000 of you watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. The birth could happen any second now, any moment now here, live on the Fox News Now stream. This coming in from Sharon King. He says, Jody if it's a boy, Sheila if it's a girl. Hey, that's the second suggestion tonight of Sheila. What do you guys think of the name Sheila for this baby giraffe? Lucia tweeting me this, if it's a boy, Sebastian, if it's a girl, Lola. I like that. Now here's the thing is, you know, some of you like to stick to traditional names when you name your kids, and then others like to stick to what's trendy or something really unique. And what do you guys like more? You know, at least in my family, I guess my parents have stayed sort of traditional. Mary, my brother's name is Jack, my sister's name is Lisa. But then look at, you know, Gwyneth Paltrow. She named her daughter Apple. You know, that's kind of interesting. You know, Jessica Alba, she named her daughter Honor. Chrissy Teigen, they named their kid Luna. So what's more fun? Is it fun to name your kid with a more traditional name or a trendy name? Now, I think with giraffes, you can definitely go trendy, and there's never any harm in that because it's fun. You know, you can be fun about it. Like, you know, like Lucia tweeted me, Lola. That's a cute name, and that could go really well for this new baby giraffe. Vicky Johnson tweeting me this. She says, I think the giraffe should be called Harper, as in Harpersville, or even as a boy. Yes, because we are streaming this live out of Harpersville, New York. So, Vicky, that is a great suggestion, Harper. Yeah, and that could definitely go for a boy or a girl. So I like that suggestion. Savannah tweeting, how about the name Dakota? It's good for either boy or girl. Yeah, Dakota could work. There are a lot of unisex names out there. Alex, Sam, you know, there's definitely, that can make it easier. Just decide on one name and not have to go back and forth. Nari tweeting me this. She says, if it's a girl name, Ginger. If it's a boy, Max. I like Ginger. That's a cute name. Appreciate you guys tweeting me at MaryKateFox10. Look at this. Eating some lettuce right now. Feeding April, making sure she's comfortable and happy while she's getting ready to give birth. Hey, that's pregnancy, you guys. You get really hungry during those 9 months, and even during labor, you still want to keep snacking because you are eating for two. Just take a look at how long her neck is as well, you guys. And when you were able to see the caretaker in there earlier, you could really see just how large and tall she is compared to him. And newborn giraffes stand at around 6 feet tall, making them taller than most adult humans, and that's when they're newborns. So can you imagine giving birth to something that's already 6 feet tall? So you got to give it up to her. Hopefully everything goes smoothly tonight. We've been streaming this for over an hour. Who knows how long she'll be in labor? What's also pretty crazy is they're able to give birth while standing up. And I'm sure some of you who have seen a live giraffe birth before have seen this, where they give birth while they're still standing up. And with just 10 hours of their birth, baby giraffes can run with their families without struggling. I mean, think about how long it takes us humans to learn how to crawl and then to walk and then to talk. And these giraffes come out and they can run with their families after just 10 hours. What are we doing wrong? Appreciate you guys watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. I asked you guys to tweet at me some name suggestions, and I'm pulling up a few more of your tweets here. Thanks for sharing your suggestions. Let's see what we've got here. Stephanie tweeting this. She says, if it's a boy, name the baby giraffe Melman, just like the one in the movie Madagascar. I don't think I've seen Madagascar. I heard that's a really great movie. Looks like it just got dark in there. Did they shut the lights down? They might have just shut the lights down. Good thing there's a light we can still see. Layla tweeting me this. Sophie the giraffe. And then tweeting a picture. Hashtag baby giraffe watch. Yeah, Sophie, that's a cute name. Thanks for the suggestion, Layla. Emily Harvey tweeting me this. Andy if it's a girl, Ty if it's a boy. Ty would be a very cute name. So would Andy for a girl. Thanks for tweeting us, Emily, and thanks for watching live with us here. Cheryl Carson tweeting this. Fiona if it's a girl and Keegan if it's a boy. What do you guys think about those names? Janie Bermudez tweeting me this. If it's a girl, name her Nina. I like that. Nina. Again, how do the zoos come up with these names? I always think they're really creative. You know, I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, and I always thought it was interesting when they came up with the name Harambe. And that's something people still talk about. They still mention that name. So we'll see what they do end up naming it. But maybe, just maybe, they'll take some suggestions from you guys here on the stream. A lot of you guys are sending me the suggestion of the Madagascar movie. Gianna tweeting me this. If it's a boy, name it Melman from Madagascar. And if it's a girl, Gigi. I still need to see that movie. Appreciate you guys sending me your suggestions. Cassandra tweeting me this. If it's a boy, name it George. And if it's a girl, Evelyn. Evelyn, that's graceful. It's classy. I like Evelyn. Oh, this is cute. Love this tweet from Carla. She says, how about patches or freckles? Those are both really cute suggestions. What do you guys think about Carla's option for the baby giraffe? Patches or freckles? Freckles would be an adorable name. Thanks, Carla. Appreciate you sending me your tweet. Second time we've heard the suggestion, Buddy. Ann Hughes tweeting me this saying, Annie for a girl and Buddy for a boy. That's the second time tonight we've heard Buddy as a suggestion for the boy name. So that could be a cute suggestion. I like Buddy. You guys are sending me all of your tweets right now, trying to get through each and every one of them. Country Watch 1 tweeting me this. She says, I like Majestic. And my 3-year-old granddaughter says, Bright Eyes. Bright Eyes is cute. Majestic is a great name. What do you guys think? Tweet me at Mary Kate Fox 10. Love pulling up all of your tweets here. You guys have great ideas. Cheyenne tweeting me this. Bernie for a boy. Bernie like Bernie Sanders. Jay Williams saying, if it's a boy, name it Gerald. Yeah, Jay, actually, you're not the first one tonight. I've seen a lot of tweets coming in from you guys to name it Gerald. So, hey, that's another suggestion as well. Right now, the most I'm seeing is either Gerald, Sheila, or Buddy. is what I'm seeing from a lot of you guys. Trying to see a pattern here, if there's one that's the most popular. Caleb tweeting this, name it Mary Kate after yourself because you're a really great giraffe birth reporter. Yes, Caleb, I am a very great giraffe birth reporter. Very experienced. No, just kidding. This is actually my first baby giraffe report I've ever done, so I do appreciate you watching with me. We're all watching this live together, and we'll see how it turns out. Again, we've been streaming this for over an hour now. Hopefully she's not in labor for too much longer, and hopefully she's comfortable. We did see earlier the zookeeper or caretaker feeding her some lettuce. Seems like she's feeling okay right now. Looks like they shut off the lights, so we'll see if that helps her relax a little bit, and maybe she'll give birth within the next hour. We'll have to wait and see. Lori on Facebook Live says, good luck to mommy and baby. Hope they are both healthy. Thanks for watching, Lori. Colleen Hunt saying, she's going to sleep it off now, LOL. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's one of those things where you're in labor. She's probably exhausted. Shannon Justman in the Facebook Live comment section saying, name it Shannon. And you guys are still sending me some tweets here. Rebecca tweeting this. We should name the baby Simba or Mufasa from The Lion King. Yeah, Rebecca, that's a great suggestion. I just keep thinking about The Lion King when I see this. I mean, don't you guys think about that song, The Circle of Life, when you're watching this right now? Maybe it's just me. Love that movie, and those are great suggestions, Rebecca. She says we should name the baby Simba or Mufasa from The Lion King. Very cute. Morgan has a great suggestion. She just sent this tweet out saying, I think you should call the baby Spots. Such a cute name. Yeah, Spots is a great name. We got a tweet earlier that we should name it Freckles as well. So those are both really cute names, Spots, Freckles. Amanda in the chat says she doesn't have a Twitter, but she votes for Hunter for a boy and Bailey for a girl. Thanks for commenting and thanks for watching. Dawn in the Facebook Live comment section says, it's 9:30 in New York. They probably just try to keep the lighting natural. Yeah, definitely time to shut the lights down there. I think that the other animals are trying to sleep, and as we know, giraffes sleep standing up. So she could be sleeping right now, although we did just see her eating a few minutes ago. So she might not be sleeping. She is in labor. I really wish I could play the Circle of Life song from Lion King for you guys. Now it's stuck in my head. Mindy tweeting this. Thanks for the tweet, Mindy. She says, girl, Ruby, or Gemma, boy. Oh, girl, Ruby or Gemma, and then a boy, Sam or Dean. Thanks for your suggestions, Mindy. Trying to pull up each and every one of your tweets here. Everyone keeps suggesting this. I think this is one of the most popular names is Melman from Madagascar. Larry Evans tweeting me, call the giraffe Melman after the one in Madagascar. Watching from Wales. Well, thanks for watching. Appreciate you joining us here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix, Facebook Live. Yeah, this is probably one of the most popular suggestions of the night is Melman from Madagascar. Now, if you're just joining us, this is Baby Giraffe Watch coming live from Harpersville, New York, where the giraffe, April, the mom, you can see there, is getting ready to give birth any moment now. And I've asked you guys to tweet me some name suggestions. We did see earlier she was eating a little bit of lettuce and walking around. So hopefully she's comfortable. Hopefully this all goes smoothly. Looks like she's moving her tail a little bit now. So she might not be... clearly not sleeping at this moment. We do know that she could give birth any moment now, though. And some of the fun facts we've been telling you guys. Newborn giraffes stand at around 6 feet tall, making them taller than most adult humans. Giraffes are also able to give birth while standing up, and within just 10 hours of birth, baby giraffes can run with their families without struggling. And those patterns you see on the giraffe are totally unique. No two giraffes are ever the same. Now, between their pregnancies, female giraffes only have a 2-week window in which they can get pregnant. Another interesting fact, a giraffe's sharp 12-inch hooves can cause a lot of damage. It can even kill a lion if necessary. You guys. Tammy thinks we name it Irwin. She says, name it Irwin in honor of Steve Irwin's birthday in heaven. Thanks for the tweet, Tammy. Again, about the movie, Annie said, gotta watch Madagascar. Yeah, that's definitely how about It's a Boy and Anne in the Facebook Live comment section says, name it Riley. Facebook Live. Human. And we're going to get to see this hopefully tonight on the stream. Are you a shit or do you get squeamish? Let me know. I'm asking you guys to tweet at Mary Kate Fox 10, sharing your opinion. questions here on the air. A lot of you tweeting me